problem, in November of taking down Robert Francis, Beto O'Rourke. But
That
maybe
dude. Oh my God. That dude. Oh.
I love Robert. I love Robert Francis O'Rourke because it's a white name, and because he's living in ever more Hispanic state. He changed it from Robert Francis to Beto, so he sounded more Hispanic. But he's as white as it comes. And the fascinating thing, his wife's dad is a multi-billionaire, and it's just like I guess he didn't want to marry into money, but he did.
I don't like that dude. Like, I'm not. I'm not saying only do I like not agree with like his politics. Like, obviously, I disagree with the shit that he says, but I really don't like that dude. And it's kind of rare for me to have that kind of disdain towards someone, but I don't fucking like that dude.
You were talking about child trafficking. There's actually more money made in child trafficking than there is in drug trafficking. So if you're into that evil stuff, you can actually get richer by peddling children.
Yeah, well, as much as we probably shouldn't talk anymore about that. Sorry, man.
That's okay. I appreciate you telling us. Thank you.
Yeah, we go off topic sometimes, but that's a definite no all the time.
Okay.
I wouldn't even bring it up in the way that you did.
Okay.
Like there's chill chat text rooms you can share videos or whatever, but not in here. Or the live stream voice text.
Yeah, I'll take
Or
blame for that
probably, you know
one.
what?
That
I take
one.
that back. Don't share anything with hot ticket topics like that. Don't put anything in a text or nothing. Now, a chill chat, you can go in voice. You can talk all you want about that. You're free to do
Appreciate
that.
that. Yeah, appreciate
No
that.
problem.
Thank you.
So if you find somebody of interest you want to talk about that with, then just pop downstairs and do that. But yeah, appreciate you appreciating me.
It's mainly because this goes on YouTube and YouTube censors that kind of stuff.
Help me help you, Matthew.
Well, no, actually, the second part that I said was for Discord. Do not put anything in text. Nothing. Unless it's flat earth. Because they really vamped up terms of service and their rules and all that. So I think everybody should know what's considered off limits. So, that could easily get you, not saying you, the person I was talking to a second ago, not saying you, but other people, if they choose to persist, they won't be here very long. Their invitation will be rescinded. So we can't play. That's zero tolerance now.
That's cool. Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, so if anybody listening in the future, if you guys hear stuff like that, you at moderator immediately.
I just
we could lose the whole server.
I just want to say hello and welcome to my main man Matthew. How you doing, my main man Matthew?
Hey, I'm doing okay.
Yeah, and I can't quite get the masters in there, so I can't quite roll 5 M's off my tongue as easily as I can 4. So I'm sorry. See, that would go my main master's man Matthew. That's how you say it. At least you're.
That's weird, bro. That's weird. Just call him that.
At least you're a professor, so or could be a professor.
So what's the main talking points of the day or the week, whichever?
Have you guys ever looked at Devon Island on Google Earth and saw the NASA encampment up there?
We can
It's
talk
like,
about that.
like 5 years ago, you could just go on Google Earth and zoom in, and there was like points of interest with pictures, and you could just click the pictures and see. They claim that they're practicing to go to Mars, so you could zoom in and see a Mars rover
Yeah.
and all that. And so back in the day, you could just look and it was right there, but now it's all gone. There's like a white blob that looks like a building, and it's still called the NASA Research Center, but there's no pictures attached. You can Google it and find the old pictures, but
It's
yeah,
called
just
Access Denied.
yeah.
I wonder if you can find stuff in that topic, in that realm, on archive.org.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I just thought it was interesting. Another thing
Yeah.
that got wiped.
Well, if you're really interested, I would make a note of it and do it ASAP because the same thing could happen there. I don't know how that works. Archive.org. Is that the right? I'm saying it right? Because I don't go on there that much. Internetarchive.org, or is it org?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Sounds right.
I don't know. I'm not 100%, so that's what I was kind of. But anyway, I think everybody knows what I'm referring to. Let me see if I can find it. Since I brought it up, unless somebody can beat me to it.
You know, Jenny, that Forrest Gump had a really, really big crush on you. You know it, don't you?
He did. And you know what? That's so. I think. So, looking at it in a different way, I saw this meme and it wrecked me. And it said that the biggest female asshole to a guy, and it was Jenny from Forrest Gump. I'm like, oh, no!
Yeah, I can believe that.
She kind of was. She kind of was, though. It's like,
Didn't she like die from AIDS or something?
I think I saved it somewhere, but I was looking for something.
I think Forrest named his boat after you, didn't he?
He called it
Yeah.
Jenny.
Didn't he call it Jenny?
Was it just Jenny, like Jenny, or was it the Jenny? Was it the Jenny?
I don't know.
Or was it only? It only said Jenny.
Janae.
Who knows? Maybe the Mandela effect got it anyway, so it wouldn't matter.
I think it was Jenny. Go ahead.
So let me correct myself. Internet Archive is the title, but it's archive.org. And then if you want the Wayback Machine, it's /web. But actually, I was not wanting the Wayback Machine because that's just for URL. Well, I've only used it a handful of times. But it's kind of like striking gold if you do find anything you really need, right? I mean, that's what the sense I've got about when I've heard people mention it before. I mean, don't they scrub that too? And I don't know who they is, just for the record. Whatever organization would be in charge of that.
So, just Jenny, could you do us a favor here on the voice stream? Could you say, "Run, Forrest, run"? You do that. Could you do that for us?
I have said it. It makes me miss a certain moderator that used to be here. He used to say, "Hey, Jenny," and I'd say, "Run, Forrest, run!"
Yay!
Run, Forrest! Dear God, make me a bird so I can fly far, far, far away from here. I love that movie so much. Or, I don't know, I can't think of Tom Hanks' name anymore. Ever since the typewriter incident, that got me. Remember that? When the 2-year incident, 2+ years incident happened across the world? I don't want to, that's an absolutely don't talk about topic. You guys know what I'm talking about. When he
Yes,
did
we
that
do.
when he did that Twitter post with the effing typewriter, and we all know the name of that typewriter, it's like, seriously? And then, before that, he would do, I think it was before, where he would just photograph one shoe. Now that's creepy AF. Because, yeah, into another subject we can't talk about. So I'm just ruined. But anyway, what I was going to say a few minutes ago was that I cried 7 times when I first saw Forrest Gump. And I could probably still watch it, but I just can't think of it the same. I mean, when you're younger, I'm trying to think of what year that came out. But anyway, when you're asleep and you're impressionable to influences, ideas, what have you, you look at these actors as idols. Like they take you to a place you can't go, allegedly, and yeah. Am I talking way off? Who's in here that wants to talk about flat Earth? I don't want to steer. I always get us in the weeds. Sorry.
Actors who play fake parts in fake movies or shows and make real big money.
Yeah, like Elon Musk. I listened to NPR radio one time, and they were talking about internet availability, how good of the connection is. I swear to God. And there's the lady that was interviewing someone from the Ukraine, another female, and that female from Ukraine said, and I'm quoting, "Thank God for Elon Musk." It's like a big, huge WTF. Come on. I mean, it's like just cringy.
Hey, Starlink is going to connect the world from 250 miles above the Earth. Hey,
I'm pretty sure that's what they were referring to.
Come on.
Yeah. I don't want to live like in the Terminator movie. Oh my gosh.
If you remember the first Independence Day, when
I don't actually.
When Goldblum was in the White House with the supposed president, the guy who played the president, and he was talking about how the aliens were going to use our satellites against us, and he got a piece of paper and he drew this round thing, the globe, and then he put satellites, up above the globe and the side. And he goes, and they communicate with one another, and the president goes, "Yeah, line of sight," and Goldblum goes, "Yeah." And so it's just more propaganda, about how.
And that was like 2 decades ago, wasn't it?
1995, I think, or 96.
Dude, that's pretty serious. That's serious. I guess maybe it's not bad that we do talk about it, because people need to know how they're being deceived. Because once you figure that out, and then you come about not just flat Earth, there could be any other information, like we didn't go to the moon. You're going to have a more critical mind if you have a suspicion you're being deceived. People don't like being lied to.
The G in GPS doesn't stand for global; it stands for ground.
Ground,
which is just fine.
Right, but isn't that called double speak? I mean, there's a whole lot of it in the spoken language. I mean, I don't know about other languages. I forget who it is that's good with that, but in here in the server, but yeah, that would be double speak, wouldn't it? But with acronyms. I cuss in acronyms now, so I can do it in public at work. It's fun. Other coworkers do it, Everybody's favorite is GTFO when you go to clock out. You don't stick around. GTFO. Because I work in a grocery store. A lot of people are fools. there's one person that, a couple people, they spend all their money there. It's like, what's wrong with you? It's like, does not make any sense. It's just, I don't know. It's easy for pretty much all the members in here to figure out if somebody's willing to accept new information.
Yeah, you can get a free Tesla if you can just get out to space and harvest that one Elon launched out there, right?
You know what the kicker is? Probably most people don't know about that. It wasn't on the mainstream news, was it? I mean, it was only on. What was the way everyone found out? I mean, please say it wasn't just YouTube. Does anybody remember the source of the video from the Tesla launch?
Man, I don't remember.
Well, it certainly wasn't on the mainstream news. It wasn't on NBC, MSNBC, was it? How many people are in here? 32.
I'm in here, but I don't know what you're talking about.
Dude, did you have us on deafened? Or were you in the other room? Okay, so what was the social media way that everyone saw or witnessed, not in real life, via the internet, about the Tesla space launch? Do you remember, Godric? I mean, it was like 3 years ago. Probably more than that. They're
3 years
definitely
ago.
not going to revisit that one.
3
That
years
was for
ago.
us.
3 years
It wasn't
ago,
me.
3 years ago, I was a Globie, so I really wasn't paying attention to much. I just kind of accepted what they did.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to revisit that one. I've heard people talking here that there was a theory, a wild theory that kind of stuff was meant for us conspiracy theorists. And most coincidence theorists were never exposed to that event. That's my idea. I mean, I don't know what you guys think. Because if they really wanted everyone to know, it would have been on the mainstream news. It would have been plastered everywhere. And there's a lot of logical people, but their eyes aren't quite open yet, you know? And it wouldn't take much. Like flipping a switch or something. Don't you think that's accurate? Or do you guys think I'm off base on describing that? I mean, because it's hard to unsee things, right? You can't unhear something.
I think a lot of people, go back to what they said in Flatten the Curve. The eyes are useless if the mind is blind, and I think people mind are blind, so their eyes they don't see. So
Right.
I think very few people actually see anything. They just yeah.
I can vibe with that one. Yeah. The mind is useless. Say that again. I love that.
Yeah, the eyes are useless if the mind is blind.
Yeah, if the mind is blind.
If you go to the documentary Flatten the Curve that came out February 22nd of this year, that's in the first 3 minutes. There's a lady speaking, and she does a lot of great one-liners that are easy to remember.
I think I did watch that documentary because it had a lot of military personnel.
Yep, sure did.
Giving their testimony. So that's like, whoa, all right. Now we talking. Like, yeah, I liked it. I should, if there's not enough hours in the day. I mean, I would love to watch that again. I mean, really would. Or you don't even have to watch it. You can just listen to it, really.
Is that what the band Blind Melon's all about?
I never got into those guys.
You just got a blind mind, blind melon.
I mean, I remember them. They just seemed to. What was the pumpkin band? I forget. I forget. I wasn't into that genre.
Smashing Pumpkins.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, they seemed too smashy pumpkin to me, so I didn't vibe with them. Just wasn't my thing.
It's one of the greatest bands of all time.
Oh, I guess I missed out.
Yeah, so Billy Corgan, when he first started like playing, he used to play like metal, rip it to shreds solos, and then like something happened and he just like kind of fell out of that and kind of fell into like the alternative style music. It's my impression that he's one of the greatest songwriters of all time. I would urge you, my friend, to listen to the cover song where he covered what's her name? Fleetwood Mac.
Oh,
Yeah, I would urge you to listen to that live.
really? Okay. That makes me interested if it's great live. Uh-oh. You're in a dead zone. We lost Hank for a few. He's in a dead zone. He'll come back.
He's probably where those orbital satellites can't get to him.
I guess so.
Yeah, the song.
What else could it be?
Landslide by Fleetwood Mac.
Billy Corgan sings with Fleetwood Mac. Oh, God. Live. You said live. That's what he. What? Sorry, man. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Billy Corgan covers Landslide live. Guarantee it's going to be a win.
Dang. Okay, so I would say someone's not an artist if they can't sing their music live, and that's a lot of people. So, yeah, because some people are more of recorded artists, but to me, a real artist would be like if they can sing live. Well, good for him. I'm being serious when I feel like I missed out, but I must have listened to I don't know. I think maybe a song or two of his was a victim of overplay on the radio back in the day. Maybe it wasn't radio, but I don't know.
Definitely. The Song with the Bells, 1979. Yeah, they played the hell out of that song.
So do you
I get you.
recall right
Overexposure
offhand?
kills music.
Do you recall right offhand approximately how old he was at the height of his career?
At the height of his career, I would say he was just going bald.
Right.
And he was probably in his late 20s or early 30s.
Yeah, I was thinking like 32. But yeah, so, I don't know. I was just trying to gauge at what generation he would have been, but it doesn't. I'd have to know the year or two when he really rose. What would you say that year was? If you were to guess.
The 90s, probably around 95.
Yeah.
He started getting popular because
my ex-brother-in-law was a big fan of his music. I know, so I can place that. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry I'm not down with all the trivia stuff, but the music I understand, and it's like he started out with Smashing Pumpkins, and like changed a few band members, lost his bass player, and he just like kept making music, and then like when you hear him sing Landslide, it's like whoo, chills, Ooh. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go listen to some music.
I just wanted to ask Matthew a question if he's listening.
I'm listening.
Hey, Matthew, have you ever gone out yourself and tried to find curvature of the Earth with your own two eyes to observe it empirically and through observation?
There's trees in the way, though.
I've looked at the size of the moon as my own research, but and then
Have you?
I've used the telescope to look at the horizon before, yeah. But
And when you used your telescope, did you observe curve or curvature?
yeah, I was looking at a beach across the water and I could only see what was above the beach and not the beach itself.
Dude, why do we continue to let him come in here and lie? Dude,
Oh, you're right.
I don't give a fuck how many times
It's for the,
how you
if I
guys
may,
like this guy. He lies all the time.
it is for the purposes of the listening audience. 'Cause we are being
liars.
streamed multiple
Rod, could you
times.
list one
All
lie?
he does is lie, dude. Come on.
Tell me one lie
This is
that I just
ridiculous.
said.
This is he's saying he's seeing He's saying he sees curvature. Do any of you guys believe that?
No, I described looking through a telescope and not seeing the beach. I didn't say anything about curvature. I just answered his question.
You look through a telescope at what beach?
Fisherman's Cove, which is near Laguna Beach, on Memorial Day, which was 8 days ago.
And what was the conditions?
It was pretty clear.
Okay, and what was your observer height?
About 6 feet.
And how far away is the beach that you were looking at?
About 20 miles.
So 20 miles at 6 feet. So roughly, perhaps you could have seen it. Probably not. Maybe if you elevated yourself a little bit more. But did you try that?
No, I was on vacation, just having fun looking through the telescope.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, whatever.
Matthew, could you have a horizon on a flat plane?
No, if it's flat, you couldn't have a horizon. It would just sort of fade
Right.
away.
So, have you ever looked at a checkerboard or a chessboard? Put your eye low to the first couple squares, and you can see the first couple squares perfectly, but then you can't see the squares in the back row. Have you ever done that?
No, I haven't. That's an interesting thing to try.
Check it out. Take a chessboard. Take off all the pieces. Put your eye to the very bottom so you can see the first two squares, but you won't be able to see the final two rows of squares. That's what I call a horizon. And if that's true, why would that happen?
I'll try that. That's interesting. I like
Yeah,
that.
check it out.
You actually can't have a horizon on a globe because the word horizon means horizontal and horizontal line rather than a curvizon. The flat line sideways.
So
Okay, you would call it something different then? Because you could have a meeting of the land and the sky on a globe. You would just call it something different?
Yeah, it just wouldn't be called a horizon. It wouldn't be called a horizontal line.
I'd be okay with calling it something different, sure.
Don't you mean horizon, what you just said a second ago?
Yeah, the word would be curvizon.
And it'd also be sea curve too, not sea level.
I just wanted to point out to you guys, it's almost, or not almost, it is subjective technically. The questions that you just asked Matthew, like, do you see the curvature? Like, it just boils down to that same stupid nonsense of, oh, I've seen the curvature from an airplane window. It's like, okay, so we both go up in the airplane, we both look out the same window. You say, I see the curvature of the Earth, and I say, I see a flat Earth. So you see, it's kind of subjective whether you're from the airplane or the ground, at least at that level. So what I'm saying is, a better question to ask Matthew is, has anyone ever directly measured an arc segment of the curvature of the Earth that you believe in?
Great question.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's ever directly measured that, no.
Forgive me, Matthew. You said with your new telescope, and telescopes are awesome. With your new telescope, you looked and saw something 20 miles away with your telescope?
Yeah, I saw the cliffs on opposite the bay.
And okay, I thought you said you saw the beach, which would 20 miles away would obviously prove flat. But okay,
no,
so
I was looking for the beach and I didn't see the beach. I could only see the cliffs above it.
I see. Okay.
Hey, Matthew, I have a question for you regarding perspective. How you doing, by the way?
Hey, how's it going? I'm doing okay.
Good. So, in terms of perspective, do you think that we see visually in 2D? Like our vision is 2D, but our brain renders it in 3D? Or better yet, with two eyes, you would see stereoscopic vision, so maybe 2.5D?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. Are you familiar with the philosopher Thomas Reid?
No, what's he say?
So he has a lot on natural senses in the natural world, not just about visuals, but also about touch, various other senses. And he says that we basically see in 2D, right? But we have a curved retina, so our rendering and perspective is due to the curvature of our lens and
Right.
our eye,
Okay.
as well as the curvature of the retina in the back of the eye, right?
Right.
So we see the world in perspective, kind of this globular view, even though it's in reality linear, because we can know that through the sense of touch. So motion and touch over time leads us to understand that we live in a 3D world.
Right. Okay.
Right. And visually we see in 2D, but we interpret it in 3D due to other sensory input. So my question would be to you, since you're the math guy, sorry if I'm breathing a lot, I'm spreading mulch. But my question to you would be, do you feel that vision and perspective is Euclidean or non-Euclidean? And with your answer, I would like just maybe a little more substance as to why you believe one or the other.
It seems to me to be Euclidean just because, triangles add up to be 180 degrees, at least on the small scale. And so our vision gives us clues about the real world. Of course, there are such things as optical illusions and that kind of stuff. So we understand very well how to fool our eyes. So we know a lot about how our eyes work. But basically, it's our eyes are taking the two-dimensional images, and then our mind sort of puts them together in kind of a representation, an understanding of the 3D world. Of course, we can make mistakes all the time, though.
So follow-up question on that. So the way that we see in perspective, right, and the rate at which things decrease with our vision, would you say that it gets exponential with distance?
I think I think it's linear. So twice the distance would be half the size. 10 times the distance would be 1/10 the size.
Right. So you say that you think it is, but has anybody kind of proven this out?
I think it's just geometry. It's just the law of perspective.
Right. So if we drew a triangle that we see in reality on, say, like a convex surface like our retina, or concave, or a convex surface like the lens of our eye, would that triangle be Euclidean, or would that be a spherical triangle?
Yeah, I see what you're saying, that if a straight line, if we're looking at a straight line that's straight in real life, but in our eyeballs, since they're curved at the back, then really the projected image is on the curved surface of the retina. So yeah, Euclidean or non-Euclidean talks about higher dimensions. So I'd still say it's Euclidean, but it's a triangle appears a spherical triangle on the back of our retina, I suppose.
Okay, cool. I'll send you some information via DM at some time regarding this subject and kind of the I guess you could say, argument that has taken place kind of over time with no real definitive answer as to visuals and perspective and really how we can calculate with like a definitive calculation as to the perspective. So I'll share that with you sometime, but thank you for your answer.
Yeah, it does sound interesting.
I've come to appreciate you, Matthew, because you're one of two things. You're like listening to CNN, which I do when I'm talking on here, and I have CNN on now, so at a real low volume, and you know what the other side is thinking. So you're like the other side, or you are a closet flat earther, and you're helping us with our debate skills. And I'm good with either one. So
it's the first one.
I always appreciate you being on here because you're.
There's no percentage chance that Matthew's a paid shill.
Oh, I think either way, whether he's a Glober and I like listening to him like I like listening to CNN, which I don't, but I want to see what the other side's thinking, so I watch it, every once in a while. Or he's one of us, and he's just not letting on that he's one of us. And I'm good with either one.
I don't think he can relinquish that information, even if he was one of us, because he would no longer be eligible to teach what little bit of teaching he does. I don't think if he's going to go against their narrative and stuff, that would be very hazardous to his employment, in my opinion.
Yes, and that's why he remains in the quote closet. Yep.
Yeah.
Although it's true that it wouldn't be good for my job prospects if I started saying that I was a flat earther. That's not my motivation.
Well, hang on, Matthew. Let's say keeping your job, you become a flat earther, and somebody reports you, hey, look at this guy. You have teaching your kids. He's a flat earther with that.
I could, if I became a flat earther, then I wouldn't say anything at work, and then I would just teach math and computer science like normal, and just would probably keep it on the DL.
Yeah, but Brian Mullen was a situation where he was an engineer and he gave up his flat earth because he was threatened to leave his career. You hear about that?
I'm not familiar with his name. So what he at his
Brian
job
Mullen.
they wanted him to give up? Was he teaching or what was he doing?
He had a YouTube channel, Balls Out Physics, where he has a physics degree and he was an engineer.
And you don't think he changed his mind? You think he was just saying he changed?
He had to decide. He was forced to decide between his career and keeping on with what he believed in, because he needed the money to work.
So regardless of any of that, I know somebody, the minute Matthew started talking, came at him with some hostility. I don't know who it was. Not really paying attention to who's in the room. But the one thing I appreciate about Matthew is he's always down to have a cordial conversation. He's not going to sit there and call you names, poke fun at you, and he'll give you what claims to be an honest answer on everything that you talk about. And
yeah, I agree with that. There's another attribute about Matthew that I really like as well. I know that he wouldn't be here talking to us if he didn't think we were actually intelligent people. I do think that he gives us that respect, that we have our reasons for why we believe or why we say we know what we know. He knows what those reasons are, and they're not ridiculous reasons. And I don't want to thank Matthew for being, I can tell that you respect most of the people on this channel, if not everyone. And I think that's, regardless of what you want to believe in, you at least give us that much. At least that's the way I feel. You give us the courtesy of interaction with normal people.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't see a reason for calling people names and that type of stuff.
Yeah.
I know sometimes people get heated, and I'm
Yeah,
on the
but do you
receiving end of that
actually think?
sometimes. But
Do
it's
you
okay.
actually think in the back of your mind, even though you're being very cordial and nice, do you actually think in the back of your mind that we are not smart people? That's why we're confused.
But no, obviously you guys have thought about this quite a bit, so it's not that.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I don't think there's any
give us
reason
that
to
respect
call
that
people
you at least you acknowledge that we're at least normal people.
That's right. Yeah.
That's correct. I second that motion. And also, that's what Matthew said. If I asked you about could there be a horizon on a flat Earth, you said no. Well, does that mean that you can see forever on a flat plane? If there's no horizon, to me it's just a vanishing point. That's just all it means to me. The vanishing point. So there'd be no vanishing point on a flat plane.
I think that it would be hard to see because there'd be so much atmosphere in the way. In fact, when you're flying in a plane and you're up above 30,000 feet, almost all the time that you look out the window, it just is sort of hazy all the time. So you can't really ever discern where the sky ends and the ground starts, even just low enough from an airplane. So I think if the Earth were flat, that's the way it would look from everywhere. That's my guess.
So you're saying there's no horizon, but there is a vanishing point where you can no longer see.
Yeah.
Do you think everything would approach this vanishing point, or would it be an asymptotic approach?
I think it would approach linearly. Yeah.
Rising up as far. Would it be asymptotic, or would it be a perfect approach to the level of the eyes?
I think that it would work just like all perspective works, that things would get smaller and smaller approaching the vanishing point.
Sorry. Terrible noise in the background. I don't know if that's you or whatever, but somebody needs to stop that noise. I think it would be an asymptotic approach where the surface would rise toward the level of the eyes, but reach a point where it doesn't rise perceptibly that much anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. My guess is it would be linear. That's why I don't think things would get cut off from the bottom. But I see what you're saying. If it's asymptotic, then it would. That was God rocking. I don't know. He muted himself, so we can't hear it anymore.
Well, an asymptotic rise, Mr. Matthew, would match what we see with light appearing to spread from the point source. Light may start out from the eye, but it spreads from there like a pie slice or like a triangle expanding and making the visual scene take in more and more information, which would imply an asymptotic rise toward the level of the eyes, not linear. As the surface rises toward the level of the eyes, the visual scene as more and more information that's crammed into the same space. And eventually the surface that you're above will appear to be below the level of the eyes, asymptotically, one would assume.
Hey, Lemon, can you just give me a brief rundown on the term asymptotically?
It's a curve that approaches another line but never quite touches it. If you graph the function, I don't know, y equals the square root of x, or something like that. It'll approach the line like 1/2, but never quite touch it as a rough example. I'm probably butchering the math, but whenever a line approaches another line but never quite touches it, that line is called an asymptote. And it rises asymptotically toward that line, but never quite crosses it or touches it. So if the flat surface was asymptotically rising toward the level of the eyes, it would keep going up toward the level of the eyes, but not necessarily quite reach the level of the eyes. Potentially even being below the level of the eyes if you're high enough off the surface and looking far enough along it. So I guess the question is, does the surface rise perfectly to the level of the eyes in a perfect match? Or does it asymptotically rise toward the level of the eyes and eventually drop off if you're far enough above the surface? I think an asymptotic rise would match what we see when we look over a flat table as well. The table appears to be below the level of the eyes, but rising toward the level of the eyes, yes. But it has an end. And so eventually it does appear to fall below the level of the eyes, even though it's obviously flat and rising toward the level of the eyes. I think our flat plane would be similar.
In the image I posted, it looks like everything's pretty linear. That's why I don't think it's asymptotic.
Well, if you take and draw a line across the where that hallway starts, and it's at the bottom of the page, it's right at the bottom of the picture, and then if you draw another line across the center of that picture, where everything converges, it is a little bit below the center, but who knows where the camera was located on this photo? So, it does rise to the eye level, even in this picture, because, like I said, just draw a line right through the center of that picture, through where it converges, and then the line at the bottom where it starts. I mean, it rises up quite a bit.
Yeah. But those red lines are straight lines, is what I was saying.
Yeah, of course.
So I kind of disagree with this statement that the horizon rises to eye level. I don't think it's ever exactly at eye level. It may be at very short distances, but I don't think that's necessarily the case over, vast distances. I would say that the horizon doesn't ever meet your eye level, even though it does ramp up due to perspective and appear to go up to your eye level. I don't think it actually gets to your exact eye level.
Yeah, there's space between you and the surface. So this space, well, just like any object, would appear to expand as it gets away from the level of the eye. Especially if you get higher and higher and higher, that block of air between you and the surface would, magnify and get bigger and bigger. So there would be a slight separation between the level of the eyes and the ground. Very slight. It would rise toward the level of the eyes, yes, but I'd say it would rise asymptotically like an asymptote in one of these, math, graphs or whatever. Approaching it, but never quite touching it.
Matthew, I'm not asking you to speak for somebody else, but if somebody who was on your side, I think you're on our side, but anyway, but somebody who's on your side would come up to you and say, why don't you just buy a telescope, get in Dallas, Texas, and look at Las Vegas, which is 1,000 miles away over land. You should be able to see it, you flat earthers. You should be able to see it. And, and if you can't see Las Vegas from 1,000 miles away from Dallas using a telescope, then obviously you live on a spinning ball. What would you tell somebody who made that argument?
I would say the air in between for at that distance would make it impossible, and that you should try a microwave radio instead, because those go line of sight. And if you just ramp up the power, then it would work.
So I'm sorry. Instead of using a telescope, use what?
Those microwave phone towers where they sometimes have them on top of mountains for sending phone signals.
So a microwave phone tower. Okay. Thank you.
There was a time when they posted when they first started using microwave, they had a dish on, I think it was on top of some building, which was, I don't know, maybe 100 feet up or something, I think they said. And then they had another dish that was a little over 100 miles away. And at the time, that was like a record. That was the first time they'd ever had communications with a microwave dish-to-dish communication, point-to-point, straight line. It was 100 miles. And they made a big deal about it, and there was an article about it and everything. And it's quite old. I'll try to find it. But I'm not sure how many feet of drop there would be in 100 miles. But the dish should have been way down over the curve. And they also mentioned that it was line of sight, point-to-point communications. Otherwise, it wouldn't have worked.
Yeah, 6,667 feet. One of those 666 satanic thing on the
That's all derived from the radius, and I think that's why they chose the radius as to be what it is, because all of those 666 numbers come up because of that radius number.
No, it's just 2/3.
I know it's 2/3, but that's 666 if you want to round it, round it up or round it, whatever. 2/3 is exactly 2/3 is 6.66. Am I wrong?
No,
Or
we're just
6.667. Yeah.
We're satisfying his tendency to focus on the wrong shit. Listen, Matthew, what does line of sight mean?
It means that there's nothing blocking the two things, like the sender and the receiver.
So why would they call it line of sight instead of squiggle of sight?
So because it's just a straight line between the two.
Absolutely. And over large distances, can that straight line, if it's going to be line to sight for the communication, can that straight line be bent, curved?
No, that's why I don't think microwave signals work between Las Vegas and Dallas, to use that example.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure the audience was kind of caught up, because y'all are down something of a rabbit hole. And once again, this is not globe proof. Would you agree?
The fact that it doesn't work is suspicious. If the Earth were flat, it seems like it should work.
That was a quiet response, but I think I got what I needed. Thank you, sir. So anyway, some of the story is that radio signals bounce off of an ionosphere, right? Is that right, Matthew?
Some of them do, yeah.
Oh, okay. And which are those?
I don't know which wavelengths, but visible.
What devices use them?
I don't know. Like long-range ham radios use that.
So a long-range ham radio is sending signals up into the sky, and then they're bouncing back down to the Earth, however many times, to go this long distance to the other side of the Earth.
Sometimes depends on the atmospheric conditions and whether it's daytime or nighttime and all that stuff.
So, and you've helped construct these apparatus so that you are able to speak from a position of knowledge on these subjects?
No, not at all. I've never even used a ham radio.
Got it. So you're just believing what you're told?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Really did not mean to kill the conversation. I'm sorry. I did interrupt you, Godrock, and I just wanted to make sure people understood kind of the layman's version of what you guys are doing, because you two are very smart about stuff like this, and I wanted to, just for a second, bring it down to my level. Okay, now continue talking about the minutia, because it's very important.
You're all good, Vlad. You don't ever need to worry about me.
Yeah,
you just do what you want to do. We're all good.
Yeah, Glatt got very deep. I appreciate that.
Well, if you consider that deep, then awesome. Cool.
Well, for us newbies, relatively newbies, 7-8 months into it, it was good. Thanks.
Well, yeah, it's always bugged me. What's it truly bouncing off of? Like can a signal bounce off of really thick gas or air or something? I've never tested it, so I don't know. You know what I mean? But it just seems nutty to me that one could believe that. But maybe I'm off.
I think it might be possible if there were extremely dense cloud cover, because then there would be an awful lot of water in the clouds. And I think it might be for instance, shortwave radio communications. They seem to be able to talk like around the world, basically. Almost, with a very powerful radio of that nature. And maybe, just maybe, with the super dense cloud cover, you could possibly get some reflection off of it. I don't think it would be a very high quality, but nonetheless, it could maybe happen, I think. But it would have to be super thick, dense cloud cover.
Right. Yeah, so like maybe in comparison with what is said about like atmosphere or gravity or both being a container, right? To me, that's not happening. Of course, it's not a container, but I don't even think. I don't think I'm going to disagree with you, Godrock, and say I don't think, especially uniformly, to be able to expect a signal at the other spot at the exact location. I don't think that one can bounce signals from the ground to the sky and have it come back down like that.
You might be right, but if you understand how shortwave radio works, they work. I didn't say it did for sure. I said maybe.
Okay. Yeah.
Off of a super dense cloud cover. How they work is they have very tall antennas. Some of them a good shortwave radio will have an antenna at 50 feet, maybe even some of them 100 feet in their backyard. These nutcase old
right.
They have got antennas that are like 100 feet tall, and so that would broadcast a signal like pretty much over the top of just about every building. But I'm just saying that maybe if the dense cloud cover was super dense, like just real thick clouds with a lot of water in them, maybe. I'm not
maybe like a hurricane cloud cover kind of deal.
Just something with a lot of water in it.
Right, I hear you. It's interesting.
So Matthew, just going back just a couple of minutes ago, if there was no mountains, anything, hills between Dallas and Las Vegas, which there is, if there was none, and let's say it was no interference from mountains or topography, anything like that. If you put a microwave phone tower 300 feet in the air, 200 feet in the air, over a flat surface, it would be able to pick up Las Vegas on a flat surface from 1,000 miles?
It should be able to, yes. It's all about power and how sensitive the receiver is.
Yeah. Well, that's good to know. I appreciate that, because that was one of the 10 talking points of Not Professor Dave when he did his, did a video where he said, flat earthers, do something. I mean, go to Dallas where where you have all your meetings, and take a telescope and look at Vegas. You should be able to see Vegas with your telescope from 1,000 miles. It's like that's just another stupid thing that he says. But it's just like, okay, but it's nice to know a microwave phone tower might be able to do something like that.
But it would have to start at a very high elevation, though. I mean,
yes, it would, especially because there are relatively high elevations between here and between Dallas and Las Vegas.
Right. Well, the thing of it is, if there's going to be anything like buildings or literally a mountain in the way, the wave's not going to go through that.
No,
you're going to have to go over that in some way. I don't think the distance is out of. Let's say I think they could probably produce enough power on a microwave signal to travel 1,000 miles, but it's not going to go through a solid object, a building or a mountain. That's not going to happen.
So you don't buy into the thing that the bendy light will go over the mountain? You don't buy into that?
No, absolutely not. You know me on that. On the refraction thing, I'm just about fed up with that horse shit.
Yeah.
Well, they could try it from the top of Pikes Peak in Colorado, because there's nothing higher than Pikes Peak between there and Dallas or New York City or whatever.
Yeah, Pikes Peak's 14,500 feet tall. So that's hey, that would be good. It's a little ways away from here, but shoot. It was interesting. I know. Forgive me for this little story. It was Dallas Parkway is a toll road that runs basically north-south out of Dallas, running north, and El Dorado Parkway is about 25 miles straight north of Dallas. And so I noticed when I was at El Dorado Parkway going over to Denton, Texas, I was driving back over a couple bridges. And the first bridge, had a pretty good sized lake, and me being a flat earther now, I look and I go, I don't see any bend in that lake from left to right, and so that's how I think now. And then I looked up, across the lake, and there is the skyline of Dallas. It's just like, it's like I'm 5 miles away or 3 miles away from the skyline of Dallas, but it's 25 miles away. Obviously, it's a lot smaller, but I could see every single building, and no 300 foot of curve. And obviously I was about 20 feet off the ground, being on a bridge, and so it's just like there was no curve. Yeah, that was downtown Skyline Dallas, which I've seen so many times, and it's just like, wow, I just proved flat Earth from 25 miles north of Dallas on El Dorado Parkway going across the bridge. That's all.
Yeah, one time I was in the mountains. I had just bought some what's called FM transceivers. They're like a walkie-talkie or a radio frequency that you can. The police radios are FM anyway. It's an FM, it's an FM transceiver. If anybody knows what that is. Anyway, I just bought them. They're brand new. I had one on me. I left one at home with my dad. But there's some mountains. I was 200 miles away in the Uinta Mountains. And I'd gotten very sick. And so I told my dad I was going to try and use this repeater to get a hold of him. There's a repeater that's owned by a club. You have to be a member of their club. And my dad knows one of the club members. And he gave us the frequency to use the repeater. Never really used it. I just used it this one time for an emergency. And my radio only put out 1/4 of a watt. And then it is made to go to an amplifier generally, unless you're talking in close proximity. So I went like 200 miles because it was line of sight. And this was an FM signal. I don't know if they travel easier or farther or whatever, but I hit the repeater. I could have never reached my dad's house because he was like way behind the mountain, way below at the base of the mountain. And the repeater's on top. So I used the repeater. I told him to monitor that repeater channel. And it's got this function, I can't remember what it is, where they use 2 different frequencies, one to broadcast and one to receive on. It's called, I can't remember. It'll come to mind here, hopefully. But anyway, I actually reached my dad with 1/4 of a watt of power from a handheld FM transceiver, and I was over 200 miles from home. But there was a repeater that I used for the last 15 miles. Because that repeater was right on the top of the mountains, right? It was 9,300 feet, the repeater was, and I think I was probably at like 10,000 plus in the Uinta Mountains. And I had a line of sight, perfect straight shot to that repeater, and then it blasted it down to my dad's house. He was sitting in the living room having a cup of coffee when I called him. So, I think you can go quite a ways as long as you've got a line of sight. This was antenna to antenna rather than dish to dish, but it worked. And I was over 200 miles from home, so I think it's all about the line of sight, and so that's why I say this is such a great argument that there's anything in the way of these signals, anything in the way, the signal's not going to reach them. So these line of sight dish to dish microwave things and line of sight FM transceiver transmissions, they all work dandy as long as there's nothing in the way. Trees, even trees, and sparsely leaved trees and that they mess it up. It's bad. You can't get through it. So I think it's great proof that it's flat because there's just no other way to make those communications work without literally having a line of sight communication, right point to point with nothing in the way.
Matthew, what you think about going to a Flat Earth conference?
I'm sorry, I wasn't watching when you asked the question, but if you could ask the panel a question, that would be great. I don't remember what book I was reading from. If it was probably something online about Ptolemy. Slow mo, Moonbuggy. Oh, you might not be able to speak. Okay, or
It was like 2 years ago. It could have been 2 years ago, a year and a half ago.
yeah, I've
Can you
read.
hear me?
Yeah, I've read various things online at different times. So that's going way back in the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, it was like a year and a half. It could have been year and a half, 2 years ago. I think I remember it saying something Royal Society Celestial something.
You should yeah, I bet if you just do Ptolemy and just do a search, that's usually what I've done, and then I just kind of just briefly go through them and find the ones that are the one that is interesting. So I skim through stuff a lot of times and find one that seems to be interesting to me.
Yeah, that was really interesting because if that's the deal, then all of the other planets are based on Ptolemy. I call him Ptolemy, by the way. I pronounce the P. All the other planets are based on him being told by spirits the size of Venus is the same size as Earth.
Yeah, I would have to review the spirit part, but yeah, that doesn't surprise
or angels. It was either angels or spirits.
Yeah, these people were very spiritual people. This whole argument is a very spiritual, philosophical line of questioning.
All right, cool. I will look for that, man. Thanks for your help.
I'm sorry.
I posted it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Couldn't give you anything specific on that, man. Really.
I posted a photo. I posted a photo in the bottom of live stream there, and it's about how frequency waves, what they look like, and whatnot. And I just kind of wanted to explain a little something to people. I don't know if this is going to do anybody any good or whatever, but I'm going to just go with it. If you look at on the far left, the radio frequency waves, inside the two blue lines is a space and time. Basically, that's you can transmit that signal, and then you take on the far right, you have all those crammed into that same line. You straighten them out on the far right, and it's a very long distance, because how you get information sent is they piggyback it on the backside of these frequency waves. They piggyback the information on top. So when you say you're getting a really super fast communication, it's not because the wave itself is going so much faster. That has nothing to do with it. It has to do with how many ups and downs you got, so you can pack information on up and down, up and down. You can pack so much more information on the back of this line on the far right than you can on the one on the far left. So that's why you can communicate. The gamma rays are extremely fast. I mean, if you could transmit information using a gamma ray, you could have one hell of a bullet fast communication, or even X-rays or whatever. So it has nothing to do with the actual speed as it passes through the atmosphere and gets to wherever it gets. The speed of the communication is all because you have all that surface area to pack information on. I don't know if that means anything, but I just figured I'd kind of lay that out because a lot of people don't know how these frequency waves work.
I like talking about the Hickenbacken World War II transmissions by the Nazis that triangulated the bombers at heights that they couldn't possibly, and distances. And then the Marconi transmissions. Those are the most amazing to me, because they know at those frequencies their line of sight. Am I correct on that? I'm pretty sure I am.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, I wanted to say hi to Ariel. Hi, Ariel. How are you? If you're able to, if you're near your mic, I saw you on the. Thanks for DMing me. Anyway, yep. How is it in the UK? Has anyone ever heard Jacob Rothschild speak yet?
No, the only thing I've ever seen is when he posted that thing in live stream that said, "My family's worth over $500 trillion. We financed every war since Napoleon, both sides, and you don't even know who I am." That's the only thing I've ever heard from him.
Yeah, I heard some from Jacob. He sent me a PM, and he said that Sonny is the most brilliant person he's ever listened to.
Nice.
That's what.
Well,
That's
thank
what.
you very much. I appreciate it. I don't
Yeah.
want to.
So.
I don't want to. I don't want to disappoint my fans.
Hey, Sonny. I figured out that fan is short for fanatic. So we're all growing up we were St. Louis Cardinal fanatics or Boston Celtic fanatics. We weren't fans, we were fanatics.
I grew up in St. Louis.
I was a big St. Louis Cardinal fan. Bob Gibson, Lou Brock, Orlando Cepeda, and Mike Shannon and all those people. And so I was a big fan, but looking back, I was more of a fanatic than I was a fan.
I'm going to the Cardinals game tomorrow. Big fan here as well.
All right, Naples.
And I've partied with Lou Brock's son back in the day.
My mother apparently was friends with all of the famous baseball stars' wives. Like they hung out in the same neighborhood.
I can do one better, Sonny. I taught Bob Gibson how to pitch. Yep.
Sure.
Yep. I got you on that one. You can't do better than that one.
Are you kidding me? You'd have to be like 95 years old.
You got me. Actually, when I was in little league, just playing, I imitated Bob Gibson's wind up to the tee. It was like I watched him, and then that's what I would throw to my dad, and then that's what I would throw in the little league games. I got away from that as I got older, but I did exactly what Bob Gibson did that exact same wind up.
Well, apparently there was a lot of wife swapping going on back in those days, from my understanding. I don't know where that came from. Whoa, sorry about that. Where'd that come
So Ray Langford's wife used to bring me lunch all the time at work and would try to get me to go out with her, but I didn't bite.
There's so many responses to what you just said, but we'll let it go. We'll let it lie. For all you Cubs and Cardinal fanatics out there, not fans, but fanatics, we have an interesting thing going on in the major leagues right now. The Cubs and the Cardinals are in the same division. The Cardinals are 32-23, and the Cubs are 23-32. So figure that one out. What's the chance of that happen? And anybody who lives in Illinois knows the cutoff between Chicago Cub fans and St. Louis Cardinal fans is Interstate 74, basically.
So if you lived on one side of the freeway or the interstate, and some other fans were, you could literally throw rocks at their house.
I was a St. Louis Cardinal fan about 15 miles north of Interstate 74. So I was surrounded. Of course, I was a Cardinal fan because my dad was, but I was surrounded by Cub fans because it was north of Interstate 74. Interstate 74 runs from Galesburg through Peoria, through Bloomington, through Champaign, almost east to west through Illinois. And so if you were north of 74, Interstate 74, you were a Cub fan. If you were south, then you were a Cardinal. But I was a little bit above 74, and I was a Cardinal fan. So I was in the enemy's camp for basically my whole childhood.
That's funny.
And the Cubs were terrible. I mean the Cubs were, they had some good players, Ernie Banks, Ferguson Jenkins, Ron Santo. But they were, they did go 90 years or whatever it was without winning the World Series. And the Cardinals won in 64 and 67 and went to the World Series in 68. They won in 81. I think they lost in 84 and 87, but at least they went to the World Series. And so it was like poor Cubbies, they couldn't get out of the way of themselves. They were just. So, if you're from Illinois, you understand the Cubs' plight, and so.
It's funny you mentioned the city Champaign. I've been there once. Those huge, big irrigation canals that run around through the farmland there in Champaign. Are you familiar with them at all?
Well, I grew up in Peoria, and as a young person, if you made it over to Champaign, which was like 90 miles to the east,
yeah,
I mean, you were really, getting out there. It's just like, wow. I mean, going to Peoria was like a big deal. And so, the only thing I knew about Champaign back at that time was the University of Illinois and their colors of orange and blue, because I was a big basketball fan of the U of I, as I was with Bradley in Peoria.
Yeah, it's a big college town. There's no doubt about that. Anyway, weed grows along those irrigation canals all through Champaign area. It's just thick, but it's the hemp. It's the kind that you use for making rope and stuff. I guess has very little THC content. But we didn't know any better, so we went and picked 800 pounds of it, brought it back to Utah, and they sold it for $40 a pound.
Yeah.
That's crazy shit. Every time I hear the word Champaign, I just remember that trip we took back there. I was just a kid. I was only 17 years old.
Back when I was growing up in Illinois, it was called the Land of Lincoln. And I even went to Salem and places like that and visited. I think I actually even went to the place where Lincoln was born. And so as I moved out of Illinois, somebody by the name of Obama came along, and now Illinois is known as the land of Obama instead of the land of Lincoln.
Well,
according to the history books, Lincoln was born in Kentucky. Saying I don't know where he was born.
Well, that's very possible. My dad took me down to Kentucky to play golf one time. Stayed overnight and played golf at this really nice golf course, and so it's very possible that and I might be wrong. I might have gone to where he moved from Kentucky because he's from Illinois. He was a Illinois state senator first. I'm not sure because you had the famous Lincoln Douglas debates. I believe took place in Illinois. But yeah, it's very possible he was actually born in Kentucky, just like Bill Clinton was born in Hope, and he moved to Hot Springs. But everybody thinks he was the man from Hope, but he actually grew up in Hot Springs. So I'll concede to the fact that he was probably born in Kentucky. I remember going to his burial place and going to a town that was replicated, had log cabins all around, that I remember walking through.
Is it true that Obama was born in Hawaii? Has that ever been confirmed or not?
I'm pretty sure it was Kenya, but I think they have conflicting information.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because I thought you had to be born in the United States to be a president.
That was supposedly one of the reasons that Arnold Schwarzenegger never ran for president after he was governor of California, because he was born in Austria.
I suspect they faked the Hawaii birth certificate. If you look at the Hawaii birth certificate, it's really bad. Really bad fake. Almost like they wanted you to know that they're just laughing at it.
Just like they put the flat Earth map on the UN flag, the UN logo, they're just laughing at us. They know it. They know it's flat. They're just laughing at us. And then they put 8 triangles with 4 spaces on, underneath the map with a big circle in the middle for 33, and we know what 33 stands for.
Yeah, there's no Antarctica on that map either, other than the leaves of whatever that olive tree or whatever those leaves are that are supposed to represent, I'm not sure what, but I mean, it looks like Antarctica to me, but they don't say that. That's a strange map that they would use that. I agree. It's
I mean, they could have figured something out to put a globe-like logo on there. They could have figured something out, but they didn't. But anyway, what about those Cubs? Not doing so good.
I've never had a baseball team to get behind. Living here where I live, never had much baseball going on around here.
In Utah?
Yeah, just some minor leagues.
Did you ever get into University of Utah sports?
No. I mean, following them? Yeah, sure. Yeah, they had to, BYU more so, when BYU had that long run of football championships. They won. I can't remember what do they call it when you're part of a college? The size of your college puts you into a certain bracket.
Dynasty?
I guess that's what it is. But BYU won several championships in their dynasty, or whatever you want to call it, I guess. So I was more of a BYU fan. That's where who's that guy that replaced for the 49ers? For the 40, he played for the 49ers. It was Joe Montana. Then it was
Young.
Steve Young. Steve Young went to BYU University.
Yeah. I think BYU's in the WAC conference and Utah's in the Pacific, in the Pac-12, if I remember right.
And then who's that guy that played for the Bears and won?
Jim McMahon.
Jim McMahon. He lived here in Roy, which is where my parents live. My brother played football with him.
Yeah, in Bloomington, Illinois, which is just close to Peoria, in 1986, they had a Super Bowl party when the Bears won their Super Bowl in '86. Jim McMahon was the quarterback. Mike Singletary was the famous linebacker with the big eyes that looked everywhere.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how scripted are sports?
10.
Nice. Ding, ding, ding.
Back in the 60s and 70s, because the NBA and the ABA back at the time was so boring, that I think a lot of people started to come to the conclusion that the ABA and NBA were all scripted betting and all that stuff. And then you got Magic Johnson and Larry Bird came in 1980, 81, and then Jordan came in at 84, and everybody stopped thinking about the the scripted and staged part of it. But all it takes is a few calls. I mean, that's it. I mean, the players don't have to be in on it; just the referees.
Yeah, we did have the Utah Stars ABA team. I think they won the championship once, and then we had the hockey team too. That was wasn't the huge big league. It was the one below the Major League of Hockey in Salt Lake, and they won the championship. I seen the 7th game in the Salt Palace. I was there that day they won the championship. I can't remember their name. It was so damn long ago. But we've only had one professional team here. It's been the Jazz. That's the only major professional team of any sort we've ever had here. So the Jazz, and they had their run at it, but
Michael Jordan got in the way.
Michael Jordan got in the way, didn't he?
John Stockton and Malone and all those guys couldn't stop Michael and Pippen and Rodman. Yep. I was such a huge Chicago Bull fan.
It was fun that we got that far, though. I mean, for a little state like Utah, not having much of a real pro any sports background, so to speak. Till the Jazz came along.
I was so into the Bulls in 91, 92, 93 that when they were on TV and they were playing in the playoffs, I would get so nervous that I'd have to leave the room and then come back. When the game was over, I get so nervous. I was so into. I mean, people talk about LeBron James and the players today, but Michael Jordan was actually the very best player. He played defense like nobody's business. And another fun thing is, Michael Jordan, he only played like 14 or 15 seasons, but in 9 of those seasons, he played all 82 games of the regular season. And I think the other season, he played like 80 or 81. So for, 10 out of 14 seasons, he basically played every single game. And LeBron James has only done that once. So I always find that fascinating. I saw Michael Jordan play once in Chicago and once in Indianapolis, and you could actually pay a ticket and just watch him play. Forget about the other 9 guys on the floor. Just watch him play defense and offense, and you got your money's worth. He was really, really something to watch in person.
Yeah, I've seen the Jazz play a couple games, but other than that, no.
Jordan could always dunk way better when the court was facing east. He could just jump and the ground moved 1,000 miles an hour under him, so he could dunk from half court. That shit was dope.
Yeah, that's where they got the Jordan Air tennis shoes from, isn't it?
Yeah, the air spins.
Yeah, or whatever they were called.
I kind of heard they got the Jordan Air tennis shoes from the wet market, from the child labor, stuff in China. That's kind of what I heard. The poor kids had to put it together and for nothing, and then they sold it for $100 in the United States. Oops, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone there. But
I thought it was because he could fly like a bird.
Yeah,
he could though. He could jump, and he could. I don't know how far out he could jump from, but it was somewhere near the foul line, I'm sure.
well, you see that famous. You see that. I think you can go see it today. That famous where he starts at the other end of the court, and he literally takes off. He runs down, dribbles down, and takes off from the free throw line, which is 15 feet away from the goal, and the goal's 10 feet high. He literally takes off from the free throw line and he dunks.
Right.
From there, it's like, I think I got that on my phone somewhere.
He got really rich because he sweated Gatorade, so he was like a Gatorade factory for a couple of years there. Got rich as balls off that.
I think it was just reported that LeBron James is the first professional athlete to be worth $1 billion with a B. I think Tiger is only up to about $800 million, Tiger Woods. But LeBron just passed that threshold. He's worth $1 billion now.
Wow.
Can't take it with him, but he's worth $1 billion.
It's all those rituals before the game, praying.
I think it's crazy what Conor McGregor did. He was the highest paid combat sports athlete in the world, I think, in 1 year. Maybe the second. Maybe Mayweather was one, but he was very close to being number one, and he was just a UFC fighter.
And I think that's definitely scripted and staged. I think that stuff all is.
You think it is? You think the UFC is?
Yeah, I think that stuff is all scripted and staged. I look at that stuff, and the people that promote it, like Dana White and Joe Rogan, I mean, those people are clowns. And so I kind of look at it that way. But that's just me.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a hard time with that, because if you watch them fights, I mean, some of them guys, some of them get beat down pretty hard, and some of them get just near out on their feet, and then they'll come back and win it by some miraculous kick or something or whatever. And I just don't see how those kind of things could be scripted. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I'm not saying I'm right, but just if you watch the fights, I just have a hard time believing that some of the stuff that goes on in them rings, in that octagon, could be scripted, because it's just so violent, and you never know. I mean, the guy gets kicked in the head, full-blown kick, about knocks his head off his shoulders, and he stumbles around and gets back on his feet and wins the fight somehow. I mean, I don't know how you script something like that.
I think it's why they have WWF, because you'll be like, oh, that's fake. But then they have to just be slightly more. Now they just have to be slightly more realistic, and it looks more real to us. And
it's more than slightly realistic, I think.
I think for $2 million or $3 million or $5 million, I let somebody kick me in the head a few times, especially if I knew it was coming.
Right. I mean, I would say that if there's a tournament or a season that people are playing, you're going to pretty much let the game just roll as it rolls, right? But they don't plan it from the very beginning who's going to win the championship. They could, and more than likely you're going to pick the right people because they have the most talented players, right? And whether it's basketball, football, or boxing or UFC. And so you have them do these different challenges, different fights, where they're going to win, right? But when it comes down to championships, that's where you can actually kind of manipulate, the outcome. I mean, and we know in boxing, it's a known thing that people throw fights and shit,
That's all Don King was known for, was kind of getting in there and going, well, you're going to win and you're going to lose.
It's like you think you can't do that in football, you know? Either with the referees or the players. I mean, because I've seen some trippy shit on NFL stuff. It's like, nah, that dude freaking he tried to tackle him, but he didn't really try to tackle him. You know, you know what I mean? So you never know. You never know. But it really only counts like for championships. That's where the highest betting, is involved.
Yeah, it's not every game. There's dudes with Patreon accounts that predict games, and they're more than 50% correct. They're correct more than half the time. Just based on using gematria, actually, looking at numbers.
I found it fast. Go ahead, Helio.
Well, I was just saying, gematria doesn't completely solve the puzzle. I mean, there are some backroom deals, bro. It's not.
Oh yeah, but I'm just saying, in real life, there are guys predicting these games using only gematria, and they get a lot of them correct. So
I've heard some of that. Yeah. You talking about what's that guy's name that used to talk to Jaron? Oh, I can't remember his name.
The most popular one is Zach Hubbard.
Yeah, Zach. Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. And he gets a lot of stuff correct. It's not always right, but more than
50% is not a good not a good stat. Just like Toby Dog said.
No, and I don't know the stat, but the people that follow him win a lot of money, and I think there's something there. Onto something.
Sure,
I don't follow it.
I mean, just like you don't know what's happening at the top,
No. But they send signals of who's going to win the game through commercials sometimes, and all sorts of weird stuff. And you can pay close attention. Like when I watch the
if the underdog gets it, bro, man, everybody freaking wins, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. When I watched the Seahawks lose to the Steelers in the Super Bowl, that was when I figured out something was up, because they just completely handed the game to the Steelers.
And don't be talking about the Steelers, man.
I found
I'm just playing.
I found it interesting that the NFL had a really, really bad 2020-21 season because of what they were following, and so here we come to 2021 and 2022, and the last 7 playoff games were all decided by 3 points or a tie in regulation between the Chiefs and the Bills. It was 36-36, and then Kansas City won the coin toss, and they went down and scored. So the best game was decided in overtime, 42-36. But all 7 games were decided either a tie or within 3 points, all of them. And so so that was a bettor's delight. And I'll try to be real discreet when I say this, but look at the team colors of the team that won the NFL title. And they're the same colors as the team that's playing in the NBA Finals now, the Golden State Warriors. So the LA Rams and the Golden State Warriors have the exact same team colors. And what?
It's just like if it's a blowout, that can be fun to watch if it's your team. But if it's a close game, that's more fun to watch, right?
Oh yeah, and I guess Helio, you can bet while the game is on. I mean, you can actually bet what's going to happen in the next quarter.
Yeah, you can bet every step of the way. You can say what's going to happen on this drive.
Exactly. Yeah, but somebody's getting rich but it's just like those last 7 games of the NFL season this year. It was like, I mean, if you were into football, it was like, wow, this is really exciting.
Yeah. I mean, I still love watching football. I mean, it's exciting. I mean, those athletes they do some amazing shit, right? But I just don't trust that it's completely legit,
The only NFL game I went to in Dallas was the very last one before the thing started. 2.5 years ago. It was December 29th, I believe.
Are you a
2000.
Cowboys fan?
I was a huge Cowboy fan, but
I'm a
now,
Steelers fan. You know, it's like
I don't care anymore because of what I've learned. But it was December 29th, 2019, and we took my oldest daughter and her husband, who was a huge Cowboy fan from Indiana, came down, and we went as a Christmas present. We got tickets for the Cowboys and Washington Redskins, and I tell you what, they put on a show in Dallas for their football. They
always do, bro.
They literally sardine 100,000 people into that building. I mean, I've
been to that stadium. I've been to that stadium, man. Yeah. I saw the Steelers. It was what's
preseason game.
Preseason game. You know, it was the Steelers, and so I went down to see the Steelers play Dallas preseason game. And I think I'm cursed because the Steelers lost.
Yeah.
You know, the other time I saw the Steelers was when they played in Memphis. The Oilers played in Memphis before they actually became the Nashville Titan. You know, Nashville. They played in Memphis for 1 year as the Oilers when they bought the Oilers from Houston. You remember that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, they played in Memphis for 1 year, and then they moved to Nashville.
I was going to ask you, are you old enough to remember the Bradshaw to the tip pass to Franco Harris and the miracle catch?
Yeah, that's when I became a Steelers fan. I was a little kid, but yeah.
He took it off the ground, didn't touch the ground, but he took it just before it hit the ground and took it to the end zone.
Dude, I mean, I've always loved Terry Bradshaw. I mean, he's a trip.
Yeah.
Even after he retired and shit, I mean, he's always on the commentary. He's just a funny guy. I mean, he was a great athlete, and you know, afterwards, he's still a great entertainer too.
And he came from a mid-major college. He came from like Louisiana Tech, I think it was. I think he went to college, Louisiana State or Louisiana Tech. So he didn't come from a very, very well-known college.
It's just like Pittsburgh just has a knack for picking some. I mean, look at Roethlisberger, man. He won 5 Super Bowls. He came from Miami of Ohio.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie Concussion?
Maybe, probably, but what's it about?
Is
it a football movie?
Yes, and it's based in Pittsburgh. Will Smith played the guy, but the concussion protocol that they follow in the NFL now, that's what the movie's about. Is about
hearing about it. I don't think I ever watched it though.
Yeah, I watched it. And it was awesome. And I watched it again just a few months ago, and it was awesome still. But it's actually the start of when the NFL started taking concussion seriously and started making sure that there was no more head-to-head contact, and they made the helmets more safe.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because I was scrolling through Facebook today, and of course I'm following Pittsburgh page just for posterity or whatever. But anyway, they have these new pads that they put on top of their helmet. These like cushioning pads for practice.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they look really weird. They look like freaking grenades or something. They have these like big cushions on them and shit.
I don't want to give away the movie in case somebody wants to go watch it, and I highly recommend it. If you like sports at all, watch Concussion. And Will Smith it plays the lawyer or works for a law firm, and he's foreign born in the movie, so he had to develop an accent for the movie. Mm-hmm. But it's really, really good, and I loved every minute of it, and I loved watching it the second time.
It's like I've seen it, but I definitely know I know what you're talking about. I'm not sure if I've seen the whole movie, but it came out like 10 years ago or something.
Oh, I remember watching it with college friends, and that would have been like 1998 or 2000, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
20 years ago then.
Yeah, maybe. That's one of those movies that you just kind of go, everybody, even if you love NFL football, if you love it, you got to watch it anyway. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, it's kind of anti NFL. It's a little bit anti NFL, but
Well, just
it's
like when you watch them play, it's just like you're just like, how the hell do they do that?
I mean,
be at the top of your freaking peak fitness, or on like shitloads of cocaine or something. Ram yourself into everybody.
Back 40, 50 years ago, you could hit anybody in football in any part of the body using your helmet as a spear. You literally could. If you want to take somebody's head off, you could use your helmet to do it. And they got rid of that. And but it's just like, wow.
You get a huge penalty, or you get ejected from the game if you do that.
Yeah.
Didn't they call it spearing or something? What was it?
Oh, I forget. I mean, and it even goes down to the college level. You know, if you lead with the helmet,
sure.
You know, you're gone. You know, it's not 15-yard penalty, and the second time you do it, you're gone. It's like you're gone. Yeah.
Which makes total sense, man. But I've seen a lot of really good hits where it's like fair game. Hey, you're running 15 miles an hour and somebody's running 15 miles right against you, and then bam, someone just freaking knock somebody out in a heartbeat like that, and without even not leading with the helmet, just pow. I mean, I can't imagine. I've never been hit like that. Been in a couple of car accidents, and that felt like shit, but I don't think I've ever been hit that hard. Like some guy just running towards me. We're running at full speed toward each other, and just pow.
And just check out some Jack Tatum videos on YouTube. You want to see?
Oh yeah, Oakland Raiders. He was a headhunter. Yep.
Oh, since you like the Cowboys, is it Marion Barry? Is that
That's the mayor of New York, of DC.
Hold on, I'm thinking of a different. Anyway, he was a running back. I think he was with when Emmitt Smith was there. Wasn't that his name, Marion? Anyway, one of the old Dallas running backs just died.
Yeah.
I think it's Marion Barry.
Tell you, the Dallas TV stations sure love themselves some Dallas Cowboys. I'm telling you, my goodness.
No, I'm not Marion Barry. Marion Barry was a freaking guy that was
mayor of DC.
Yeah, he was the governor. I mean, the mayor of Washington D.C. and got fucking busted smoking crack. And so. What was this? It was. Marion Barry. You remember when he got caught with hookers and smoking crack and shit? He was the mayor of Washington D.C.
Some bitch got reelected.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. That dude was something else.
I remember right. If I remember right, there was a presidential election. I don't remember which one, but the Democrat got 97% of the vote, or 93% of the vote, and the Republican got.
Democrats always get that much.
It wasn't. I mean, it was like what a joke. Why anybody just go vote in Washington D.C.? Just find who all the registered voters are.
It's Marion Barber, not Barry.
Yeah,
Marion Barber.
Yeah, Marion Barber.
Yeah, he just died. Yeah, I think he played with Emmitt Smith back in the day. Dude, I saw some videos, like some short clips. Marion Barber was found dead in his apartment by Frisco police. This article's from June 2nd. Yeah, so he just died a few days ago. Dude, he was so badass too. I mean, it was just like Barber was 38. No, if he's 38, well, I guess he could have played with Emmett Smith, or maybe it was right after Emmett Smith. He said it says he played for Cowboys between 2005 and 2011. So yeah, that was post Emmett Smith, wasn't it?
Yeah, Emmett Smith was part of that 91 to 95 Super Bowl run that they had.
I'm tripping, but I do remember Marion Barber. Let me find some clips from Marion. Dude, that dude was freaking badass too. I don't know why we're just getting into football. Hey, it's because there are no Globies in here to talk about. Hey, that football field's flat as shit.
No, if you
Let's
get
have
down,
a dome on it.
Actually, it does. You know, it's for the water to come out. They have to build it up in the middle so the water rolls off.
well, no, actually, Helio, they build it to the shape of the earth that's underneath it. A little bit of curve.
Don't give me that shit. No, they build it just like they build roads. They don't make roads flat. They actually put a little bit of hump in the middle so when it rains, the water goes off to the side.
Did you read that story about that 1,000-mile piece of railroad that they laid in 1880? They laid it in 1880. Then they figured out when they met in the middle, they didn't account for curve. So they had to tear it all down and rebuild it to account for the curve. Did you read that article recently?
No, I haven't seen that one. Look at this video.
No bridges, highways, canals, oil pipelines, which are everywhere in the United States, it seems like. Wherever constructed, no engineering plans, no blueprints, no architects ever accounted for curve of the earth. Nowhere.
This video, well, this is the one I saw the other day, but I mean, it doesn't matter which one you watch. Marion Barber was a fucking beast. Pardon my French. Played it on the live stream without audio, of course, but it says video and unplayable. I'll find another one. Yeah, there's certain videos I can post here, but I can't play it on live stream. God damn it. YouTube is such a pain in the ass sometimes. This one. Oh, man. You know what? Give up, I guess. Anyway, watch those videos. You can watch them. I just can't play them on live stream. Marion Barber, man, is. I remember the Jerome Bettis days, bro. The bus.
I remember when the Colts had, when Peyton was there, the Colts had a really, really good season, so they got a bye. They didn't play in the first round. And the Steelers and the Bettis and the Steelers had to. And so they won their game. So they came to Indianapolis. And the Colts were, they had a week off, so they just played terrible. And they had the Steelers had the ball, the 2-3 yard line, and gave it to Bettis to go into the end zone to make it, basically the game over because they would have been over one score, and he fumbled. He fumbled at the 2-yard line, and the Indianapolis Colt player picked it up, and he started running it back. He got back around the 40-yard line, and I think Rosenberger, tackled him. Just threw his arm out and tackled him. So here comes Peyton Manning out in the field. I think all he needed was a field goal to win. And so they got it down to like the 35-yard line, 52-yard, 47-yard field goal attempt by Vanderjagt, who was at the time one of the most accurate field goal kickers in NFL history. And for the win, Bettis would have been the scapegoat. For the win, Vanderjagt kicked it to the right and misses it from 47 or 50 yards out. So Bettis was let off the hook, because of his fumble. But I remember that. Everybody was so mad. First of all, because the Colts had a great season and they were terrible. And then they had a chance to win it, and they couldn't kick a field goal.
I mean, the kickers can actually make or break a game. I mean, but a 50-yard kick, I mean, you never know, man. I mean, it's that far. 50-yard field goal it's a hard thing to do, even if you're a professional.
One of the things we did with our family, my wife and the 2 girls, was we went to a lot of amusement parks down in Universal Studios in Florida, and then we went to Cedar Point in Sandusky, Ohio.
I've been there.
Yeah.
Did you ride the Top Thrill Dragster?
It was the best 22 seconds of my entire
so
life.
Freaking awesome! I sat in line for over an hour. Ooh, yes.
When that thing opened in 2002, I think Millennium Force opened in 1999, and Dragster opened in 2002. We went opening day, stood outside, in May when it was really, really cold because we wanted to ride it. And we must have waited 3 hours to get in, and it was really cold.
Before you could even get into the park, you had to wait 3 hours?
Yeah, because it was the beginning. It was the beginning of the season, and it was the first day of Dragster, Top Gun Dragster. And so we had to wait to get into the park, and then we wanted to get season tickets because if you went twice, it paid for itself. And so we waited for season tickets, and so it's about 3 hours before we got there. And we got there, and the line was just ridiculous. So we were just in the stands. We just watched it, as they're doing it. So fast forward a month later, we were going to go to Washington D.C. and New York for the girls, for my daughters, and let them see those places. So we went up Interstate 80 first to Sandusky to try to get in. And we got there. And it was like the Griswolds going to California, and it was shut down.
Yeah.
We got there, and Dragster was shut down for mechanical problems, and so we couldn't ride it. And we couldn't ride it then either. So we went to New York City and Washington D.C. and all that stuff. And then in August, we gave it one more shot. We were 5 hours away, so we gave it one more shot. We got there, and they have the sign that says how long the wait is. Hour 45 minutes, 2 hours. So we got there at 2:00 in the afternoon, and it said hour 45-minute wait. And I said, that's okay, that's cool. I can do that to ride 22 seconds, 120 miles an hour, in 4 seconds.
20 miles there, 400 feet in the air.
Yeah, it was just unbelievable. So we got in line, hour 45 minutes, no problem. Well, when it rains, 120 miles an hour doesn't feel too good against the face.
Raining?
So it started to rain, so they had to shut it down until the rain stopped. And then they had mechanical problems. And I finally got this guy, and my wife and 2 kids said, I'm not waiting any longer. So this guy from Kansas City, who drove from Kansas City to all the way to Ohio to ride the ride, we got in line together. It was till 8 o'clock we finally got on. I waited in line from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. And this guy from Kansas City and I got the first 2 seats. You're right.
You're in the front. You were in the front.
Oh, I was in the front with this guy from Kansas City. First time on it, and they do the little red, yellow, green. Boom, there you go. And 4 seconds, you're 120 miles an hour.
Yeah, the whole time you're just sitting there watching everybody do it. While you're in the queue. You're just watching. You're just and they have the speedometer thing. The speed register. It's like, whoosh, 120 miles an hour within, like a few seconds, right? I was just like, hell yeah. I had my son with me, and I was like, you're going to love this. And we're all sitting there for like over an hour and a half, I think is how long we had to wait. It was a nice day, and there apparently wasn't any issues with it. And but we had an hour and a half. I mean, the queue goes under the track, and you can see everybody going the whole time. You can hear them screaming and shit. It's freaking awesome. But I think he was, I don't remember the year we went, but I think he was like 10 or 11. And so we just stood in line that whole time. But yeah, that roller coaster is one of the best in the world.
I remember going up. It was August of 2002, and I remember going up, and it's just like, you get to the very top, it's like, oh my god, and then you go down, and obviously you're going 120 miles an hour going down too, and they corkscrew you a little bit.
Yeah,
and you get down there, and I remember getting down there, and I remember before we got off, I turned around and I said, I just did that. Because I was a wimp when I was growing up. It was like, no, you can't.
You didn't like the hot rides like that.
Oh, I hate it.
Dude, I loved roller coasters when I was a kid, bro.
The only reason I started doing roller coasters was when my oldest daughter got to be 4 foot tall, and she could go on them. So I always wanted to have a memory with the daughters. So I got in. We went down to Six Flags, the one in Cincinnati. I forget, but. That's where we started.
Kings Island.
And then we found out one week we went to the one in Cincinnati for like 3 days, and then we drove up through Columbus.
Did you go to Kings Island before it shut down?
Yes, Kings Island. Yes.
Did you ride the Beast?
Yeah, that's the very first one I.
Dude, I love the Beast. That's like 2 minutes long. It's almost 2 miles long, bro. That roller coaster is crazy.
Yeah, when we got there, my daughter had just turned 10 or 11. She was just tall enough to.
I was born in Ohio, by the way.
Yeah.
I would.
Ohio's a nice state. It's a nice state. A lot of things going on in Ohio. It's good. It's better than Illinois. But we got there, and she had just got over 4 foot tall, and she was like 10 or 11. And I remember we got there, and we got our tickets. We got in. We literally ran back to the to the Beast, because the Beast was towards the back end of the park, and so we didn't want to wait in line all that long.
Did you ride it during the day or the night?
Oh, it was 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh yeah, I rode it at nighttime. It was freaking trippy, but anyway.
Yeah, I've ridden Dragster, and Millennium Force was really great too at Cedar Point.
Yeah, it's just like this big hills and shit, and you're just like, it pretty much goes around a good portion of the park, the Millennium Force.
Did you guys know the Globe Earth would be the best ride ever if we could feel any of it?
Dude, you got that one right, Dave. We were spinning and spinning multiple millions of miles an hour, or thousands of miles an hour through space.
Yeah, if I remember right, it's been a long time ago, but I think Kings Island had a ride called Coriolis Effect, and I remember that because it was very true. Because I went up there, and I think the airplanes that we were put in, we had to account for. We had to turn a little bit to account for the Coriolis Effect below us. I remember that ride.
I think they probably should have some of these roller coasters named after Coriolis and Copernicus and shit. Claim that we're spinning and moving, we don't feel it.
I think my favorite ride of all time was called Gravitation. I think I did that.
The Gravitron? One where you're sticking to the wall. Gravitation. Was it a roller coaster? Or? Oh, Well, yeah, my favorite one is Gravitation too, because I ain't moving nowhere. You can call it gravity if you want. I weigh something. I live on Earth, and I'm not moving. Call it gravitation if you want to. There was this when I was growing up in Ohio, northeastern Ohio. There was this place called Geauga Lake. It was an amusement park, and it was really cool. They had a roller coaster called the Double Loop. You just go through a few hills, and then they had it set up where you go through 2 loops. Woo! And then you come back in. Really cool roller coaster. But they also had another park called Idora Park, which it wasn't Geauga Lake. Geauga Lake was they had a SeaWorld at Geauga Lake. So it was like Geauga Lake on one side, which is an amusement park, and then they had a SeaWorld on the other side. And so it was like there aren't too many SeaWorlds. Most of the SeaWorlds, when they had them, I don't know if they even have a SeaWorld anymore. But I met fucking Shamu at SeaWorld in Ohio. But I just remember in Idora Park, they had this, it was like the Gravitron, but it was called Hellhole. So you just went into, they opened the door, you walked in there, and it wasn't like Gravitron because you don't just, what the Gravitron is, you lean in the seat and then it slides up when it starts spinning. This was just like a cylinder, and you stand there. Once they get it speeding up fast enough to where with centrifugal force, you'll start sticking to the wall, and then they drop the floor. So then you can just start fucking moving. I'm sideways, I'm upside down, you start trying to do it best you can to freaking make as many positions as you can with the centrifugal force. So, I mean, it was totally different than Gravitron, but they called it the Hellhole. I love that ride. But I don't think I could do it, at this age. This is when I was a little kid. And I think it's way better than Gravitron. Because you're free. I mean, it was just like, they'd only let so many people in because I knew we were going to start messing around once they dropped that floor. You're going to be turning sideways. You don't want anybody kicking anybody else in the head and shit. They let 20 people in. They start spinning it. Ooh, this feels great. But it's similar to what they put our famous freaking brave astronauts, soldiers through when they go into the gravity chambers where they pass out and puke. I don't know. I don't do those centrifugal tests anymore because I definitely will puke. I just can't do the swingy stuff anymore. But I can do roller coasters because they change directions, and I'm like, fuck yeah. I just don't do the spinny stuff anymore. It just doesn't agree with me.
I could never go upside down in a roller coaster. I get sick.
What? Like loop-de-loops? On a roller coaster, you don't do the loop-de-loops?
They had that one roller coaster, that steel coaster in Cincinnati. Went upside down.
Jim, your mic is going really soft. Is it under your collar or something? There's this one roller coaster, Magic Springs, which is in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Weren't you saying something about Hot Springs earlier, Jim?
I was saying Bill Clinton was born in Hope and he grew up in Hot Springs.
Sure.
Yep.
Well, I moved to Arkansas when I was 10 years old, so I've lived here the whole time, except for a couple of years. I lived in Vegas for like a year, and then I moved back. But, so I grew up in Arkansas, and but I've been to Hot Springs. They have an amusement park there called Magic Springs, and they have a roller coaster. Shit, now I can't. I think it's called the Cobra or something. Me and my son went there. I bought season tickets. They have a water park and roller coasters and all kinds of shit there. I mean, this thing, depending on where you sit, bro, it's and the front seat's the best because you feel like you're flying because it's one of those ones that hang down and you can't see anything. There's no seats in front of you because so you're hanging and just going through all these twists and loops and shit. I think me and him rode it 10 times in a row one night. I don't know if I could do that anymore, but it was fun, when he was a kid.
I remember at Millennium Force at Sandusky, Ohio, it was like my wife and I rode it, and then it wasn't a very big crowd. So when we got off riding it the first time, we went, okay, we're going to go right back on the second time. And that was the biggest mistake. It was like I got done the second time. It was like I was so sick. I thought I could do it a second time, right in a row. It's like, nope, couldn't do that.
It's just like we had season tickets. It's like I'd try to show up early. When I know it's not going to be packed, and hey, we can ride these rides as many times as we want. I don't know. I guess I had more. I don't know. I guess I'd just have to be in the mood. I think I could ride that roller coaster a few times in a row, especially if I could get the front seat because I feel like I'm flying and shit. Hold my arms out, be like, woo!
Hey, here you
I
go.
don't know. I haven't ridden in many years, so maybe I couldn't.
Hey, Helio.
What's up, brother?
There's a new person here named Zelix. You want to try to talk to him?
Sure. Who is it? Zelix. Well, Zelix hasn't been VC verified. There are people in the VC verification room, but it seems like they're kind of stuck up there. So, Zelix, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and unmute you. If you want to talk to us, you can open your microphone. If you just want to listen, that's fine. We're just talking amongst each other. But if you have any questions about Flat Earth, I just unmuted you, so you have access to your microphone, so you can tell us how you found it, how you found the server, and what you think about Flat Earth. Go ahead, Zelix. No pressure. Said 3 of 7 members on the Vinegar Smokes. I unironically jerked off to a TWW Monta. See, anything in your description there really doesn't make any sense. Now, if you want to come in here and make sense of how you found our server and why you're curious, then go ahead and open your microphone and talk to us. I mean, I'm going to give you about 10 more seconds. If you don't open your microphone, then I'm going to go ahead and mute you again. And then you can go through the.
Come on, Zelix. At least say hi. Let's know you there. Let's say hi. Come on, man.
Come on, man. We ain't so scary. Man, there's some action going in the VC check-in room. But the only action going here is we're talking about roller coasters. Hey, Zelix, have you ever been on a roller coaster? I'll tell you about the biggest roller coaster is when you find out that what they told you about Earth cannot possibly be true. That's a big roller coaster to go on. It's a big one right there, bro. All right, I'm gonna have to mute Zelix so we don't get trolled. Hey, good looking out, Dave.
The Earth ain't what they told you. It's not a
Well,
globe.
it's not what you think it is. Dude, it does throw you for a loop when you see, and this is figurative, right? Throw you for a loop. I mean, all of these terms are, it's like, it'll throw you for a loop once you figure out the Earth is flat. Like, what do you mean by that? Ow, ow, ow. I mean, there's some people in the check-in room, so we might have some new people coming in to talk to us if those guys would ever let them go. Maybe they are, because I see it kind of diminishing. Maybe they are jumping down in here.
They've just been in there clowning for a while.
No, it's cool. That's cool. I mean, you got to, kind of vet people. It's cool. Take your time. Make sure that they're cool before they join any live stream. Freaking, let's have a talk. Let them meet the crew.
Hey Helio, I was just I went on to Uber Eats to see if I could order something, and Godfather's Pizza, which I've always enjoyed, has a 2-for-1 special right now. It's for evolution fanatics. It's called Monkey Bread. So I thought I'd get 2-for-1.
I think that shit comes from New Orleans. I don't even, that's all I know about. I think monkey bread comes from New Orleans.
That monkey bread, buy one, get the second monkey bread for free.
Couldn't imagine.
Godfather's
I
Pizza. I
couldn't imagine
remember around here, like.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was about to make a joke. Go ahead, Dave. You probably would.
I was just gonna say the Godfathers used to be around here back in the '80s. I know when they went out of business, they literally put like 3 pounds of cheese on every pizza. I don't know how they made any money. It's like a big wedge of cheese on the top.
No, I haven't had a Godfather's Pizza in a while. There's one about 20 miles from me. I've been wanting to try it, and it's actually in a Love's. It's how they have those big Love's gas stations and shit. It's in the Love's, so they make the pizzas there. I actually been. I see the billboard when I'm coming home because I'm I'm right near the Oklahoma border, so it's in the town right there at the border. I've been wanting to try one. Are you saying they put way too much cheese on the Godfather's Pizza?
Yeah, I mean, it's like literally like 2 inches of cheese.
I guess I just don't remember. I remember liking the flavor of their sauce though, and really when it comes to pizza, the sauce is boss. To me, gotta have a good tasting sauce. And believe it or not, I love Chuck E. Cheese's sauce. I always thought that was weird. It's really tangy. Dave, you're kind of roboting, bro. But dude, I mean,
Chuck E. Cheese is good pizza.
You like Chuck E. Cheese too?
Yeah, they have good pizza when it's made right. You get it fresh for sure.
Yeah, their sauce has just like this tanginess. It's really good as long as it's not overdone. It's just like their sauce is really good. So, but like sauces, kind of makes everything for me on a pizza. Well, I mean the crust as well. It's got to be certain consistency, but the sauce flavor, yeah. Chuck E. Cheese makes some good pizza. And the kids don't even realize it. I mean, every pizza tastes the same to them. They don't give a shit. Especially when you're going to Chuck E. Cheese, they're just like, "Oh, I'm going to eat." They're just filling their gullet, But they're all about the games. Little Caesars ain't bad. Ain't bad. Chuck E. Cheese kind of got the bomb sauce. Let me think of another one. Papa John's ain't so bad either. Man, Papa John's has some decent pizza. You know, if you got the right people working there and they know how to make a pizza. I worked for Pizza Hut for like 4 years, and I was assistant manager at a delivery unit. So I know how to make a motherfucking pizza. Their sauce ain't the best though. So now we're getting closer to Flat Earth because we're talking about pizzas.
We got a major shortage of ball levers today, don't we?
Hey man, we do have some lulls in the conversation, but for the most part, I think it's been fairly active for most of the day. So, I mean,
Yeah, just no ball believers though, right?
we had plenty of ball believers, but they wouldn't admit that they just believe it.
I see.
Except for Matthew, he's like, yeah, I believe it. The other ones don't realize that they just believe it, even though we, show them the evidence that they're just believers in the ball. Matthew owns that shit. It's like, yeah, I believe it. All right. But he understands both sides of the argument, and he says, like, yeah, I'm a believer in the ball. There you go. What else you gonna do with that? Yeah, I heard several conversations today with new people that can't figure out that they're believers like Matthew. They don't have any physical evidence that the Earth is a ball.
Nice.
You like that time lapse of the Suez Canal that I just posted? That's the only canal between continents on Earth that doesn't have locks. Like the Panama Canal, you have to go a certain distance, then they have to raise and lower the water level so you can pass through. Suez Canal, it's over 100 miles long. No locks. Is that 100 miles flat, or are they Are they sailing these huge shipping containers over 100 miles going over Earth's curvature through the Suez Canal? Not the only video. I can find hundreds of them, and if I can find them, so can you. Look up Suez Canal, how they built it, why they built it. Show me the curve on the Suez Canal. Yeah, I made that GIF there, but it was just from a portion of the video. The video is actually like 5 minutes long, and so I just captured the best part of it, and then put the text over it. Hey, you guys mind if I play another David Weiss talk? You can stop it anytime we get some new people, and it's kind of dead right now. He's putting like 2 a day out.
He's making songs?
No, interviews on different
nice.
radio stations and podcasts and stuff.
Do It Up seems dead to me.
All right, here we go. Let's listen to David Weiss for a little bit. He's talking to somebody I haven't heard before. I'm gonna play that.
Damn!
Damn, it's supposed to be playing right now. Let me try something.
Outer space is fake, man. Fuck.
Fuck outer space.
Fucking outer space. Space is fake AF.
This is supposed to be working.
It's supposed to be working.
I'm talking
Hey, I
about
heard-
the video. Well, hey, if you guys want to talk,
I'm here to talk, man, and tell you that there was some kind of glitch with the fucking Discord today. It was hacked or something. I don't know, man. Everybody was.
Yeah,
gossip.
I think it's under control right now. Did you get one of those links?
No, I don't know if I did, but I know.
Yeah, no. I think it's pretty much under control right now. So I don't think anyone has to worry about it. But yeah, the warnings in the announcements here. And
Right.
so if you get one of those Discord links, don't click on it.
Apparently, Gospel Bear got spammed. Fucking royal.
It was. I mean, we all got the fucking links, and it's just like,
Fuck.
But if you get one from from somebody, it's just a random thing, and it's just. I mean,
Do not click on it.
Yeah, don't click on it. Don't click.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys going through the nightmare to figure that out, and I'm glad I didn't click on anything weird. So appreciate it. I just had dinner with a friend, man, who's kind of a space head, but he doesn't know, light. He barely knew the speed of light, according to the, mainstream narrative. But he didn't know the moon, sun. He didn't know shit, man. Fucking, you're a space head, and you don't know that the sun is 93 million miles away on average? No.
Freaking easy to believe in outer space. What are you talking about? It's easy. It's right in front of your face all day long.
So
everybody believes in outer space. You don't?
You don't?
How preposterous.
How preposterously ridiculous. Because I saw it on TV, man, and you're just a retard, man.
The only reason you think outer space doesn't exist is because you're stupid.
I'm like, dude, man, nobody's going to outer space, man. You ain't going. And he goes, oh, I'd go in a minute. And I'm like, yeah, fucking ain't anybody going, man. Just give it up, man. I mean, come on, get over it.
Hey, man, I do have sympathy for people. Just like, I mean, I only say shit like I get really bombastic on here only because I can do it because it's here.
Right.
But I wouldn't do that right in front of somebody's face.
Well, I was nice. I'm like, dude, you're not going to space. I'm not going to space. Nobody's going to space, bro. It's over, man. He goes, but Elon Musk. I'm like, Elon Musk ain't doing.
Oh my god!
Come on, man. I'm like,
I would go in a nanosecond.
Yeah, Matthew would go in a nanosecond.
Go in a nanosecond. I'm like, nobody's going anywhere, man. Relax, man. Take it easy, bro. Don't be dreaming, man. Not that big. You can dream, but not that big. That's too big. Too big a dream, man. Give it up. You got to give it up. Don't.
You let that one go, man. Humble yourself. Let it go. Come on. Just if you can just humble yourself that much, say like I'm resolving myself to the fact that I'm never going to outer space. That's it. Period. If you can do that,
Hey, Matthew, can you finish his quote? I would go in a nanosecond, but
oh no, but they destroyed that technology, so I can't go anymore.
You can love it. That's good stuff. That's good stuff.
That hurt. Oh shit. I'm driving my car. I'm trying not to crash.
Yeah, don't be crashing, bro.
I'll be crashing my car. And it's a painful process to build it back. Well, apparently they're going through that painful process right now with the Artemis, whatever that means. That's some Greek god.
Yeah, it is. But it has something to do with some ancient mythology.
Right. A Greek god like Apollo, right? Yeah, that's a good one.
Apollo is the sun.
Yeah. Nothing fishy.
Are you denying? No. Are you denying that Apollo's
was the son of somebody, man? Who's the son of? I can't remember.
Son of the creator. Zeus.
The son of Zeus.
No, Apollo and those are both Greek gods, right? Apollo and Zeus.
I think so, man. Pretty sure. I mean, that's what it says in the books. And the books never lie. You know that.
So during the sun's cycle, when the sun moves south,
yeah,
I won't say 3 days. Between when it starts to cycle back north,
right?
It dies and is reborn. Comes back to life and starts moving back north again.
Interesting.
It's just what it does. That's really kind of where these stories come from.
I heard that the moon does that about every month.
No, the moon has a different pattern, but it's similar. It's similar but different.
Well, doesn't the moon go? It makes the same cycle as the sun every month, man.
It moves at a different speed. So that's why they have different calendars. If you look at a lunar calendar, it moves in a different cycle than the sun does. Now, as far as distance, we can't know distance to whatever objects they are, but they do move in different cycles, and over several years they create different patterns. And so you can create calendars from the moon or the sun, but eventually they'll sort of line up. You know what I mean?
Isn't that the analemma? They line up like that.
Well, they don't line up with the analemma. You can observe a lunar analemma or a solar analemma, and the Roman calendar, of course, is based on the path of the sun, and is it Gregorian? No, Gregorian is a. I just said that. What's the other one called? What's based off the path of the moon? Can't remember it now.
Sidereal?
No, Sidereal is something else. Hold on, let me look it up real quick. So if I don't talk about this all the time, I start forgetting shit. Lunar calendar. Well, if you think it doesn't, did you say?
28
No,
days.
this actually matters. This actually matters in that the different calendars, whether you base it off the lunar or the solar cycle, it matters because the heliocentrists say that the light from the sun causes the phases of the moon. Now, I won't say that they're not related, but
right.
I don't think that it's because the moon is a rock floating in space, and because that's impossible. Because I've looked into it enough to know that what they're claiming about the phases of the moon is completely impossible in their heliocentric idea. Because it's physically impossible. As far as where the sun is in this part of the solar system, and compared to where the moon is, supposedly freaking orbiting Earth, that's completely ridiculous. And if you really kind of like get it, well, if you really kind of get someone down to the points of it, and you could prove it through something like eclipses. You can show them that what you're saying about these phases and how they're caused by the sun cannot possibly be true, because we can observe the eclipses when you're saying the moon is here and it should be there. It's like, oh, we have a model. Well, here's where your model says the moon is. What you're saying about where you think it is cannot possibly be true. So just go ahead and give up that dumbass and stupid heliocentric model, or at least that portion of it, because where you're saying the moon is and where we observe what is happening, the phenomena cannot possibly be true.
Give it up, Mongos. Give it up. It's been a fun ride. You guys had a nice
Don't
long
believe
run.
me. Don't believe me. Just do
Don't
as
believe
much
us.
just look into it as much as we have, and you'll find out that their stupid idea about the heliocentric ball spinning around the universe, it just cannot possibly be true.
Well, it's
there are people that that are geocentrists, but they still think the Earth is a globe. So we have the sun moving around the globe and the moon moving around the globe, but it still doesn't work out.
No, man. It's got some issues. Yeah. A stationary globe. That's a problem.
A lunar calendar is a calendar based on the monthly cycles of the moon's phases, synodic months, lunations, in contrast to solar calendars whose annual cycles are based only directly on the solar year. The most commonly used calendar, the Gregorian calendar, is a solar calendar, a system that originally evolved out of a lunar calendar system. A purely lunar calendar is also distinguished from a lunisolar calendar whose lunar months are brought into alignment with the solar year through some process of this word intercalation. What the hell is intercalation? Hold on. Intercalation is timekeeping. Intercalation or embolism is timekeeping is the insertion of a leap day, week, month. That's a leap year. Shit. Anyway,
you say leap month?
Well, hold on. Let me click on it again. Intercalation is described as intercalation or embolism, which that's not the embolism that you have in your body. In timekeeping is the insertion of a leap day, week, or month into some calendar years to make the calendar follow the seasons or moon phases. Lunar solar calendars may require intercalations of both days and months. And, I mean, this is something that people should actually really take a look at.
Intercalation, man. You got to check it out.
Intercalation. Because if you're basing your calendar off of the path of the sun, you're in the Gregorian.
That's right.
It starts with an L. What's the one that, I mean, of course, lunar calendar, of course, it starts with an L. There's
like
Julian, isn't it?
Julian.
All right, well, I'm pretty sure it's Julian. Hold on. Julian. No, that's also a freaking sun-based calendar.
Yeah, I'm not.
What's the other? I'm trying to think of the other. Julian calendar is still used in parts of the Eastern Orthodox Church. What's you guys trying to take the piss? You guys don't remember what the moon calendar is? I mean, I know the Jews use the freaking moon calendar. Don't remember what it's called. Although the Gregorian calendar is in common and legal use in most countries, traditional lunar and lunisolar calendars, is kind of a balance, continue to be used throughout the world to determine religious festivals and national holidays. Such holidays include Rosh Hashanah, which is the Hebrew calendar. Ooh, that one. I'm clicking on the link. I'm like freaking exploring Wikipedia right now.
Yeah. Don't stop.
The Hebrew calendar, it has in parentheses Romanized, however, also called the Jewish calendar, is a lunisolar calendar used for Jewish religious observance, and as an official calendar of the State of Israel, it determines the dates for Jewish holidays. So what they do is they use a lunar calendar, in modern times, and just pretty much put it over the solar calendar, and they use their. And the real calendar is the solar. Anyway, I mean, the Jews always use the moon as their, because what would happen every 7 years they would have another month. I mean, it's similar to the leap year,
Right.
where we have an extra day. They would have 7 years and then an extra month. Did you guys know that, or am I?
I've heard that, but
yeah, that's what would happen with the Jewish calendar. They would have 12 months of 28 days, and then every 7 years they would have an extra month.
Huh.
The Hebrew lunar year is about 11. Hold on, it's about 11 days shorter than the solar year, and uses 19-year Metonic cycle. They're making this all complicated. It's just like every 7 years they had an extra month. And that's basically what it is.
just make it extra complicated. That the Earth is
Yeah.
not. It appears flat, but it's not really. I mean, let's complicate the shit out of it, because that's what we do best.
Let's
make it complicated.
complicate and confuse and distract. Yeah, man.
Obfuscate, man. Yeah, they're really good at that. Your base reality, axiom reality, man, is not good enough, because you're just a retard if you think that you're stationary.
Let me look this up so I don't look like a fool, but I'm pretty sure that I'm right about this. Lunar Hebrew calendar. 13th month, the Jewish or Hebrew leap year. Because this, here's what it says on time and day. A leap year in the Jewish calendar has 13 months and occurs 7 times in a 19-year cycle. In Hebrew, a leap, all right, so no, it's not every 7 years, it's in 19 years. So a leap year is referred to as Shana Mubareh, a pregnant year.
Yeah.
So they're saying it's 19-year cycle. Yeah, that's pretty complicated, man. Catching up with the solar. See, they always want to bring it back to the solar year, right? Because the sun is God. I'm not saying the moon is God or the sun is God. I'm just saying that they moved in predictable patterns. The sun, sun works out pretty good. Almost 24 hours. You just have to give it an extra day every 4 years. But I mean, the moon, you could make a calendar off that shit too. But it really, why wouldn't you just make it 24 and a quarter hours? I mean, a year. Why wouldn't the clock actually register the actual time instead of giving an extra day every 4 years? Why don't you just make 24 hours actually be 24 hours?
That's too easy, man. No.
I know why, but I'm just. Well, I don't know completely why, but it has to do with like freaking spells cast upon humanity.
There's a lot of spell casting going on, man. Oh man.
It's just like we have 24 lines of longitude, right? This is what the 24-hour day is, right? But it's a little bit off. So every 4 years we have to go ahead and just add a day. It's like, why the fuck can't we just make it 24?
Exactly. Why can't we just even this thing out? No.
I mean, if everyone got everything so perfect, why can't we just make it 24 hours and so many seconds to make the whole year just line up, and we don't have to have February 29th?
Right. I agree, man. I mean, that's
because it's a fucking mask. Fucking crazy, bro.
Yep. Cock world, man. Cock world. Cock world. Cock world.
Like, don't question this.
Cock world. Nothing's easy, man. They want to make it as fucking as complicated as possible.
This is easy. It's just however long it takes from one longitude at zenith of the sun to the next time it reaches the same zenith. Let's divide that by 24, and goddamn, we have we have as many, however long you want to measure time. We don't have to add an extra day every 4 years.
Exactly. We don't have to add extra days.
Maybe I'm just too dumb to figure it out because all the smart people already figured it out.
Yeah, that's it, man. We're too stupid to know any better than just figure it out.
And they're all scientific and shit, and I'm just some fucking loser.
You're just some Mongo.
Know shit about science.
You're just a Midwest Mongo. Yeah.
Probably it, man. They must have really good reasons that they create the calendar that way. They have fucking brilliant reasons. It has nothing to do with their spirituality. It's science, bro. Fucking science, man.
Trust the science, baby. Trust it, and you will be rewarded with your trust. Rewarded with knowledge that makes no fucking sense, but you think makes sense because things appear a certain way, like perspective.
So it's
And
like it's really too much. It's too hard to divide by 24. So we're gonna just hey, let's just throw in a 29 in February, and then it's too hard to divide by 24.
Yep. I mean, we could have a leap 30 minutes instead of a leap day. It's like, oh no, we're gonna jump up ahead 30 minutes here today at noon. Now it's 12:30.
It's just like, I mean, people are born on leap day, right? On February 29th. It's just like, well, what the fuck am I? Do I age 4 years at a time? What the fuck is this?
Well, these are the ridiculous things of the model which we were taught in school that we've taken apart for the last 7-8 years. Just say, hey,
Are you
man,
interested
what's
in
up?
my explanation?
Yeah, go ahead, Matthew.
Please.
If we
Thank
just
you.
had 365 days per year, that would be
Right.
fine, except that over time, slowly, January 1st would get earlier and earlier.
I
And
think you're
eventually,
about to
January 1st would be in the middle of summer.
Are you about to say something about the precession of the equinoxes?
No, I'm just talking about the seasons.
Right.
January 1st is right now kind of in the middle of winter, but if you just did 365 days for like 100 years, or well, it'd take maybe 200 years, then eventually it'd be
What
in the middle
about-
of summer.
What about 360 days and we have 13 months instead of 12? Did that work out?
Even the Mayans added 5 days every once in a while, 5 religious holidays.
I want to take away 5 days.
Yeah, but that was religious. I'm talking about the math of the globe. What is 365 divided by 24?
Wait.
I'll just do it real quick. 365 divided by 24.
28? I'm guessing.
It's 15.2.
15.2?
No, not 360. Shit, I'm messing this up already. 20. Not 360. 360 divided by 24. That's what I'm.
There you go. 360.
I got the days and shit messed up. 360 divided by 24 is 15. And that's why we have the 15 degrees per hour, right? Now we have 24 hours in a day. We have the different longitudinal lines in the hemispheres, right? Western, Eastern hemispheres, divided amongst the longitudinal lines. So 15 degrees. Now 24 hours divided by 24 would be 1, right? But it ends up that we have to add every 4 years, we have to add a day because it's not 24. How does that happen, Matthew?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me that
Okay.
you have 360 degrees is the circle, and that's what we're supposed to be going around the sun. I mean, that's 360 degrees. I mean,
Well, it doesn't matter if Earth traveling or the sun traveling.
Whatever. I mean, we're just going around in a circle.
The same shit. I mean, we have the animal.
It's 360 degrees, motherfuckers. Any way you slice it, right, Matthew? I mean,
Why can't they just like make the 4 years? It's like you add a day, so there's some math there.
Okay,
hey, Matt, you're good at math, so just add the 1 day to the 4 years, and then divide it by 365 or whatever you have to divide it by.
Okay, so here's what's going on. It doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or round, heliocentrism, whatever.
Right.
What we observe is that the sun reaches its solar noon about every 24 hours. So a day is 24 hours. Okay.
Right.
Separately, completely separate from that, is that we observe a year takes a certain amount of time. It takes 1 year, defined by observable things like the solstice or the equinox, that type of thing. So those are two different numbers. And the problem is they don't divide into each other. 24 hours is for one thing, and then 365.25 times 24 hours is how long a year is. So the answer is, well, how do we line up the calendar? What do we do to make it match? Because we want January 1st to be in the winter.
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
But if we're making
why is it a problem? If you know it's 365.25, why can't you just divide that by 4 and just make every day a little bit more than 24 hours the way that it actually presents itself?
Because then noon would start to get later and later, and eventually noon would be
So it actually is essentially be the same thing, and noon would actually be noon. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
Talking about like if you did that, then noon would end up in the middle of the night sometime, like 12 p.m.
No,
it's like dark.
No.
I don't know if it'd go that far. It might be like at 3 in the afternoon instead of noon or something.
Well, I mean, they would have to change their entire calendar. So, but the calendar's not based on what is. The calendar's based on spirit stuff, not actual science.
No, the calendar's based on trying to keep the equinoxes and solstices about the same day.
Well,
why?
So that July will be in the summer.
Oh my God!
Oh, fuck that.
Hey, where did they come up with? Where did they come up with the month July? Where did they come up with that name? Yeah,
I don't know, but you don't want July.
No, you just answered it, bro. You just fucking answered it.
All right.
They want their gods to be represented by the what they observe in the heavens.
Okay, fine. Call it month 7.
There we go. That's fine.
We don't want the 7th month to eventually.
Really? Why do they call the 10th month October, which means 8?
Because they added 2 extra months in between, and so now it's the 10th month.
When? Who? When did they do that?
I think it was the Greeks or the Romans or somebody. I don't remember.
They will have September, the 9th month. It's the 9th month, but it really means 7.
7.
So come on, man. December, the 12th month, which really means 10.
My point is, we got 300. We're traveling in a circle. It's 360 degrees, man. We're not.
It shouldn't be that hard to calculate. If it's 24 hours, make it 24 hours. If it's 24 and a quarter hours, not add an extra quarter day. Let's just make the whole thing, the whole calendar be perfect because of the path. The path of the sun is perfect.
Well, 28 days, 13 months.
No, that's the point. The path of the sun is not perfect.
Really?
28 days, 13 months.
It doesn't line up in the same spot every day.
That's because the calendar's wrong.
Without any calendars, like after an even number of days, 360, 365, the sun is in a slightly different place.
Is it because the Earth is wobbling?
No, it doesn't have anything to do with that. It's just the observation of the sun, and the seasons. It's how sun and seasons line up.
Yeah, but they always come back to the same spot every year.
Yeah, but they wouldn't if we didn't have daylight saving time. If we didn't have leap year.
Oh my God! Leap year.
Exactly, it wouldn't. But
but couldn't you just divide it by 4 and just make the day a little bit longer every day?
Yeah, exactly. We could have
the day is going to be 24 hours no matter what you do. You can't make it longer. It's as long as it's going to be.
Yeah, that kind of makes you go. I mean, you brought up daylight saving time, just as a faux pas.
Leap year.
They had daylight savings time. That's something to discombobulate everything. This stupid daylight savings time crap. It's just like, hey, let's just move everything to an hour ahead and confuse the shit out of everybody.
We could have a 25-hour day or whatever. I mean, there's a million ways to fucking calculate it.
No, it's not about calculation. I mean, daylight saving time is just to kind of confuse.
Yeah, it's to throw off
out
your,
of everybody, bro. It's like
it throws off your biorhythms, man. Is what it
it
does.
does. It does.
I'd be happy to get rid of it. And by the way, I always tell
By the way,
people
got rid
daylight
of it.
saving time has one S, not two.
By the way, daylight saving time is done, man.
Thank you,
We're not
Matthew. You're right.
next fall, man. We're not going to fall back.
You actually go forward when you fall.
They got
back.
rid of it. I heard they got rid of it. Next year, we're not going to.
Well, there are certain states. I think Arizona doesn't practice it.
Hawaii doesn't practice
don't.
it. Hawaii and Arizona. That's it.
I wish we'd never ever had anything to do with that nonsense.
But it's gone, man. They got rid of it. It's not coming back ever again, according to the mainstream media. We've eliminated. Yes, it's done. They voted, and we're not going to have it coming
Congress.
Yep, Congress.
Really, like for real deal.
For real, man. For real, man. They got rid of it. It's done. It's over. We don't have to deal with that shit.
All right, so this fall we're not going to have to fall back.
Nope.
Dude, I pray to God you're right about that because it's so freaking stupid.
Yep, it's ridiculous. Spring forward, fall back. Come on, what are you doing to us, man? What are you doing?
I mean, the federal government has no reason to. They don't even really have authority over it, but at least they have enough authority to just talk to the news outlets and say, "Hey, nobody's allowed to use daylight saving time anymore." It's just like, all right, thank God. They don't really have any authority over it, but people believe. If you believe it, then they actually do have authority. If you just
put your mask on and shut up, Helio.
Turn the clock back, you son of a bitches!
Your mask on.
I like daylight saving time. Imagine being the person that just was like, I like daylight saving time. The government says we're not going to enforce that anymore. But I like it, so I'm going to go ahead and turn my motherfucking clock back. And if I show up late for work, fuck them.
Blame it on the government. It's their
I'm gonna blame it on these motherfuckers. My whole life I was daylight saving time. I like that shit. If I show up to work, you're gonna have to take it up with the government.
Take it up with the man.
Take it up with the man. They've been telling me about daylight savings time because they're saving us and they're saving our crops by changing shit every year.
But Helio, if we don't fall back, the children will have to go to school when it's dark at 8 a.m.
And that's more dangerous. They might be susceptible to predators.
Right. Or cars, or it'll be dark. They'll have to go to school in the dark.
Them shits, man. What are we supposed to do about that, man? We got to protect our children.
Oh, the calendar and the time thing, man. It's a cuck show, man. Show.
I'm sorry, guys. I've been listening to comedians all day. If I'm getting
that's
too
good,
bombastic.
man. Go Sam Kennison on us, man. Come on, you can do it.
Dude, I ain't even got started on some of this shit. Well, actually, I mean, it's only 9 p.m., so I can go for a few more hours if you guys want to really break loose.
Break loose, man.
No, you don't want me to. I actually want to hear. I actually want everybody to talk more than I do. I really, really do.
I usually adopt that position.
It's like once I get on a roll, you just don't want me to. I promise.
I usually just save my ranting for
I'll
late night.
offend a lot of people, and then I'll just lose control of myself.
I'm a late nighter. Just trying to bring some levity to the whole
situation. It was just like last night. I was just like 3 p.m. and I'm like, all right.
3 a.m.?
Yeah, it was 3 a.m. And I was like, dude, I definitely have to go to sleep because I have to be at work.
That's right.
Before 7. And I'm like, motherfucker. So yeah, don't get me on a roll. I want you guys to make me laugh. I just want to listen. or have deep
Oh
intellectual
man.
conversation. I like to listen to that shit too. It's fine.
Oh, the temperature just dropped like 5 degrees where I'm at, like in an instant, man. You ever experienced that? Oh man. Ooh, I love that.
Are you talking about outside? No, I'm not
Yeah.
outside. I'm
I'm sitting
inside.
outside. I'm sitting outside, and it's like,
I'm about to go outside and
oh,
smoke a cigarette, and I'm gonna listen to you guys freaking continue this conversation.
you don't smoke in the house?
No,
You live by yourself, right?
no.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. When I was growing up, my mom would smoke everywhere. We'd go to the grocery store. I remember I was like a little kid, maybe 5 years old. My mom's holding my hand, walking through the grocery store, lighting a cigarette, and putting the cigarette out on the grocery floor and stomping it out with her foot. And I was like, wow.
I remember those days, bro. I mean, it's just like smoking was just a thing when you were a kid. It's just like everybody smoked.
Dang, man. And
there are fucking ashtrays in McDonald's and shit everywhere, man. Everybody's smoking. Fucking airplanes, yeah, everywhere, bro. Every fucking where, man.
Everything.
The fucking drugstore. The drugstore. I mean, they're the biggest
right there.
sellers of cigarettes and drugs.
Yeah.
Like boo, boo, boo. We got cigarettes. We got ashtrays on the counter. We sell soda pops, cigarettes. What you got? And we sell drugs
and booze. Yeah,
and
everything else.
well, I mean, not necessarily booze in the drugstore, but there's a bar next door.
Right.
And I own that business too.
Bar
so
next door. We rode around in the back of pickup trucks. We piled 12 people in a car, and no seatbelts, nothing.
We ain't dead. And we ain't dead.
And we ain't dead. And we rode on the side of the pickup, inside the bed of the pickup, and
it's like what's the worst story that you've ever heard about somebody riding in the back of a pickup truck without a seatbelt? I've never heard one.
I've seen some on the news.
Because if you're an adult male and you're like, I have some kids in the back of the pickup truck, I'm going to drive very safe and I'm going to get them where they're going. But now you fucking get pulled over and it's like, you're not allowed to have those children in the back of the pickup truck. I was just driving down the road, just a couple miles. I mean, they're okay. I'm okay. There ain't no freaking, people, it's like, I don't need you to freaking tell me how to live. People talk, what's that?
Well, they want a civil society is what they call it. And it's like, no.
Control.
When you're 16 years old, you can only have you and your sister in the car. That's it.
Well, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, it can be very dangerous to have little kids in the back of the pickup. And nowadays, and it depends on where you're driving. It depends on where you're driving.
When I was 16, I got my keys, I got my car, and I'm like, let's go, baby. Where we going? Who we picking up? Who we dropping off?
I guess we're old fashioned, aren't we, Flutter, dude?
Freedom is old fashioned. Come on, man. How dare you think about freedom, man?
Fuck, bro, man, it's crazy.
Freedom of your own, stupidity and decisions you get to make and learn lessons. My God, how dare you want to learn a lesson that you might want to wear your seatbelt? I don't know, man. I've seen people go through windshields. It's like,
it's
dude,
like, check this out. I mean, in situations like that, if somebody has a pickup and there's only room for 3 people in the cab,
right?
But you want to go to a party and there's 5 of your friends that want to go with you.
Yeah,
get in the back of this fucking truck because we're going to the party, right?
Dude, we used to go to the drive-in theater. We go to the drive-in theater. They're like, they charge you by the car. They don't charge you by the people.
Well, I mean, with a pickup, they would.
No, they let us all in, man. It was like $5. There's like 12 of us in this thing, and we get to the fucking drive-in, and we gotta
Hey,
some beer.
I think the reason we're telling this story about how it was for us when we were young
Yeah.
is because the people that are a lot of the kids or younger people that are between 15 and 25 be like, damn, y'all motherfuckers is hardcore. No, man, that's just the way it was. It wasn't even hardcore. It was just like we didn't. I mean, we didn't
We
have it.
didn't think twice about it, man. It's like, okay, you're going to the beach.
Oh,
Let's
boom,
pile
we
in.
just-
Let's go.
I mean, it was like driving a truck down the road, with five people in the bed. It was just like this is the way it was. We're
But
we're
there
going
is a
to
little
a party. We're
survivor
going to
bias
go
going on
swimming.
here.
What?
What's that? Go ahead. Matt.
There is a little bit of survivor bias going on here. All the people who were killed in the back of pickup trucks in the 70s and 80s are not alive to be here on Discord and tell us their story.
Exactly.
Well, I rode in the back of a pickup like at least 100 times, and I never died. So
Yeah, but the people who did aren't here to tell us their story.
that's true. That's true.
The same people who took too many Vicodin and died aren't here to tell us stories either, but
Hey, I'll tell you what, man. That all of us have been to high. We all went to high school, and there were people when we were in high school. These high school students died in car accidents, whether alcohol involved or not. They just died, and it was just like there's story. I'm not trying to lessen, anything with that. It's just like the life is dangerous.
The first seatbelts were introduced, I believe, in about 1950. So prior to 1950, there were no seatbelts in cars. So for about 35, 40 years,
Nobody even wore seatbelts, even though they were there.
And then they put them in. I grew up in
Dude,
the
I wear my
60s,
fucking
70s.
seatbelt now because if I get in a wreck, I definitely don't want to.
Yeah, I mean, it was just some dude at Volvo that worked at, in the seat department that said, "Hey, man, we should have a shoulder strap." Nobody knows who this guy is, but he was just some guy and said, "Hey, man, we should
Well,
probably."
a lot of the vehicles only had a lap band,
Right, the lap band,
the first,
man, that was
but the shoulder strap, yeah, dude, I wear my seatbelt all the time, and I definitely, because if I get in a wreck, I definitely want that seatbelt to work.
No doubt about it, man. It's a great invention. So is the airbag. So are brakes. I think brakes are a really good idea. I don't know about you.
Brakes, yeah, of course. I think those were invented like over 100 years ago. But,
yeah, but what really kicked it to the next level was anti-lock brakes, man. And those are beautiful, man. I love those.
Yeah, they are pretty good.
Pretty cool, man. I don't know.
You don't necessarily need them if you kind of pay attention. You just slow down.
Right. But every once in a while, man, you got to pound it to the floor.
Yeah, and so you won't just be screeching.
Right. Come in there fishtailing it.
Yeah, anti-lock brakes are the shit.
Yeah, you come fishtailing it in there, man. No.
And everybody be like, "What the? Oh, I was." I just wouldn't. I didn't see you were stopping, and it's like, and then the whole fucking neighborhood's looking at you. Yeah, I just forgot to slow down, and before I hit my brakes.
So I get the safety thing, man. I'm all for that, but I'm also all for freedom. And if you decide to not wear your seatbelt or get in the back of a pickup, I believe that should be your choice, man. And I don't think anybody should tell you otherwise. And that's all I'm saying.
But if you're a man and you got 4 kids and you got your brother or a friend,
right?
You're going to ride up in the cab of a pickup and say, "All you kids jump in the back, and we're going to haul ass 40 miles an hour down the road." Yep. And you got all these kids, and something happens. That's pretty fucked up, bro.
My neighbor, next door neighbor, growing up, he was like
I don't think you should do that. I understand why there's a law against it, but I don't think you should. But Oh, I did that all the time when I was a kid.
Hey, real quick, Flat Earth Dude. Is anybody else not hearing Flat Earth Dude very well, or is it just me?
It might be just you. Yeah,
I hear him okay. He's a little bit quiet, but not.
I got you at 200% FED.
Let me check my settings here. Hang on.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
Because
I
it's all
posted-
about me. So
FED.
In
that
the
better?
chat, you can see that road fatality rates have gone down by 1/5. I mean, they used to be 5, now they're 1.
hang on a sec,
So, I
Matthew.
mean, it's very dangerous to ride in the back of a pickup truck, especially these. I mean, there's a lot more people on the roads. I mean, it is very dangerous, you know. I mean,
Oh, you're
I'm
good
not
now,
saying-
Flat Earth Dude.
just saying, I didn't die.
I still got you 200 Flat Earth Dude, but if nobody else is having issues, then
Yeah, I don't know what the
I just
deal
need to
is,
quit
but
being a
can
bitch,
hear
I
him.
guess.
No, I can hear him fine. I want you to hear him. Man, let's figure this out.
Yeah, but if it's just me, it's okay.
I think
Yeah,
it
crank
is,
me up.
'cause I can
Crank
hear
me
him
up.
fine.
All right.
Cool. We're good.
All right. Cool. So my next door neighbor growing up, I was a little league coach, and he would just pile the kids all in the fucking back of the pickup and drive to the game. And it was like, oh shit! I'd wave at them as they were driving by. It'd be like 20 of them in the fucking pickup. You know, I'm like, okay, you guys have a good game. You know, it's like,
I think I know what it is, Flutter. If you can go into your input sensitivity and turn it down a little bit.
it's down to 0, man. I got it to
Oh,
0.
well, turn it. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
I got it on fucking 0, man.
All right,
I
well,
did check.
fine. I can hear you.
See, the closer you get to your mic is the thing. So it's not an omnidirectional mic.
No, it's just a little Bluetooth.
Yeah, it's like the louder you
got
talk, the more it's suppressing, what you're saying. So yeah, if you pull it away from your mouth, we can probably hear you better.
No, actually, what I'm saying is the closer he is, the better, which leads me to believe it's not an omnidirectional. It's just a.
Yeah, it's a what do they call it? Earpods.
Yeah, it's just the earbud thing.
Earbud. All right.
Anyway, we're good.
All right.
So safety first. Safety meeting. Anybody got a safety meeting? Let's do it. We like to be safe. We got to be safe in the world.
Hey,
And
safety meeting. They can give me a strike on my YouTube channel. No talk about the 2020 elections ever.
Is that why? Did we figure out why?
That was
that's what they sent me an email. Said, somebody was talking about the 2020 election.
Wow. You can't talk about elections in public. This is fucking. Where do we live right now?
Hey, but that's just YouTube. I mean, I didn't get that from Twitter or DLive. We can pretty much.
No, imagine one of the top 3 biggest communication platforms in the world saying you can't talk about the American E word now. See, we can't even probably say the E word at this point. It's unbelievable.
Cock world.
Yeah.
I can't even stream on that channel for 6 more days. And last
6
night
more
was the
days,
first day. So,
So you appealed it. What was your appeal, man? Like,
dude, they got back with me in like 5 minutes and said, "Fuck you."
really?
They got a team of fuck yous waiting. They got the room of guys just smoking cigars, sipping really expensive whiskey. Hey, it's about time I told you fuck you from YouTube. Fuck you.
Dude, I was like,
fuck
all right, I typed out a paragraph and I was like, they might even take a look at. Dude, but by the time I actually sent that and then came and was messing with people, I was like, I got the email back and said, no.
It was personalized too. They're like, I'm sorry, Dennis, we can't. They like really. They got into it with you, real specific, and they're like,
they didn't say fuck you, bro.
And they're like,
they pretty much.
You actually look better with hair, so keep it.
Oh shit!
We both said oh shit at the same
Your
time.
FBI agent says you take too long of showers still, though. So
right.
I'm just kidding. What a world! Goodness.
What is
you
the
heard of
world?
Wayne's World? This is Cuck World, man. Cuck World.
Hey, you know what though?
Yeah.
in spite of that, I mean, I can't stream on that channel. I started streaming on my old backup channel that I haven't used in a while, and I sent that to you, Blackflow.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about it today while I was at work. I was like, man, I can stream on my Helio Skeptic channel too.
Hey, did you post it?
Say, or just, say, because I have more subs on that channel, more people, it'll reach more people. And so what I did, went on to Restream, and I hit add channel, and I added my Helio Skeptic channel. So now we're streaming on both those freaking channels.
What can we talk about anymore now, though?
And
Flat Earth.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Flat Earth. And since I started streaming, again on the Helio Skeptic channel, just hit over 1,000 subs. God bless America.
That's great.
Only
for
in
you.
America, baby. Only in America.
America. Fuck
America.
yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Coming again to save the motherfucking day. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. America. I love that. Dude, the first time I saw that, man, I fucking was like, oh my God.
Team America World Police.
I got to show this to some of my normie friends, man. You got to see this.
America. Fuck yeah.
Coming again to save the motherfucking day. Yeah.
Yeah, that was genius.
You show that to normies, man. They laugh their asses off, man.
And
Terrorist, your game is through, and now you have to answer to.
There you go. So when that came out too, it was like the window. We were just coming out of the 90s where America was just this big badass country that everybody wanted to be like, and we're the coolest kid in school. And then bad things happened in the sky, and at the top floors of certain places at a certain year, and
America was great.
and then everybody was like, America, fuck yeah, let's send our fucking biceps over the seas to squash enemies we may or may not agree did stuff. Anyway,
America.
Yeah, it used to be, beer, microwave pizza, girls. That's America,
Sports.
really. If you think
Don't
about it.
forget the sports, man.
he said it, didn't he? Say football or basketball or something.
Just including that.
Maybe I just heard it without him having even said it because it's so ingrained.
Yes. That's called the Mandela effect.
Yeah, something. Yeah, so what happened to that? It was just all big ego swinging dicks, and then what? All it took was like one president to ruin it all?
Now it's just swinging pussies. Come on.
Well, I can neither confirm nor deny, Sergeant.
Bunch of swinging tits. I'm telling you.
What are we going to do?
Where's the curvature? Where?
Where's it at?
Where?
What's up, Elijah? How you doing, bud?
Good, man. Good. Just getting in. Tired as hell.
Roger that.
Right on. We'll keep it rolling here.
Yeah, speaking of military propaganda films, Top Gun Maverick. Yeah, Toby mentioned it here in the live stream voice text. That Top Gun Maverick. I know we don't like to talk too much about movies, I guess. I don't know why.
Right.
But it's military propaganda. It's more America, fuck yeah, in the new Top Gun. Changed my mind.
Hey, I heard that there's an opening scene where Maverick is behind the curvature of the Earth and can't get a radio signal.
Sure.
I heard that.
Sure, it was that way.
Yeah, I'm behind the curvature.
What's impressive is if they're bouncing radio signals off left and right, the top, bottom, whatever. And they're also going those high speeds, speed of sound and higher and all that stuff. My
Right,
goodness,
yeah.
that is some really impressive technology. It's
It concurs.
real good engineering.
It's good engineering. Well, you have a leak.
Well, then you have a leak.
You got to bite your tongue, right? Is that you taught me?
I think that's what it was. Don Pettit just bit the shit out of his tongue for so long that he just sounds like this now.
No, you're almost right, Glad. He actually burnt his tongue on the Chugga coffee.
Oh, right. Who else was going to test it? That makes sense.
Chugga, chugga, chugga.
It was too hot.
Too hot. Too hot
Yeah.
for TV, huh?
You have coffee. Chugga, chugga, coffee. Well, somebody should come up with Chugga, chugga coffee brand.
It'd be, what's so funny is if that Chugga Chugga video took off amongst the normies, they'd
Yeah.
buy that shit. They'd buy the hell out of that stuff.
Be bigger than Starbucks.
But guys,
Sure.
it's space coffee.
Right.
All right.
It's Don Pettit here, and this is the best tasting coffee in the galaxy.
Speaking of space coffee, there was a Kickstarter that was going to send the coffee beans to space. And
Oh, yeah.
they were going to grind them up and sell them to you for like $100 a pound.
Right. They were going to send it to space and then bring it back and say, hey,
Yeah,
this
bring it
has been
back.
to space. Can't you
Yes.
wait to drink it?
Whatever happened with that Kickstarter? Anybody got anything on that? No.
I didn't get any of the coffee. No, huh?
I didn't think so. I would have bought a pound. I would have bought a pound.
Well, it's actually still curing in space, guys. You just have to.
Oh, right.
You have
Yeah, 'cause
to pay a little bit more to get it back. So it's just it's in layaway.
Yeah, because of all the physics going on in outer space. Yeah, definitely.
Jeranism was doing these live streams about how there's all these Kickstarters on all these different space programs. Like this company's going to make a cube satellite and send it. And like all these, like 12 of these Kickstarters raised like hundreds of thousands of dollars, and none of them produced shit, fuck all, nothing, man.
Yep.
They didn't do fuck all. They lost. Sorry, we didn't make it to space. Our bad. Good luck next time. Apparently, that's legal. You can take hundreds of thousands of dollars for a space program out of Kickstarter and not produce fuck all, and that's legal. That's totally legal.
I got to tell you, I technically have done that once when I was in a band. We got a Kickstarter going for a record that we were trying to make, and we didn't use the money for the record at that time. So we canceled that Kickstarter, but we kept all the money because everybody said we could, and then we started a new Kickstarter. So technically, I did the same thing once.
So, how much did you raise exactly?
The first time we raised almost $1,000. The second time, without that $1,000, I think we raised close to $1,000. We only needed $2,000 for the thing we were trying to do, but yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
But it's okay to take people's money as long as it's for entertainment purposes.
Well,
providing entertainment.
And see, the thing is about it, they gave their consent. They had to do it twice, though, because if you read the fine print, at least back then, it wasn't Kickstarter either. It was, gosh, I forget what it was even called. Yeah, so anyway, in the fine print, it said, you're relinquishing your funds unless the group doesn't meet the required number to make the goal, then you all get your money back. Right. They had to then say no, let them keep the money. They had to secondarily do that anyway.
But didn't you have different levels? Like if you come in for $100, we'll give you a T-shirt.
Yep, there was incentives. Right. Yep,
right.
We gave away a lot of T-shirts and records. Yeah.
You did give away the T-shirts, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We gave all that stuff away. But and we're like, well, it's going to pay for itself, right? That's what you think. So anyway.
Yeah. So there's different levels,
but yeah. So if somebody's doing a Kickstarter for anything in space, it's already just you're a fucking idiot if you're giving money to it. But
well,
You know what I'm saying? Like, how are you going to go to space and validate that your money turned into coffee that went to space that came back, and now it's different coffee somehow? What the fuck?
Space coffee.
Space coffee.
It's super delicious.
Hey, kid, go down the street, get that $20 your aunt owes me, and we're going to get some fabulous space coffee. She and I, we're going to kiss, we're going to make up, you're going to have little step-grandchildren running around.
Oh, shit.
I'm just saying, man. Anybody and everybody want to be entertained. Who said it earlier? Whoever just said it, people want to pay for entertainment, and it's okay if it's for entertainment.
CB.
Yeah, CB. So, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Perfectly correct. And there's another thing that could have to do with Flat Earth in this way, that even though it sucks, bad publicity, right? Even though it sucks, technically, if your goal is to get eyes on a product, there's no such thing as bad publicity, technically.
That's true. I've seen it.
Yeah.
Where something's horrible. Like, have you ever heard of Shitty Flute?
No, but now I'm going to look into it and source some other folks. See, it worked.
Shitty Flute, man. It was like
Shitty
the
Flute.
worst flute playing you've ever heard in your life. But the guy made, he had millions and millions.
So funny. Or like those the videos where they redo the music to like crappy playing. What's that called?
I don't know. I call it.
It's my life. It's now or never. I don't want to live forever.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Have you heard that one? It's actually pretty freaking funny, dude.
But it's so bad, right? It's so fucking bad that you have to watch it because it's like, oh my god, that guy can't sing or play a flute, and you're like, but they get like 128 million views. You're like,
Yeah, it's like those bad movies that should never have been famous for any reason, but they're famous now because they're so bad. Like a movie called Troll 2. Well, first off, there's not a Troll 1. There isn't. So the first version of the movie series is Troll 2.
Yeah, but that's brilliant, isn't it?
It's brilliant, I guess.
brilliant.
I don't fucking know, but anyway, it's like a Dungeons and Dragons kind of deal. It just makes money back behind the scenes. Nobody knows how or why.
So last week, man, did you guys see a video circling around about a Starbucks coffee that the guy took a small coffee, a medium, and a large, and he filled them all up from the small?
Yeah, I saw that.
Ooh, that's rough.
Yeah, they all pretty much filled up the same.
Right.
Like,
the guy was like really adamant in the video about it's just genius marketing by Starbucks. They're amazing. They've marketed a small that's actually a tall, which they call it a tall. And
like,
the medium.
congratulations to you for fooling the world.
I know. I'm surprised this guy's still alive. Shoot.
to find out that it's total bullshit, and other people went out and did it, right? And I thought, this is a Starbucks marketing campaign, because he kept saying it's just great marketing by Starbucks. I guarantee they're such great rather than if it was me making a video, I would have been like, those motherfucking cucks.
Fuckers,
they're
they're the
stealing money.
same size. They're just a little bit skinnier at the bottom.
Check this out. There's going to be dummies out there now that are like, well, if I get a tall honey, I'm drinking the same amount as in a small, okay? Okay? I'm drinking the same amount. It's just the same calories, different size.
Let me ask you
my
guys,
fucking God.
When you guys are making these joke voices, why do you guys sound like Jews? I know it's just... I'm just playing.
You want me to
I know I'm just fucking with you.
Listen, we both fall into it. We're both decent at it. He's better, and so it just kind of happens. Okay, I don't know.
Well, he's from fucking California, and you're from where?
Midwest. So I have no reason to sound like that.
I know. It's like if you're from New York, I'd understand it. It's kind of weird.
No.
It's funny though.
They're fun. I don't know. Yeah.
Well,
nobody makes more fun of the Jews than the Jews themselves.
Well, Hey, I
That's true. It's true. I listen to comedians all the time, and friggin' most of them Jewish.
Y'all are funny. Y'all almost as crazy as me. I'll be right back. I gotta grab some food, boys and girls.
So yeah, I would have if I would have making that Starbucks video and I realized that the small was the same amount as the large, I would have been like, "Fuck you, Starbucks, you cuck motherfuckers." I would have been pissed. But no, this guy's like, no, they're just genius marketers. They're just geniuses.
We need to recreate that. Go into Starbucks and order the small, and then say, "Hey, can I have the venti and the what's the middle one called? The venti is the large one."
Tall.
And
The tall
then
is the
yeah,
small.
it's a tall.
The tall is the small.
Tall's small.
The medium is
Oh,
the
large?
Vente. The
Grande.
medium is the Vente.
Grande.
The large.
Oh, it's grande is the large. It's just like give me some give me the empty cups of the grande and the venti, and then I want a tall, and then just give me the cups and then just pour it out right in front of them.
See,
I don't know if it actually works. I mean, it could be.
It's a trick. It was a trick, man. They really are. You know, there is more coffee.
There is more fucking coffee. I've had them. I know there's more coffee.
Are we debunking the coffee myth?
No, I'm just debunking that video that came out last week. That
Yeah, I know there's more coffee in the
it got
venti,
spread
man.
around, man. I'm just saying.
What video?
Video got spread around like a
it's just
bad virus.
I won't. I saw it on Facebook, so we can't share a lot of Facebook videos here because most people here aren't necessarily on Facebook. I would share a shitload of Facebook videos here if people were on Facebook here, but I don't because most people aren't Facebook.
Yeah, I'm not.
Boomer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So no, it's not boomer. It's not.
I'm
boomer,
just joking, Helio. I'm kidding.
Because my freaking son's on Facebook all the time. So, but anyway, it's just an easy way to share stuff, because I get most of the memes that I share in here. I fucking steal that shit off of Facebook. Matter of fact, the one I just shared, I just got off of Facebook, and I saved it and posted it here. That horizontal plane will never be a CGI ball. I just put that in there. I got that off of Facebook.
A horizontal plane will never be a CGI curvature.
Yeah, it'll never be a CGI ball over there. We could do the Italian voice too. Yeah.
It'll never be a CGI.
Hey, it'll never be a CGI ball. Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, man. Where do you get this? Where do you get the globe Earth from? I had never seen something like that.
There's that guy Neil that comes on Nathan Oakley.
Oh no, he doesn't have to pretend. That dude's.
He's like, are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me?
Neil's he comes in here a lot, man. So yeah. Neil's a badass.
I wish he would come in here more often. I've only heard him in here a couple times.
Yeah, shout out to Neil. Shout out to Neil.
Shout out to Neil Cosentino.
Neil, man, he ain't gonna put up with fuck off. He's like, yeah, fuck off. Like, I love it.
Get the fuck out of here.
He's not deep in, he's not going to go into some calculations or something. He'd be just like, that's just fucking ridiculous. Get out of here.
Sure. I mean, a lot of the guys that will come in here, they'll say, oh, well, I'm using logic and the Earth is logically a globe. In what freaking world are you talking about? We all experience the world as it presents itself to us as a level stationary plane. So where is it logically a globe?
Cock world. I should be Cox world, like instead of Wayne's Cox.
Okay,
Cox
you're gonna
world.
have to explain what you mean by that, because cuck in the way that I understand it doesn't apply to politics, if you know what I mean.
Well,
or
Joe
anything
Biden.
else. I don't know what you mean by that. Can you describe it without being filthy?
The cocks are like the Mongos that create ridiculous things in the world that we all have to abide by. And there's been a lot of cocks coming along these days and telling us we have to do this and we got to wear this and we got to tuck our underwear in and not fart and don't breathe and don't shake your hand. And it's been a lot of cucks that have put down rules and stuff that we have to supposedly abide by, and because it's dangerous out there if you look and touch somebody, if they're healthy and in shape. But that's not good enough. They're not only are they healthy and totally perfect human beings, that they've been introduced to some kind of new technology in their biological system that would potentially keep them safe.
No, I get it. It was almost illegal to even look at someone at that point. No, I get it. But what I'm saying is, okay, so it's a contemptuous term for a man with moderate or progressive political views. Okay, now I get it, because the second definition that Helio posted was the only one that I had heard until now, and to me, that did not make any sense whatsoever. So, thank you, Helio, for pointing that out. As you were, gentlemen.
Yeah. Dude, I found some other stuff, too, which even gets even more weird.
Boy, oh boy, was I confused. Now I'm good.
Yeah, now you're good.
Hey, weird is good.
Yeah, but that first definition is the way that I hear. Because the term came from that. The number one, they're a weak or servile man, often used as a contemptuous term for a man with moderate or progressive. Actually, I wouldn't call him progressive.
Political gammas.
Views. And or a man whose wife is sexually unfaithful, cuckold.
Once again, a gamma.
There you go. Exactly.
A beta on his best day. Anyway.
And there's beta. Just the way it goes. That's just the way it is. Some things will never change.
I heard some Tupac today too. I'm not gonna tell you where though.
And I got an Urban Dictionary version. A man who lets his wife or girlfriend. I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah.
CB, is that you every now and again on that? Beta. Oh my god, that's the best. Sorry guys, go ahead.
Actually, that's Jesse Lee Peterson, and I've got 3 different clips of him doing. So it's like if anyone comes in here, I've got 2 more.
I don't need you to interrupt me, Mr. Beta Male. Hold on.
And then I've got 1 more.
Hold on, Beta Male.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
So
yeah, keep those locked and loaded, huh?
Play Minecraft?
Yeah, just gotta alley-oop them, fellas. Alley-oop. All right. Well,
I think they should add Minecraft to the cuckold definition.
I think so.
I'm just kidding. If you like Minecraft, I mean, you can have fun in there.
Who's playing video games right now, Raph?
It's not me.
It was Raph.
Hey, you should let him live his best life.
Hey,
we don't need no.
Do we have new people joining now? Okay, we have Big J. We have Low. We have no.
Hey, Raph. Mute your mic.
Yeah, I'm sorry, No Glue.
Oh,
I'm just checking rolls right now. I'm just clicking through. Yeah, you guys. There's new people joining. If you guys want to talk to us.
Oh shit! Yeah. You guys talk, man. We held it down for a minute. You guys go ahead.
Well, we've been here for a bit. We were talking in the other voice chat about spirituality and that kind of stuff.
Dude, there's a bunch of people in VC check-in. One, man.
Well, okay. Well, is there somebody there talking to them?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yep. Well, let the new people that just came in
There's
here.
Pretty big influx of people.
Yeah, let's talk about the old Earth here. Why not?
Hey, I measured the Earth with my tape measure. How dare me? How dare you?
That was good timing, I think, on both, even though y'all stepped on each other. CB, that's good music. And Flat Earth Dude, yes, a tape measure is how you can measure things. And here's kind of how And now you're not going to measure the
But
Earth specifically
don't
with a
tape
tape
measures
measure,
bend?
but I'll put it to you this way. A tape measure is a direct measurement. An
But a tape
assumption
measure
from the
can
ground
bend.
to the sun is not.
Right. But
Well, I
the
went to Foot
stars.
Locker today, and they put some sticks and shadows on the ground.
Oh no.
And all of a sudden,
I got some fly ass kicks
Are they?
today.
Hold on, everybody.
Go ahead.
Please let them respond. We've been joking around for a little bit when nobody was in here, but now we have new people joining. Let them talk a little bit. So if they have
how long's the
questions,
server been around?
for 5 years,
Around.
4 or 5 years. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Do you guys know each other for a long time?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cute.
All right. Is it cute? All right. How long have you guys known each other? You guys came in here apparently as a group.
Also like
Are
5
you
years.
curious? Are you curious about flat Earth? I mean, do you have any questions for us about flat Earth?
It's weird to ask questions when it's a very different way of thinking. You know, it's a very restructured.
Sure. Is this something
way of
very
thinking.
new to you? You've never talked to. Have you ever talked to anyone about this topic before?
A little bit, yeah. A few people, but that was a long time ago.
All right. So, what do you think?
I think we live on a globe.
Where'd you get
most
that from?
likely?
Sure. I used to think
various sources.
I used to think it too, for sure.
Yeah, all of us used to think that we lived on a globe, but you came here to ask us about flat Earth. I mean, ask us some questions.
No, well, I came here to hang out.
Really, you're not curious why we think the Earth is flat?
Well, sure, a little bit, but I'm mostly here to make friends. You know.
That's awesome, Lo. Yeah, just a quick question. You said like flat Earth was like a reconstructed thinking, right? Something along those lines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So-
a little bit.
What is that thinking like? What do we think?
Well, it's very different from the scientific method. You know.
Okay, that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, first of all. So,
Well, people found the shape of the Earth using.
That's
Yeah.
really
Science.
funny.
Yeah, okay,
It's
so-
just geometry.
What?
Settle down now.
Everybody, let him.
Well, no offense to Mr. Jacob Rothschild over here, but all of our globe map came from the Rothschild indoctrination system. So
There's Rock children.
Well, they definitely didn't come from the Earth, because when we went to the Earth, it has nothing to do with that globe model that they're talking about. So what scientific experiment do you think was done to
Who are the Rock children?
this geometric claim of the Earth, Lo?
She said Rothschild. Okay.
Rothschild.
There's one Rock child.
This
Well, in this
kind of
room.
let them off into the
This
weeds,
guy.
just so you know.
Anyway,
No
when I go to Foot
offense.
Locker, when I go to Foot Locker, I need some fresh shoes. Do they do a scientific
taken,
method to measure my?
Wait. Is Foot Locker
Foot Locker?
even like a business? I thought like they went
That's a
out
business.
of business.
Okay, well, you get the point, right? When you
I
go
thought so
to
too.
fresh,
They're still around. I'm pretty sure because I see.
they conduct
Foot Lockers a
scientific-
lot.
You know what? Nobody is going to learn a goddamn thing if everyone's talking over each other.
Well, that's fine.
so guys, focus. Everybody, pay attention, right? So,
No.
So the question, Lo, is what scientific experiment are you aware of that answered the geometric question about Earth's shape?
Well, you guys talked about the shadow experiment.
It's not a
Where you have
scientific experiment. And it's just begging the question.
I don't think this guy knows what's
Well,
going
so.
Hey, well, check this out. Hold on. Let's go.
But
step
like,
by
why?
step.
Why
Hey,
else?
Lo,
Would it, why
listen.
else would it be?
Wait, listen. Hey, Lo, what do you know about Eratosthenes' test that we might not be privy to? I mean, this might you don't.
I don't think
We're
nothing
quite
that you
familiar
don't know.
with the test, but let's hear what you know about the test, the Eratosthenes test, about the shadows and wells and sticks and stuff.
I'm pretty sure he had a pole, and he measured the length of the shadow, and at the same time, in a different town, his mate measured the length of the shadow as well. And they were different.
Sure. I mean, well, can you get more specific about the actual test?
Yeah, because that's kind of wrong.
I'm
How-
not sure.
how
Curious.
did
I mean,
you-
nobody's trying to take the piss out of you. We're just trying to figure out where you are.
Yeah, I'm not
You
sure
know.
what you mean. What you mean?
One question in regards to the answer he gave, please. How did they manage to synchronize themselves 500 kilometers away 2,000 years ago?
Doesn't even know how the test was conducted. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah. But
or what it shows, or what assumptions it requires, etc.
I don't think
Those are the
care.
important things.
I'm not trying to take the piss out of you, Lo, but the reason that I'm asking you these questions is so that you understand it the same way we understand it. So we're on the same.
Did they had mechanical clocks?
Oh no, they just use fake.
No.
No. So how did they synchronize to take the measurement in the same time? More than 2,000 years ago.
I don't know. Yeah, probably Facebook.
Well,
hey, Lo,
well, no, not
in your
Facebook back
answer,
then, obviously.
in
Probably
your
like
answer,
they combined.
you said that 2,000 years ago they synchronized themselves to take the measurement in the same time.
The
500
initial-
kilometers away apart.
You can Google it, I guess.
Hey, Jebby J, hold on. Let's not Google anything. I'm going to tell you exactly what Eratosthenes' assumption was. Right here's the story. Eratosthenes noticed that when he was looking at a well, he could see the bottom of the well at high noon. Right.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't.
And no, I know he doesn't know. That's why I'm using this opportunity to teach.
Right? Like, no, he doesn't know, Helio. Just tell him how Eratosthenes works on both sides. People on his side.
Dude, you guys are so fucking impatient. It's so freaking crazy.
Yeah, be patient.
Well,
he doesn't know how the test actually came about. Eratosthenes, this is the story of Eratosthenes, right? I mean, he's just like, hey, I can see the bottom of the well at high noon. How about I contact my buddy over there in Cyrene, and I'll have him put a stick in the ground at the same time that I...
Can you help me out?
It's just dumb. If you want to know about Eratosthenes, search the server. Don't go to Google. There's 230 pages here in the server. We fleshed out this topic as thoroughly as you possibly can.
Hey, but check this out.
Let him talk.
Let who talk?
Lo, this guy Lo. Lo, what do you think about all
I'm
this?
just trying to tell him. I'm just no.
All right.
Listen, you guys are. Jeez.
We
You
brought
guys
up
are pissing me off right now.
So it's like going back to my Foot Locker example. Like, what kind of scientific method do they conduct? What kind of experiment are they conducting to get my foot size? Now, you look.
Hold on. He brought up Eratosthenes' test, and you guys won't even let me
Well, I just said
continue.
that you guys.
He's ignorant about the test. And I was trying to explain just simply the test, the way it works, and you guys just talking about Foot Locker and shit.
No, but Helio, he doesn't understand the difference between an experiment and a measurement. He thinks
no, but he doesn't have to actually get
That's irrelevant.
the gist of it. God damn it.
Yeah.
Helio, relax, dude. He just is confused. So
I suggest
he doesn't get it when you won't let him fucking talk.
Yeah.
You're talking. So.
Well, I asked you to let me talk to him, and you motherfuckers are talking while I'm talking. So, all right, fucking talk to him and see what you get out of it.
So Lo. You said scientific experiment. They figured out the shape of the Earth with an experiment, right? All right, so I've asked my question about Foot Locker already. What's your answer to that?
Confused. I haven't been to Foot Locker.
Okay, buddy. It doesn't have to be a specific shoe store. You get what I'm asking you.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Basically, the question is a measurement a scientific experiment?
Look, let's just rip this Band-Aid off because this is painful, right? When you when you measure things, you're not conducting a scientific experiment. We want to know who measured this globe, right? So, do you know of anyone? Obviously, the Eratosthenes thing isn't a measurement. They stuck some sticks in the ground, right? This is unconfirmed.
It's a story where they measured some different shadow lengths. It's not a direct measurement of curvature of the Earth.
Either way,
angles actually.
Well, I mean, it's not really about what Eratosthenes or whatever did. It's like the same experiment he did. We can recreate today with,
and it works on a flat plane, so we don't
more
use
accurate.
that. And even
yeah, but like, how does it work on a flat plane?
I wouldn't use
Because if
that
it just means
Lo, you just make different assumptions. In his assumption, he just assumes that the Earth is a ball. That's the first thing that he assumes, and then he makes another assumption about the sun being really large and really distant. If you make other assumptions like the surface is just flat and the sun is local and smaller, then it all works out the same.
If the sun is local and smaller, why are sun rays parallel?
They're not.
They're not, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, can you show us? Can you show us a physical demonstration of a
There's a kid in here the other day saying the same thing, and he tried to show it with a picture that proved himself wrong. So I guess I'll just post that again.
But Lo, you've seen this before with your own eyes. So what are you talking about?
What?
Everyone here experiences the same Earth. We all see rays.
And I see that my shadow doesn't change size if I increase in elevation.
Just ask our boy GBG here. There are no collimated light sources, and that's what you're saying. That the light source is collimated. It's not diverging. Isn't that right, GBG?
Yeah.
Tell him, buddy.
Yeah, physics tells us that collimated light is impossible to exist. Collimated light sources. Lasers are highly focused, like collimated, but they are not collimated light sources. They are very low angle divergency.
Yeah, I mean, sources. that's also what.
Collimated parallel. Listen, a source light which emits parallel rays does not exist. Is physically impossible to exist.
That's and on top of that, you've never experienced this as well. So
and
anybody of that.
One more thing: when you have a light source,
but like a far away sun also does give.
No matter how far you are,
approximately,
no matter how far you are from the light source, as long as you perceive the light coming from that light source, that light will keep its angle of divergency.
Yeah, but it doesn't
all
matter.
The distance. No, it doesn't become parallel with distance.
But like it basically does, like approximately does.
It does
like, the
not.
Divergence.
It
the
does
divergence
not.
Stops mattering. So small.
Obviously, you have not studied the physics of light.
Right, but reasonably, if that divergence gets less significant with a larger light source,
you haven't studied it, but you are talking about it.
Yeah, it's a lot of tap dancing around the issue. Lo, are you aware of a time where direct drop over distance of Earth's surface was measured?
Sorry, what?
Are you aware of a time where there was a direct measurement taken of drop over distance of Earth's surface?
How could you measure that?
Well, good question, since there isn't any, but that's what your claim is, so...
Is there a way to in what way physically measure it? Just like,
can we establish that it hasn't been measured?
A very long stick? I don't know. I'm not
I think lasers might be a better option.
Obviously, Eratosthenes did not
limited to sticks and mud.
How can you do lasers though? Because there's always going to be shit in the way.
Okay, well, you can do a horizon measurement. There's different ways you can go.
Yeah, hey, we use lakes sometimes. My favorite's the frozen lake because it's really still, you know. But Yeah.
Like the
So
Chicago lake. I mean, I think you can see like 50 miles, and you shouldn't be able to see 50
Isn't that
miles.
way too small? Why shouldn't you be able to see 50 miles?
You
Well,
should
because
not
your
be.
model is claiming a drop of 8 inches per mile squared, so that adds up quite a lot at 50 miles. At
Yeah,
10 miles, that's already 66 feet of drop. That should be dead obvious and
You
easy
don't see
enough
the
to
floor,
measure.
you see the buildings, and those
They
buildings are
try to
Yeah,
tall.
but the horizon would be at the specific distance it's supposed to be and obstructing everything beyond that, but it never is.
So do you think bottom up disappearance means curvature, bruh?
Well, they try to blame it on refraction, but you shouldn't be able to see 50 miles with the curve.
Okay.
It's a mirage.
It'd be super
Hey,
easy to measure
what
it.
do you mean by that? You should be able to see 50
You
miles.
should not. You should not be able to see.
Not.
50
I mean,
miles.
well, you said should be able to.
No, I
Now
said
you
shouldn't. I said
should not.
shouldn't. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be able to see 50.
You should not be able to see 50 miles, but people have been able to zoom in all the way across. And even if you take the tallest building and you account for the drop, you shouldn't be able to see it. And people are seeing it. So
Yeah,
that's
people
to
in
me how.
Hawaii have been on a ship like off the coast in Hawaii and different islands. You can see 100 miles to another island.
Right,
On a ship,
right.
right off the coast of another island.
And you know what? Refraction that just doesn't account for it to me.
No, it wouldn't make up for
And what
all
you're
that.
seeing here is a mirage.
Right. Well, that's what they say. It's all a mirage, but I feel like when people are zooming in and they're seeing 50 miles out, that's not a mirage.
Well, I mean,
You see it because it's there.
yeah, you see it because it's
Right, because you're actually seeing it.
Yep, it's not being hidden by a hump of water. Can you reproduce a hump of water, by the way? Can you like make a hump out of something and then pour water on the top of it and not see the tip of the hump?
What you see that is actually there is not refracting itself over the curvature to appear like it's there.
Yeah, what a magic trick too, by the way, for it to do that uniformly to make it look flat fucking everywhere we go. Gosh.
Yeah, and if that were the case, would long-range weapons ever work?
Nope.
Wouldn't think so.
Shoot it over the hill.
Oh, so that's what they mean by over the hill. Okay, that was a bad joke. Sorry. Really bad. As you were, folks. Continue.
Yeah, Sunforest Fair. It's too long to say. Can we just call you Sun or Fairy?
Call her Sunforest.
It's Sunforest. How long have you been following like some of the flat Earth stuff? Are you kind of new to it, or is it?
No. I mean, honestly, I was arguing with nuns and priests and a science teacher since I was like 6 to like 8 years old. So I've kind of always been questioning it. And so I'd say actually following it
What, you were raised Catholic too?
in the schools, yeah.
Well, I was in the Catholic school, but I was raised Catholic. But
Yeah, I was in the schools and I was in detention for arguing with them all the time. So
well, I argued with my teachers about biology and their stupid evolution theory for all through high school, you know. So, yeah.
I mean, I've always questioned everything. I just, being on a spinning ball and like everybody's right side up and hurling through space at like, it just, I think even from when I was a child, it just like didn't actually make sense. But until I got older and was able to actually, really make sense of it, like, okay, well, if you take the supposed diameter or whatever and, come up with how many miles around the globe should be, then there's the drop and there's things you just should not be able to see. We should not be able to see 50 miles. if you go sea level to sea level, you shouldn't be able to see 50 miles. It just shouldn't happen. So it's like, you know, how is everyone rationalizing?
Do you live near a coast, like an ocean coast or something like that?
Yeah, I live on the California coast, although I'm trying to get out of here, but
No,
that's a whole nother drama.
God bless you if you can survive in California.
Yeah, no. I actually was trying to leave, but it's a long story, and it was a big drama. And
I'm sure I've been to the West Coast in California. Yeah, but I wasn't a flat earther when I was there. But but yeah, I mean, are you where? I don't know, man. I've been landlocked in Arkansas. It's even the whole time I've been a flat earther. You know, I haven't been to the coast of any coast in America since I've become a flat earther, but I don't necessarily need to because the logic really just adds up. You know, exactly right that the Earth cannot be a globe. It doesn't make sense.
yeah.
So you don't have to be right next to an ocean. It's like, oh shit, you're landlocked. I mean, how can you figure out if the Earth is flat if you're not near the ocean?
Well, you just have to know what your elevation is, and go elevation to elevation, and you can still calculate the drop, and it just you
But
shouldn't be able to
what
see
drop,
that far.
what globe? You know, I mean, it's just like once you really see it, you can't unsee it. You know, it's like. It's like they're gonna am I gonna pretend that it's like I saw the curvature over here and I saw the curvature over there. Who's gonna like what person in the middle part of the United States would be like, well, I saw the curvature over here. Freaking mountains everywhere, and there's plains. You know, you can go to the northern plains. You know, and in freaking Oklahoma, Kansas.
still
And,
here?
you know, you're not gonna. There's no freaking curve. What?
Is J-Lo still here?
Who? Well,
J-Lo.
No, he left because he didn't have shit.
Guys, can we get?
To ask him a question.
Does anybody want to go to the Bible voice chat? Debate about Bible stuff.
Yeah, Helio will meet you down there. Go ahead.
No, I definitely don't want to talk about Bible stuff right now. I can, but not tonight. I don't want to.
Yeah.
Because
No,
I'm quite
I just
knowledgeable
was.
about Bible stuff, but
We should like
Debate
move
what
the
kind of Bible stuff?
I don't know. I just
all that Bible stuff.
there's a lot of.
Hey,
we might have a taker for you.
Hold on, baby. I mean, it's not simple. We can talk about the Bible.
Yeah, but it's not that fun with just two people, huh?
What is your most simple, basic question? I mean, what are you curious?
No,
It's like,
no.
why did
Don't
you
ask
come
that
in here? I'm kind of curious now. Maybe I will go there.
No, hold on.
Just go down to the Bible thing and check it out. See what he wants to talk about. He's asking on the live stream. It must be important.
That's not important.
Sure it is.
Hey, baby, do you know where Biblical VC is? Do you know where that room is?
Yeah.
Let's freaking do it then.
Hey, baby.
Going.
Hey, there are points in the Bible which we can address.
There's only one person in there. Oh.
I'm trying to figure it. Well, I mean, there's going to be more once I join up in there.
Yeah, Helio's going to go down there. KJ might go down there, I think.
There. Oh.
So we shall see. Anyway. Now then.
If it's a Bible flat earth question, it should be okay to ask in here.
I'm neither going to confirm nor deny that one. I don't make the rules, but I'll tell you what. I'm not going to look to a comic book for empirical proof of anything. So that's why I like to just do the curvature stuff only. But that's just me.
Oh, it's not just you.
Well, that's probably true too, yeah.
That's selfish to say that.
Well, okay. Yeah. All right. See, but with what I'm saying is I'll take all the blame. Is what I'll take it. It's fine.
I get you.
Anyway. So
go
ahead.
I wonder why when these people they start asking about or talking about measurements, there is a question I always like to address them, and it's this: like, what are the most advanced technological measuring methods are they aware of? Like the devices themselves, technological devices for measuring precision measurements, for making precision measurements. And they have no clue. They say, will say, I saw mechanics, well, we can use a caliper or a micrometer, but they know it as a measuring tool, they know how to use it, but they don't know how it functions. Like what's inside there that gives you that reading measurement.
Well, there's also the application. You got these devices you talk about all the time, and the application is very specific. You know what I mean? It's not for measuring, it's for measuring small components and, stuff like that. When you got a CNC machine or something, you're building a very specific small thing. Yeah, we got massive technology to make that stuff extremely accurate. But we don't have devices like that for measuring like the Earth, so to speak. They don't make them. There's no application for that.
I know. Yeah, there isn't. But still, we do have like giant linear encoders. The biggest that I read about, it's like 200 meters long, and it has a precision grade tolerance of 65 nanometers in 200 meters.
So what are they going to do? Dismantle that thing and take it out somewhere on the Earth? I don't think so.
Well, 200 meters is, you can lay it down on the ground, and it is like that inside the building, So it is on Earth.
Right. I understand what you're saying, but that floor was poured with concrete to be extremely flat.
Yeah,
and
self-leveling.
There's going to be
self-leveling concrete.
There's going to be no curvature there to find. Period.
Yeah, but why did they use self-leveling concrete?
Well, they don't. They use what's called a laser-controlled power screed. I poured buildings like the skating rink for the Olympics in Salt Lake. It's all hooked to lasers and a screed that adjusts automatically. And it spins a round aluminum tube and just spins it. And it's like 30 feet wide. And as it spins along, it adjusts up and down and makes it, they call them super flats. They have to be. They have to be within like a 1/16 of an inch in 100 feet.
But that is for ice skating.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yep.
I know.
So I don't. I'm just trying to figure out how you would take that technology out into reality and use it. For what? To shoot a 200-foot distance and over the water or somewhere next to the water and show that there's no curvature? Yeah, sure. But how much would it cost to take a machine like that out and set it up in that environment?
Well, the linear encoder doesn't cost as a whole machine, they don't come also cheap. I agree with that.
But what would be the process to get it out in that environment and get it functioning for that purpose? That would also be very expensive.
Yeah.
Just the process to get it out there, installed there, and functioning for that purpose, that would be extremely expensive.
I would say it will cost like, let's say, around $10,000, but that's doable, you know.
Well, if it's only 10 grand, maybe you're right. But I was thinking more like 100 grand. But not going to take a Well, how much does that machine cost?
Well, the linear encoder, it's about 5,000, and to install a mechanism to lift it, or actually use two of them, you know, one on top of the other. So when they both moving along, you can read if there is a angle divergency in the down vector.
Yeah, I understand it will detect anything that's there.
Yeah.
But it doesn't seem like
in 100 meter, you should be able to detect like 7.8 millimeters arc curvature. So that means that you have an angle between the down vector, which gives you that arc curvature, you know. So you will find that the down vector is not parallel with your start position.
if it were a ball.
Yeah.
But that's not what it's going to find. You know that, and I know that.
Yeah, they find perfect parallelity.
Right.
They are perfectly parallel, like nanometric precision. Yeah. So, and these guys at the Airbus, they did this, they explained this, but they have no clue that they are actually debunking flat Earth, you know?
Right.
They are debunking the globe, actually, yeah.
Right. But you know what I mean? If you look at it like this, you know, you're talking 7 millimeters of missing curvature. To the normie, they're going to think 7 millimeters. I mean, that's nothing. I mean, it's like that's not
well, actually, you know,
you and I know different.
Yeah.
But the average guy, that's
yeah.
ridiculous.
I will tell you what's the problem. For a 7 millimeter difference, that will be a number of 7 million nanometers. You know, so it is a very high value, which is countable. That laser encoder counts every nanometer, and it will show you if you have a 7 million nanometers difference. It's very easy to read that.
I know, but what are you talking about? Half an inch there?
Oh, much less, yeah.
Yeah, see what
like
I mean?
a third of an inch, yeah.
Those people are going to look at it and go, okay, it shows us that there's should be a half an inch of curvature and it's missing. They're going to think that to be so insignificant that what are you saying? I mean, I just don't think most people will understand when it's only a half an inch. They're going to go, that's a half an inch. What are you talking about? This is no big deal. You know what I mean? When you understand it like you do, it does mean something. But the normie, they don't understand that stuff.
Yeah, it was nice to talk. I have to go work now. See you later.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Hey, if you can see that, what I posted, in the live stream voice text for anybody just listening. It's sun and moon below the flat horizon in the same camera shot from a high altitude plane. So it's not a picture that anybody edited, folks. This is live from the cockpit of a plane. We see from above the sun and the moon. Yes, from above the sun and the moon. Check it out. Whoa, who muted the music bot?
I don't know what's going on. I thought it was me.
No, the music bot is server muted.
Music hater.
I mean,
Oh well, we can fix that. That's easy, right?
yeah, I think a mod just needs to unmute it. There we go.
A manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number two, Never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys have set that ass up properly, gassed up. Fallacy deployed up, shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and the servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, this bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in VC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out, straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the bed on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play something. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. B. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell him bounce.
I think I say this every time that I never get tired of that song. Thank you, CB. Now I want to know where all the comedians are at.
This is a good song. I have no comedy regarding that track.
But yeah, every time I hear that song, I have to, well, I don't even think I decide to dance. It just happens.
Right.
For reals. In fact, I often thought a handful of times that I should like record it, but with a little bit of anonymity to it, you know? Just I don't know, but.
A dance video, yeah, do it.
What number? I don't know, but as soon as you go to the hallway, it's the first day. First apartment. Right. Go.
Okay. All I got to say on the end of that is that there's never enough hours in the day. Oh my gosh.
No,
Anyway, with God rocking hot micing as usual.
Oh, be quiet, Jenny.
Just head back. That means yes. So yeah, Toby Dog said it's straight up fire. That song. I totally agree. You know how Stevie Wonder says it about music? You can feel it all over. And I didn't do it as good as him, but, you know. So that's why I'm like, sometimes I feel like I don't even make the conscious decision to do what I do. It's like awesome. I just let the music take me. In a sense. I mean, not like I'm some awesomely creative individual that knows dance moves. I just do whatever comes to mind.
Well, that's the best part about music. It moves you no matter, especially if you need to be moved for a moment. Your body's like, hey, we're going, so you better catch up here. We're gonna move now.
Yeah, I don't like any of the new music though. I feel like I am a grandma, but like my granny.
No, man, it's all bad. You're right about that.
I mean, not to say the stuff we like is. I mean, it's not golden or anything, like, but every generation says this, that it's the worst.
Yeah, it's true.
I just want to use your love tonight.
Josie's on a vacation far away.
I was just doing a little research into black metal from Norway and death metal and stuff.
There are so many genres to heavy metal music. It's crazy.
Oh man, it's really terrible music. I mean,
well, they're just screaming.
They're like, it's just there's no like melody to anything.
It's like the Tasmanian devil got a microphone.
Okay, I don't know what's up here, but usually this does not occur. So, yeah.
What has occurred?
What did you just say? I think I heard you wrong, Hank.
It's like somebody gave a microphone to the Tasmanian devil?
Yeah, that's my Dexter. So a neighbor was outside messing with their car alarm, I guess to try and fix it. I don't know. But, dogs have super hearing compared to humans, and it was probably hurting his ears. And he probably thought somebody was trying to hurt us. So there's that. He's like, he is doing such a good job. I think he knows I'm talking about him. So he's doing such a good job at doing a whisper bark, or he just growls softly, or sometimes he whines or cries. It depends, but he's really trying to be quiet. So this is out of the ordinary, like I said. He's actually a really good doggy. So sorry about the barking and the distraction. So yeah, a lot of times when he does that, I'm like, excuse me, sir, because he knows what he's doing. Dogs are very smart.
What kind of dog is it?
He's a long-haired Chihuahua.
Oh.
Unfortunately, recently neutered. It was quite the horrifying experience, probably the longest week.
Why'd you chop him off?
I had to, because where I live. And it was horrifying because...
Your landlord's inspect your dog's nutsack?
Well, there was a little bit of a genetic anomaly with his little anatomy. So part of one of his little testes was next to his little, his little penis. And so they had to cut him twice. It was so horrible. And he had to wear a cone. And I mean, you guys know this already, but yeah. I've always been a cat owner. I haven't had a dog since I was a child. So
I didn't understand. I thought you said like something about where you live had something to do with it.
Yeah, you have to have your dog neutered. It's effed up. I hate it. I know, just like you got to get him. I mean, I got to get him a rabies
I just wonder the inspection process. How does that work?
What?
I mean, how do they police that?
Oh, all they got to do is come over and look.
Yeah, they're like, knock, knock. I'm here to inspect your dog's balls.
That's fine. It's like, get it over with. Get the fuck out of here is what I really want to say.
Yeah, I remember hearing years ago, some landlords would insist you have your cat declawed.
Oh, hell no.
Oh,
that's really cruel. I've never done that to an animal. I'd never done that to a cat. I've had two
they
cats.
They need their claws.
Well, no. I've had one cat, and I had him for like 10 years, something like that. I think it was more than that. But But yeah, I would never do that. That would be like ripping your nail beds, permanently removing them where they don't grow back. That's fucked up.
You know, if cat has to run away, he can't just like run up a tree or climb a fence. He's no traction
I
now.
know, right? Well, I had a cat. Hold on a second. Excuse me, sir. Shh. You want to go to bed? Okay. So what did I just say a second ago? Sorry.
Oh, we were just talking about the cat's claws.
Oh.
Anyway,
No,
what's
but
up
I was
on
going to
Flat
say
Earth?
something about. Oh yeah, let's go back to Flat Earth since I threw us in the weeds again. Sorry. Sorry.
Toby Dog says, my grandma had all her cats declawed. Yes, she's a sadist.
Oh my gosh.
Not just one cat, all of them.
Ugh. Oh, I know what I was going to say now about cats. And then we'll stop, okay? Only because All right, so I had a kitten once, and I waited too long. I didn't get him spayed, whatever reason. Anyway, the little creep kind of ruined my place, and so instead of taking him to a shelter where he'd probably meet his demise, I don't know, I just set him free.
Oh, boy.
I know. I mean, at least
Where'd
he had
you-
a chance. I don't know. That's my thought.
Where'd you set him free at?
In the woods.
In the woods.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Why not?
I have to admit, I did that when I was younger, too.
I mean, what am I going to do? Take him to a shelter? Not all shelters are no-kill.
Well,
I'd be driving him to his death. At least he'd have a chance in nature. He'd probably meet his demise anyway, but at least he'd be free living as an animal.
Yeah.
Not, I mean, I know they give him a shot and they go to sleep, but what if they don't? I mean, anyway, Flat Earth, you guys. Okay, sorry. Okay, so Glatt says better to free an animal into its natural environment than to put them in prison. Thank you, Glatt, because I was really conflicted, but yeah. I don't know. Oh, no, I don't want to do it. All right, is there any people on the fence in here? Or Globers? Or is it just Flat Earthers in here?
I don't think too many Globers come over here.
I know, right?
I wish they would. It would really, be interesting. Lively discussions. But they know better than that.
But seriously, if anybody sees somebody that's not a Flat Earther, please interrupt me. I don't mind. Because you guys saw what just happened. But yeah, maybe the Globies are all in bed. At least in my part of the earth, anyway. Or our part.
It's pretty quiet in here tonight.
I guess if we tried, somebody could maybe find one. There's other Discord servers. And other places, whatever. Oh, Matthew Learns was in here earlier. And then somebody straight up start calling him a liar. I'm like, okay. The truth speaks for itself. You don't have to be so harsh. It may be true or not, but to me.
Yeah, no, stating something that is incorrect, but you believe it isn't a lie, but,
Right, like what teachers do.
Yeah, they're just saying stuff they think is true.
Right. So how can you be lying if you don't know you're lying?
Right, you can't.
Yeah, so the next time I hear that again, which I probably will, I've always, if somebody says teachers are lying, I'm like, whoa, stop right now. because I don't believe that should be passed along, saying teachers are liars. That's bullshit.
Right. They have their
I mean,
curriculum that they're supposed to teach you.
okay, so I recently had a coworker, well, not a coworker, she's a step above me, but whatever. She said that, and this is something I kind of already knew, but how she put it, it was like, ooh. She said, words can be twisted and gnarled and knotted and, just basically, manipulate. It's easy to manipulate the English language, and I'm sure the same goes for other languages. So you can say something. I saw a thumbnail that was completely untrue. I don't know. I'm weird. I follow someone from a long time ago, not like Die Hard or anything, but Jeffree Star. He's no longer a makeup mogul like he was. Now he's on a yak farm, ranch, and he's selling their fur or whatever. And now he is, he's selling yak meat. And that's so like Jeffree. That's so like Jeffree to irritate everyone and not give a fuck. But, he stated in a video today that they are not pets. They are not named. They don't get training of any kind, halter training, or, they're just there for they're only grass fed.
They're farm animals.
I'm half tempted to buy his yak meat, to be honest with you, because they're pure grass fed. But I'd be interested in what kind of injections they get, but we don't want to go down that. We'll get in trouble. But anyway, there was a reason why I brought that up. I'm sorry. I went too far on a sidebar, I think. What was I saying before that?
I forgot.
Anyone else can jump in and say?
Before the yak meat conversation?
Yeah. I brought up Jeffree Star.
Oh, I don't know who that guy is.
Oh, well, he's a kid.
I do.
Help me out.
He's a real character. He's a real character.
Yes, he is. Honestly, I think he's got some deep connections with his real, true family. Because you look up them, their family members, and you don't know nothing about them and all that kind of thing. I mean, but anyway.
Well, you've researched this guy's background?
A little bit, yeah. Steininger is his last name, and it's German. So, but anyway, so why did I bring up Jeffree Star? What were we talking about before the yak conversation? Please, somebody. Was that Hank trying to help me?
No, I just got back though. I heard you bring up Jeffree Star, and that's kind of the beginning of the conversation.
Was he a regular over here?
No. He is a social media influencer from back in the MySpace days. He is a gay man who likes to dress in makeup and women's clothes and everything. Whatever title you want to put that on, but anyway. So, he used to have a music career, then he went into makeup, and then he really hit it huge. And then he took all that, what he gained from that, and built a yak ranch. But I honestly think that I remember what I was going to say. I honestly think that he has matured, because some of the stuff that he said since he's been on his ranch, I really think that it's kind of cleansed his soul. Because he was very bitter for a very long time. In fact, his past came back to haunt him. You know how people are, they like to dig shit up on you. And then, so I guess he used the N-word and was really aggressive and could have been arrested if a policeman saw him doing what he was doing. But yeah, he's always has drama. He's like, almost like, Kris Kardashian manipulate people with drama to sell shit to people. That's what he does. Or that's what he used to do. Now he's got his yak ranch. So he doesn't have to live in LA or wherever, Hidden Hills, I think is where he lived, next to the Kardashians. It's just so bizarre, these people. I can't, you gotta...
I don't know, I wouldn't pay any attention to him, personally.
Well, the thing is he's part of I don't think he really associates with the LBGTQ community too much. He just is a gay man that likes to dress up as a woman. I've never
kind
heard
of
him talk
content
about
is
the topic. Huh?
what's his channel like? I mean, what's he talk about?
If you just, it was about makeup. Now it
Makeup?
still is, but now he's doing stuff about his ranch.
Yeah.
But he was talking about, he used to be a major sugar addict, and he was talking about how he started eating differently, and he was under the impression with the change in himself that his behavior was due to his diet. Caffeine will fuck you up. I don't know if he was a caffeine, well, he's always loved Red Bull, so probably. But so yeah, he's just removed himself from Los Angeles area, whatever, and he lives in Wyoming now.
Oh, good for him.
I know, right? Because I don't know. Well, he's still gonna do his drama. Okay, so this is so stupid that I'm telling all you guys this, but so he had a rumor going around. It was quote unquote leaked, right, to promo somebody. I don't remember the details, but allegedly he had a thing with Kanye West.
A thing, huh?
It's like, okay, I don't doubt it.
I mean,
I would tend to believe it, actually. You know how upside down clown world it is? They put it out as it's not true. Well, you kind of got to think in the opposite to understand these people. So I would be willing to contend that it is true.
I have no
There's
information on it
all kinds
and no interest in it.
There's all kinds of claims against major rappers or hip hops that are on the major DL. Or they try to be, but then they get drunk and then they take goofy pictures and shit.
Yeah, I heard that the whole rap, industry is like you have to go through these rites of passage, and it's all a bunch of gay stuff.
Yeah, in fact, the newer rappers have just came right out and said it.
Yep, fresh meat.
I don't remember who it was, but I remember watching a clip where he had to have been like 20s, early, if that. And he was just bragging.
Gotta go through that homo ritual if you want to climb up the ranks.
Ugh. I mean, that's fine if you want to do that, but to be coerced, man.
I could understand if you're, homosexual and want to do that, but if you're like straight and you're like, doing it for your career, that's like a different level. But, there are people that do that for that money, I guess.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. And, the term, this is horrible, but it's called gay for pay.
Oh, yes.
And it was alleged that Jeffree Star's boyfriend of 5 years, I think it was, I can't remember his name, but there's a lot of people that made a claim about that with him. But who knows? I mean, it's just people talking,
It's just the evil world.
Hella weird.
Yes. Oh, I gotta tell you. Okay, talk about Hollyweird, that whole stage that they put up for themselves. And that was the Will Smith stunt. I mean, wow. I mean, you could talk easily for a couple hours just on that one thing. But it's just like, they can't get us with soap operas and TV. I mean, people still watch TV, but it's just not the same. Does anybody know what I mean?
I stopped watching TV about 2006.
I know. I didn't get it as soon as you, but it's been well over 7-8 years since I paid for cable TV.
Yeah. You just can't watch it the same after you get woke, Illuminati symbology, occultic ritual, Freemasonry here, Freemasonry there, one-eyed symbolism. It's everywhere.
Yeah, and I do still like to watch those shows because, you have to know what people are watching in order to reach them, if that's what they're into. But, Yeah, it's one thing if somebody knows what they're looking at, but there still could be some things there that you're not aware of, even with that. But
No,
you know,
going back
especially
to
people who are not
subliminals.
awake. Huh? What?
I said they've been using subliminals in
Right.
TV and movies.
Symbology.
No, like they flash things that only your subconscious mind picks up.
Oh yeah. You know, I was thinking about that earlier today, and I can't remember right offhand what it was for exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. The sons of bitches are still doing that, even though it's considered to be illegal. But if they do it, it's okay. Nobody catches them, then yeah.
Just even the sitcoms, have they're giving you messages of how to think about stuff that
Yeah.
like look at Married with Children, a show like that. You see, you disrespect the father of the home, and he's like,
Dude, we used to stop everything to watch that show. But yeah, keep going. Disrespecting the father. I mean, totally
Roseanne.
emasculated. The father was totally emasculated, that character. It was actually, looking back on it now, it is very cringy.
yeah.
And then what they did with Christina Applegate's character made her this sex pot dumbass.
Right.
Yeah, it was a lot of stereotypes.
Kids watch this stuff and they monkey see, monkey do. Like, oh, that's
Oh,
the way
yeah.
you're supposed to be in society.
All the girls wanted to look like Christina Applegate. I mean, everybody had their hair like that and had tight dresses like that. And, it's almost like she was doing the opposite of slut shaming.
Slight glorification.
Yes.
Well, look at Hannah Montana, turned into this.
Oh my God, that's a
demonic
week-long seminar. Are you kidding? That Miley Cyrus. Oh my God. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it if like her and Britney Spears, they wanted to do all that stuff.
They put them through this mind control programs and stuff.
I mean, yeah, and gave them certain programs, a set of beliefs, and they willfully did all those things. Who knows what the...
It's just like we were saying with the rap industry, the pop music. They start out, kind of innocent and cute, and then they just get sluttier and sluttier as it goes,
Did you see that one music video that Miley Cyrus did a couple years ago? I think it was like maybe 3. And she was all in red latex.
No, I don't
it
think
was
I've seen
really like...
I haven't seen
What?
any of her videos.
Oh my God, it was like a porno.
Of course.
I mean, sure, we've seen TNA forever, right?
Right.
A full bodysuit, and she was, I don't remember, but she was twisting around some other female. I mean, so, fans of hers, longtime fans of hers, are watching this, and this is okay, that you can just do that willy-nilly.
Well, it's like when kids watch adults do stuff, the kid just figures out, okay, well, all this stuff is normal. Adults,
Especially if it's done under the age of 7. Especially because they say that children, I think definitely under 5, I don't remember the years, so forgive me, but the child's mind is in a different brainwave station where they're literally a sponge. They are getting programs written, and neurological pathways are being formed with habits, and it's incredible. I mean, so
yeah,
I'm sure they tried to replicate that for this MK Ultra bullshit.
It's all part of. All the entertainment that we get comes from the top down. From the controllers down to the people.
Right.
So if they're there in front of you on the screen, there's a reason, and they have a mission,
Right.
to corrupt. Well, like I've discovered, even the Beatles were synthetic project, Tavistock project
Dude,
to.
that is a rabbit hole. I'd be real careful because I know a channel and we won't see you for a couple weeks.
But
for real.
But the effect
Yeah, do
was
you know a lot about them? About the conspiracy? Yeah, it's crazy, crazy. Like the one where he's on David Letterman and it looks like his plastic surgery was malfunctioning. I'm like, come on, man.
Well, there's that one interview, the so-called Paul McCartney was talking to David Letterman, and he, right at the end of it, they were talking about, hey, that rumor that you died, this and that. And anyway, at the very end of it, David goes, oh, that was the other part of it. There was supposedly a guy who looked like you that, was an imposter. He's like, well, yeah, that's me, like he kind of just admitted it, right at the end.
Yeah.
You know
I mean,
you have to see it, but
well, there's been I think the memoirs of Billy Shears or something.
Yeah.
I remember.
I read that.
Who's the guy that has the YouTube channel? You probably already know it from the sounds of what you're saying. But
Paul Williams?
Mike
Williams.
Yeah, and then the Paul is Dead channel. Oh man, I have gotten sucked in. What gets me is when you're looking at it from a forensic science point of view. You're looking at things that cannot be changed, like height and which hand you use to play your instrument. How many coincidences do people need?
Yeah,
How many?
Billy's 5 years older than the first Paul, and he's about 5 inches taller.
Supposed to have been 3. The one we have now is number 3, allegedly.
Well, I don't believe that. I mean, there were other doubles used for different purposes here and there. All the Beatles had doubles. But yeah, he's the guy that, he came in at Sgt. Pepper. And
well, I heard that the first switch was done when he had his car accident.
Well, yeah, that's the story that, we kind of get, that, oh, it was just a surprise accident and all of a sudden Paul McCartney was dead and there was a cover-up. But I believe that Paul McCartney was whacked because this guy had been in the wings preparing, getting surgeries and learning how to play the bass left-handed, and he was ready to go. So
not that it matters.
What?
Why do you say? Why he's whacked? Why did he need to be replaced?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was he was not going along with the program that.
Well, what didn't he come from a military family?
No.
Okay, I must misremember that.
And then there's always the thing of sacrifices. You know what I mean? Like.
Oh yeah, like what Kanye West did to his mother.
Okay, I don't. Yeah, that idea is out there.
So you're saying his was who?
Well, I don't know.
Or that he was the sacrifice.
He was. He ended up like, because he
so
was
who
even
was
having.
Who was the one that decided that that was going to be his fate?
Well, I don't know how
it had to have been somebody that rose to fame. I mean, or unless it was his replacement that did it. That's pretty saucy.
No, I mean, I'm saying that they were controlled from, British intelligence, whatever. The Tavistock Institute was telling George Martin what's going to happen with these guys. He didn't even want to work with them when they first auditioned because he said that their music was rubbish. Basically, he got told, no, you're gonna work with these people, and it turns out that I believe there were songwriters, professional songwriters.
Oh yeah.
And just, it's kind of like
Ooh, I got a
just like the
question for
monkeys.
you. I got a question for you. This is something maybe you haven't thought about before. Okay, so what about someone who's like strongly affiliated with the Beatles? And this is someone who I adore, actually, his voice. And his name is Harry Nilsson. And he collaborated with, I forget which one of the Beatles.
Buddies with John.
No, it was not John. It was
John
George.
Lennon.
No, it was not John Lennon. I think it was
Yeah.
George.
No,
It
it
was
was John.
George.
It was John.
No, I
Harry-
know. I'll bet you $100 right now it was not John.
I'll
I
take
know.
that bet.
Don't waste
Yeah.
your money.
Anyway, it doesn't matter which Beatle it
You could
was.
Google a picture of
And,
Nilsson and Lennon in L.A. in the 70s.
Oh yeah, they hung out. Definitely, they partied. Yeah, for sure. Okay, but this movie is an animation. It's a Hey, sorry, you guys. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. All right. So anyway, the name of the cartoon was called A Point, and it had a soundtrack. And Harry Nilsson, I'm pretty sure. I mean, the stuff that's in that soundtrack sounds pretty Beatle inspired. So I'm thinking, what if maybe he was a part of the songwriting? Because he's like, oh man, I don't know what his religious beliefs were, but I mean, he could have been somebody, because he never had to tour ever. So that I find suspicious. If you don't have to tour and do as you're told, that means you got extra privileges and you got them from somebody special.
Yeah, how about like the Beatles, in 66, all of a sudden they just announced, okay, we're never playing live again. I mean, that's pretty unusual for a rock band, isn't it?
Wait, what now?
In 66, Epstein came, and told the world that the Beatles will no longer be playing live shows.
We're just a studio band from now on, from 66 to 1970.
Yeah.
We're just studio band. That's
I think they didn't want, to see this Paul McCartney who's tall now, and
And our last concert's going to be on top of a roof. What? Get the fuck. No.
I mean, I used to be a huge Beatles
You
fan.
guys know about Tavistock. I don't have to tell you guys, man. Come on.
It's about social engineering and stuff like that.
Exactly.
So I mean, I believe the Beatles were created to, it's kind of an attack on Christianity in the West. It worked on me. I mean, I cared more about the Beatles than going to church. I'll tell you that.
No doubt. Well, they start out with like, I want to hold your hand to,
Yeah. That's how they do it. That's how they get their audience. They do it all the time. They still do it on YouTube right now. To this day, they bring someone sweet and nice and get their audience, their base built, and then they flip the script.
What about, was it Miley Cyrus Hannah Montana is like, hi, I'm Hannah, and I play guitar, and I want to sing a song for you.
Yeah, just a cute little innocent girl.
Right.
Innocent little girl, and then all of a sudden she's like having sex on stage, and you're like,
right?
What the hell happened here, man?
She put work on the map is what she did.
Fucking cucks, man. Fucking Mongos. Anyway.
Yeah, the whole British invasion, I think, was what came out of Tavistock too. The Stones knew that there was that Paul died. Donovan knew. The Who knew. Like they say that the song "Won't Get Fooled Again" is about Paul being dead.
Yes.
The parting on the left is now parting on the right because. The original Paul, his hair parted one way and went one way, and then the new guy, his part went the other way. The natural way your hair parts.
Well, that can be changed. I mean, come on.
Well, no, this is the direction your hair wants to go naturally.
Yeah. They have a lot of special effects type of stuff they can do with hair. I mean,
They did a pretty good job, of creating this double. Good enough to fool the whole world, basically.
I'm sure that's why they get paid the big bucks.
Yeah.
$1 billion. Paul McCartney was the first billionaire rock star. Just
Ringo Starr was the Beatle, you guys. So Harry Nilsson and Ringo Starr collaborated with this movie and is actually pretty damn awesome.
Yeah, Ringo would go out to L.A. and hang around with
Thank you.
Harry Nilsson and Keith Moon and John Lennon. And
Yeah, so who knows what kind of real shenanigans they did behind the scenes when nobody was watching. I don't think I want to know.
Yeah, you do. Come on.
Nah.
Yeah, you do.
I was in fantasy land on that one.
Nope.
But I can imagine a little bit, but probably not to the capacity it needs to be.
Down the rabbit hole you go. Come on, girl.
No, but that one image, it was a photo shoot the Beatles did. I think it was for Rolling Stone, but I'm not 100%. Where they were all dressed in white with a white background, and they had these dolls and
oh yeah,
the Butcher album. That was an album cover.
I know, what a horrible idea,
Yeah, and this is what they're flipping the script. That's what they do.
I mean, eating babies right there on the album cover. What the fuck happened? We do shit, man. Fuck.
Who approved that shit?
Come on. Anyway, it's a very, very collector album cover. If you can get one, man, they're worth it.
Oh yeah,
of $1,000. If it's in mint condition, it could be worth $2,500. There's ones where they took the Butcher album and put a sticker over it and then sold it, and those are worth about $500. But yeah, if you can get an original Butcher album.
Did they slap like the new artwork, like glue it right on top of the Butcher cover?
Yes, yeah, they did.
Because the replacement picture was, there's a shipping case or whatever, a big trunk, and Paul's in the trunk, and the other ones are kind of standing around the trunk.
Yeah, so they got put in their place on that.
Because I heard people would they'd steam off the top layer.
Yeah, you can steam it off the label, and then you got an original Butcher album. Yeah.
How about the album Two Virgins that John and Yoko put out, where they're butt naked with their genitalia hanging out on the cover of the album?
Love me too. I love you too, baby.
We're far stream from the flat Earth over here tonight.
Anyway, yeah, we're streaming out into a little bit of the woods. They say the weeds or the woods.
Reel it on in, reel it back.
We're in the cornfield. We're in the wrong cornfield.
We're in a corn maze. It's the maze.
With the children of the corn.
Jenny, you ever been to a corn maze? Come on.
Of course I had.
Of course you have. See,
who hasn't?
Whenever I ever hear the word corn and maze, I always think of that one freaking Adam Sandler movie. Oh, what was it? Freaking where they all come back after their coach died. What was that movie? I forget, but yeah, if you don't know the movie, I'm not even gonna try. Yeah. Oh.
You ever seen Little Nicky?
Yeah, and that's something I wish I could unsee.
Yeah.
For sure. Oh, whoa. Whoa.
So where's the mods tonight, keeping us on track? We need to be scolded right now.
We need to be scalded and reprimanded. Come on. Keep us in line, mottos.
Is there always one present? Or sometimes they're not even here?
Sometimes they're not even here, man. Helio's here. It's Helio's here.
There's usually a lot of mods, but sometimes they stay quiet.
Oh my god!
Jen is
Oh
a
my
mod.
god! Is that right?
Yeah, what's up, Jen?
Hi! Your voice anywheres.
What?
I said I'd recognize your voice anywheres.
Yeah. Good to hear yours. Yours is unique. I know Jen's voice anywhere too.
Good to see ya in here.
Yeah. I was just watching the crypto markets like always. They're melting down.
Oh.
I'm melting.
Make the transition.
You wanted a heads up when it's melting down. It's getting ready. I mean, it might take longer than I think because yesterday hit a bottom, and then today it's been really choppy.
Well, that's because the federal government's going to take it over. That's why.
I hope not. I'm going to try and get the hell out as quick as possible.
Get the F out now. Run.
Well, no, I want to grab the coins and split, and I'll just keep them for the future, like in case they do like Bitcoin. I'm buying some. I'm not buying Bitcoin because it's already huge. I'm buying the smaller altcoins. Hoping that they mature into something like Bitcoin that's worth tens of thousands of dollars, and then I'll be able to retire off of it. Nobody thought, like, let's say 10 years ago when you could buy Bitcoin for like $5, no one ever thought it would go to $60,000 or $70,000.
Oh my God.
For one coin. At
one coin.
Well, they're 29 right now, and they're down from 69,000 earlier this year or last year. But when they first came out, they were selling them on eBay because the guy had like PayPal receipts from 2009, and at the time, one transaction, someone sold 1,300 Bitcoins for $1. I'm like, oh my God, 1,300 for $1? Because you could mine them for free, and they didn't really have any intrinsic value. And they're like, well, shit, I got these things on my computer. Let me go make $50. See if anyone wants them. And they were just selling them on eBay.
Kind of like NFTs right now, yeah.
Well, NFTs started out expensive, dude. They're like, what the? You're paying $50,000 for this?
Yeah.
This JPEG on your phone? Yeah, but I own it. So fucking what? It's like,
I mean, you can buy an NFT right now for 50 cents.
I think it's money laundering. Like, have you seen the Cyberpunk NFTs? They're like, yeah, there's no way. And those things are going for huge money.
It's
and
ridiculous.
I think it's a way. Let's say like Hunter Biden's artwork. That's what it reminds me of.
It's horrible.
Yeah,
hundreds of thousands of dollars for this cheap ass artwork. It has to be money laundering. There's no other explanation.
Definitely.
Gotta be.
Oh yeah, I made these. Oh wow, you mean someone's actually paying you millions of dollars for?
Yeah, I took a shit on a canvas and I sold it for $6 million.
What's that?
This is like I took a shit on a canvas and it sold it for $6 million.
That's Hunter Biden, but this is digital shit. This is digital shit artwork. It's really shitty artwork selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
When I saw Logan Paul, like one weekend, he made an NFT. It was like little robot dude or whatever. I was like, he sold it. The total value was like $6 million. I was like, what?
What? Come on, man. That's a damn lie.
I was like,
you, sir, are a liar.
You, sir, are Mongo.
He's the worst. Remember the stunt he pulled on us? Oh my god.
That's the only reason I know who he is because he pulled that bullshit on us, man.
When you say us, what do you mean?
Flat
The Flat
Earthers.
Earth community. Well, he
Oh.
tried to get all of us, but I mean, I remember when it was a big secret on who the special guest was going to be for the Flat Earth conference, and so yeah, I never would have guessed it was him.
Yeah.
And they said it was somebody famous. And I was like, oh God, I hope it's Jim Carrey. Please be Jim Carrey. But that's obviously not even close.
I'm like,
He's
oh.
internet famous. He's not really famous. He's just internet famous.
Correct.
Yeah, that's different.
No. Yeah, no, I'm glad you brought that up. You're exactly right. Yes, definitely.
Because if he went
He's
down
just
the
a little
street,
puppet. He's just a little sock puppet is what he is.
right?
So.
Like only younger people would recognize him. Like my nephew knows who he is, and like
Right.
young kids. So if anyone's like a little bit older and not really into internet shit, he could walk right past you and you wouldn't even know it. Like, hey,
Well,
who the
they
hell is
start these people out as kids on YouTube and stuff. Look at James Charles. He was like, I think he was like 12 or something when he first started really doing YouTube videos on his own, and you could tell it was in his room and all that. And when he grew up, he became he got his audience and everything, he just put himself out there. And then somehow he became the first cover boy, like as in cover girl.
Yeah. The makeup. Did he do makeup and stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's just odd how they get an innocent young person.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, before high school, young.
He might have been put in place, Jen. He might have been selected.
Yeah, for sure. Because he's on the payroll for, that one place where he's at all the time, and I think he's gone to dinner with the CEO, whatever her name is. I can't remember. But, so how many coincidences do you kind of need?
I think they put him in place to try and normalize men wearing makeup. Like, oh,
well,
look,
they're setting it up probably for something even worse because
transgenderism
he's still
is what it's
young.
about.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he wants to be transgender.
Well, no,
he's
but
done drag and
like a drag queen thing.
Yeah. But what I'm meaning is they're getting these influencers or whatever you want to call them. They're getting them young so they can build their fan base and their following, and then they flip the script.
You got to corrupt the next generation. That's how they do it. They get the Disney stars and they corrupt the next generation.
Well, people are kind of, Disney is not the shining star it used to be with everyone. They're just, it's just not. So they got to figure out other ways to do their missions.
They move to like Nickelodeon or other things.
Yeah, it's all branched out like a big web, but, a lot of people go on YouTube. So that's why you see all these quote unquote influencers. They're with everything. It's how they sell stuff now.
You know where they're at is TikTok. The ones that cater to the youngest.
I refuse.
Hey guys, it's Speed MC here, and I want to say the Earth is a sphere, not flat.
Okay, see you later.
News alert.
Okay, why do you say that? What makes you say that? Why are you saying it's a sphere? Oh no!
I think he's just trolling us, thinking, "Oh, we're going to get all triggered."
Say he must have problems with his mic.
We've never heard that before. We're so triggered.
Or maybe he got a knock at the door and he's having a pizza right now. Maybe that's it. Hopefully not.
Midnight. I don't know if they have delivery at midnight, but
oh, not anymore.
You got the munchies and it's midnight. You could order Domino's. Be there in 30 minutes.
I don't know when is that dude still in here?
I think you can't get anything past 10, really. 10 o'clock is when they stop. They close the doors. Sometimes on the weekend, they stay open a little longer.
So who was the person that spoke up a moment ago, you guys?
Nobody knows.
Well,
Maybe he
correct.
dipped out. He came and trolled, and he dipped out. The Earth is a globe, and he failed.
Yeah, he just trolled and jumped out.
He thought we would get upset. He's like, "Oh, how dare you? How dare you?" We'll be like Greta, "How dare you?"
That's so weird. You're just going to come and say it's a sphere, and then that's it. So
I've heard worse. But
well, yeah. I mean, who checked that guy in?
I don't know.
Yeah, I did a crap job. We just kind of, that was
You
kind of
checked
funny
him in?
though. No. I was just saying, I think we knew the second we heard him because we're like, oh, okay.
I think, yeah, he knew he wasn't going to get under our skin with his mild trolling. He wasn't like a good troll. You got to be pretty rough to get under our skin.
I would, I like to know how people come up, how they find stuff out. That's what I want to ask people.
I know. I like trolling the trolls. Like in the check-in, they think that we'll get triggered by the Earth is a globe, and and then like if you play
Yeah, like
along,
people do on YouTube or Facebook. They think that's how we act.
Yeah, they say the Earth is round. And I'm like, okay, I agree. It's round.
Yeah, like a pizza.
It's round, but it's not a ball.
There's a difference between a circle and a ball.
Obvious, yeah.
Not so obvious, Ron, because people look up in the sky and they see a circle of light and they think they see a ball.
Well, that's because that is imprinted in their mind since the time they're born. It's a ball.
Imprinted. You're absolutely right.
It's hard to break that conditioning. I would say it's almost impossible.
Impossible?
Almost impossible.
I have a new favorite saying. I'll have to look more into it. The eyes are useless when the mind is blind. I just love that. Oh my gosh. I mean, that just says it all right there.
It reminds me of a biblical verse. It says, it says, "Hear this, you stupid and senseless people. You have eyes, but you cannot see. You have ears, but you cannot hear." They literally have eyes, but they cannot see. You can't see the horizon is flat. It's like, that's what I feel like saying. You guys are stupid and senseless.
Yeah, but even people that read that in groups and such, because I've been in groups and such, and I've heard that, and we've talked about it. And they don't talk. I don't remember having conversations about that like I've had with people like right now, what we're doing. I don't think they get it when they read that. I have to.
It makes perfect sense. It makes. He couldn't have said it better. Yeah.
But did it make the same sense that it does now? Did it make that like 20 years ago?
No, you would scratch your head. What do you mean you have eyes, but you cannot see? I mean, you literally don't see what is in front of your eyes. You literally don't see it. It's a flat horizon, and you don't see it. You want to believe it's a ball. You are stupid and senseless. It's like, it's so...
I don't think stupid is fair.
No, it says that in the Bible, you stupid and senseless.
Did you? The Bible
literally says that.
The word stupid now?
I don't think it says stupid in the Bible.
No, I don't think so, but we'll go with it.
They're a little
Sorry,
bit more
Ron.
eloquent.
No, sorry, Ron. I wasn't trying to derail you. Go on if you want. Uh-oh.
Yeah, once people have got some indoctrination deeply into their mind, you could just show them proof after proof. This won't faze them. What happened? Went totally silent in here.
Well, hopefully I didn't. Well, we lost Ron for a second. He muted, so he must got a call in.
No, I'm here. I didn't want to make any noise. My price alert was going off.
Oh, okay.
Is this
See, it says this Jeremiah
Someone's infighting on Speed
5:21.
MC. Do you want to help?
Excuse me? What was that?
My dog that's acting a fool tonight I don't know what's going on.
Is that artwork that it says 88 punks owned? Is that somebody that was that something that was sold for millions of dollars? Please tell me no.
Can you repeat that?
Wolfgang Flat.
Yeah.
It says 88 punks owned. Okay. See it there in the stream?
88 punks owned? I don't know.
Are you on the live stream voice text?
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, because we were talking about that YouTube guy who sold some artwork for millions of dollars.
Those are some of the cyberpunks. They're called cyberpunks, and it's like, you know how you have Nike shoes, Adidas shoes. These are cyberpunks. It's a particular brand, and those particular cyberpunk NFTs sold for shit tons of money. And that's why I'd like to look into who actually created them, because the artwork is not worthy of the price that people are paying for these.
I mean, it's not even a painting. It's just like horrible.
It's a pixel, dude. It's a JPEG. It's just a pixel art.
Garbage.
I don't understand why it's a thing. They all look stupid.
Because I think it's money laundering. I think the person who created them, the people buying them, keep their identity secret. So let's say you wanted to, I needed to launder $100 million. You just buy these stupid JPEGs off me. And then I could take the money and bring it into the real world and buy real estate. Yeah, you pay some tax on it or whatever, but it's drug money or whatever it is. So you're taking dirty money and making it clean money. You're just bringing it into the system.
Yeah, because, art is subjective and they can't argue, like, even if it's a big piece of garbage, you just, somebody might like that. I don't know. I mean,
when Hunter Biden starts making NFTs and he's a billionaire, right? Like, just like his art is money laundering. Everyone can see that.
That guy should be locked up already, man.
Dude, he should be worse, but I won't go there.
I mean, he even, put his dad on blast for,
Who, the big guy?
Taking on, the big guy, I mean, it's just incredible how dirty the Bidens are.
But the thing is, I think that they put it in our face because they know people aren't going to do shit. Like the Clintons were that dirty and nothing ever happened. And I think they just want people to be frustrated. And why doesn't the FBI do something? Why? Does that even deserve an answer?
I know. I've been saying this for years. I mean, just nobody gets in trouble for these things.
Because that's how it's designed, man. It's designed like that.
Because they're in the big club, and you and I are not in the big club.
Right? Well, actually, they're just the low-level people. The people in the face, like okay, Biden, he really has no power. He ain't really calling any shots. He's a mouthpiece. No. He's a mouthpiece, and whatever, dude. He does what he's told, just like all these people.
Yeah, he's owned.
But they don't care. Like all these people, they live pretty well. Like him and Nancy Pelosi, and they get their dirty money and their millions, and they live much better than us. But they're complete sellouts, and they're not calling the shots. They're not really running shit.
They act like they do.
Well, that's part of the role. You have to
Wasn't
act like
that the hey? Wasn't
It's show
remem-
business.
remember when Pelosi got in trouble for going in that beauty salon and acting like nothing was happening in the whole world?
John. I
Yeah,
heard
she
her
must have
husband.
not done what she was told because she had to be publicly humiliated. And you know what, people found out where she lived, and for some reason they were hanging hair dryers in the trees by her house because there was a lot of beauticians that were out of work. And then Miss Things just sauntering around, kind of pissed people off real bad.
Yeah, but the thing is, they've got it to where you can't really do shit about any of it as an individual.
Well, you can't change their system. Their system is in place until we pull the plug.
You can
We can pull the
do
plug.
is disengage.
But
Yeah,
we
but
can
they're-
pull the plug.
They're
if
getting
we-
into our business, though.
If enough people
Yeah,
reveal
there's a-
how they reveal what's going on, then we could pull the plug on that system, and then nobody will use it. Like when everyone realizes how corrupt it is, then the system fails to have any authority. That's the only way to dismantle it, is with just shining the light on how it's actually built.
Yeah, but
Critical
you say
mass.
when people, figure out it's so corrupt, then it'll all fall apart. Well, at this point, it's just in your face corrupt, just overly so, and
It's still happening.
we still can't.
I get
really,
it, but
nobody
people
gets in trouble. I mean, there's
Here's
nobody
the problem.
watching out for us.
I had this argument with flat earthers even. People think they can fix the system by voting in new people into the corrupt
Oh my
system.
God, no.
I know. That's the problem. And it's like, no, we'll just fix it. We'll vote harder. We'll get new people in, and they'll fix things.
Oh, that's ideally that's the way it's supposed to work, but
Well, that's what keeps you like a donkey chasing a carrot. They throw you a bone and say, "Oh, his poll numbers are down," and then they replace one of the minions, and the people think, "Yeah, we won a small victory. Let's keep at it, guys. We're winning," and nothing ever changes. They just keep you chasing that carrot endlessly.
It's like a high school kind of, what was student council, but it's like a nightmare.
It's worse, and it's much worse.
It's like,
this is impregnable. I mean, but it's not indefeatable. We could defeat it. That's why they censor us at every turn. And what I'm saying is, when they find out how corrupt when you learn that the earth is flat, you also learn that all the governments of this world are in on the same deception. They're all on the same page. That means they're all on the same team, every one of them. And when that happens,
and you know how you can prove that? From the Antarctic Treaty.
and having a globe in the classroom and saying they have some people on the International Space Station and they're going to space together.
Oh, I just heard on the radio just the other day that Americans and Russian scientists are working together on the ISS, and it was recently refueled, so that was a big deal. And
People understand.
That ISS is the biggest joke in the fucking world.
People understand they're corrupt.
People eat that shit up. Nom, 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 nom.
What I mean, like, would you say they know it's corrupt, like Nancy Pelosi and Hunter Biden? They understand Hillary Clinton, that level of corruption. They don't understand that every other government is in on it the same way. They always tell us that China is an adversary, Russia is an adversary, when in reality, they're all on one team. All of these world governments are on one team versus us. And when they figure that, and when that fucking light bulb goes on in your head, all of those governments get dissolved. They all get dissolved.
I don't know how that's going to happen though, because they own the armies and they,
so what?
Own the courts and they. I mean,
hey, but so what? Let's say you're in the army. Let's say my dad was in the army. So like, you're going to turn on your own people? Like, you realize that your government's working with Russia and working with China to fuck you over, and it sent my grandfather to the world wars and all these other people to Vietnam and Iraq and Iran. They've all been sent to these fucking bogus wars for banksters. When they learn that, they're going to go fucking turn on their people, but not the banksters? Come on.
Sorry, I've got to step in and just interrupt this conversation. We've had reports of this kind of thing compromising the server, so we might have to change the topic.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, okay, no
War
problem.
and
I didn't know that was.
You got a strike for that the other day.
I'm sorry,
yeah,
everyone. I didn't know that. I would not have continued with that if I knew that was a hot ticket topic.
Talking
Sorry.
about World War II.
Yeah, they recently really ramped up terms of service and everything real bad. So we got to have a zero tolerance. It's crazy.
Yeah, just as far as agenda and motive of particular governments, like it's just got to steer clear of that. That's all. You can discuss
thanks,
like
man.
war topics,
Thank
like
you.
things, but yeah, no problem.
Thanks for, appreciate you. Don't want to lose our server, everyone. Can't be too careful.
I can't believe that we're at this
I know it.
point in America where we can't just chit chat about whatever
Well,
we
we
feel like.
can. It just can't be live stream. We can talk all what we want to talk about on voice and chill chat or whatever, but we can't do anything with text because that would be Discord would have something. But yeah, it doesn't matter to me if I'm recorded. I just,
I'm sure I'm on a list already somewhere.
Yeah.
I think all of us are, dude. We're all monitored. Whether you like it or not, you're being monitored.
You have a file on everybody.
Yeah, I mean your phone, like all the if you look at your phone, it tracks out all your movements. It probably has passive listening and recording devices with the camera and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's already with you at all times. And not just your phone, other devices, the Internet of Things. There's stuff in your house that you don't realize that's probably got the same stuff in it. Pinhole cameras, recording devices.
I
It's
know.
all connected to
When
your
they
Wi-Fi.
finally get their entire surveillance grid in place, it'll be,
It's pretty there already, dude. I don't know anybody without a cell phone. It's like their grid is
Right.
in place. Even homeless people have cell phones. It's like,
mm-hmm.
and then they got cameras on all the streets. They got them on the schools. They got them on the stores. All that network of cameras tied into the internet. They got them on doorbells. They got them everywhere. That circle camera on the doorbell.
Every single intersection in America has cameras.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, eventually they'll be watching what you buy at the grocery store, and if you buy too much of one thing, they're gonna,
Already do, man.
give you demerits on your social credit score.
I get the coupons for the shit I buy the most, like Kroger and the store Meijer. They send me coupons for the stuff I buy every week. Like, oh, you bought this, this, and this. Well, here, I mean, okay, great. Give me some coupons, whatever. But it's like, if they have that, so do other people. And you know what's crazy? I was, I don't know if you heard this before, but I was at a store buying some of these Jimmy Dean breakfast sandwiches, and they were on sale. And I got picked up 4 boxes because they were like $2 off or something. I'm like, okay. I don't want to come back here when I scan these and then they scan it at full price and I got to go all the way through the store that's bigger than a football field. Here, look, see, and then walk all the way back to the cash. I didn't want to waste any time. So I just took a picture with my phone. Anyway, this is years ago. This is before I was even a flat earther. And I was listening to Alex Jones on TuneIn Radio. There was an app called TuneIn and you could listen to streams. And an advertisement came on my phone for $1 off Jimmy Dean breakfast sandwich at Meijer. So from the little picture, there was no photo or anything.
You took a photo of this thing.
Of a barcode. It was a barcode at a store.
Oh my God.
A barcode with the price. It was, the barcode and the price of the item. And I just wanted to show the people, here, see, here's your sale price card. It's in the, frozen foods display. So from that, I got a coupon on my phone listening to the live stream. I'm like, what the fuck? Because in the fine print, all the apps.
You just took a picture and it went into your photos and that was it?
Well, here's what it went on my photos. But when you buy an app or when you download an app, even a free app like a Flashlight or TuneIn Radio, it says that in the terms of service, you have to agree to let it look at all your photos and all of your contacts and whatnot. So from that barcode, it figured out that there was a product and I got sent a personal advertisement to me, directed at me. I'm like,
wow,
what?
That's crazy.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find it. It was so creepy. And this is years ago, man. This is probably like 10 years ago. I'm like, what the? Because that's probably like the last time I listened to him. It was about that time.
I love Alex. Everybody gives me shit for it, but I don't care. You know, imagine when we get to the point of there's no more cash. Like homeless people and stuff, you can't like give them $1 or $2. I mean, there'll be nothing to give them. You know what I mean? How do you panhandle when there's no cash in society? I'm looking at every single person in here has their mic off except me. Oh my God. Well, now's my chance to just grandstand. And I got nothing to say. There's the Alex Jones meme. He was real upset that day. One thing Alex doesn't get is he believes in NASA and space flight and obviously globe Earth. I don't know why he can't wake up to that. And he still thinks that planes hit the towers.
That's because he's controlled opposition. Alex Jones is basically a higher level shill.
That's the claim. I haven't seen any indication of that.
Do you know who Bill Hicks is?
Oh my God. To me, that's the dumbest theory ever.
Really?
Yeah.
That's Bill Hicks.
Yeah, no. I mean, Alex Jones has got, high school yearbook pictures from when he's a kid. He's a real person.
You think Alex Jones is legit? Someone who says airplanes hit the World Trade Center. He believes in outer space. So he's legit.
Yeah. Well, I figure that's what he believes. I mean, I don't have to agree with every single thing he ever said.
Opposition. They have people, right, that put out. I'm not saying everything that he puts out is not true. he does put out some good stuff because he sent me on my way to not trusting all this official media. And then I turned my scrutiny on him. I said, well, what about you? Well, look at this, this, and this. And then I just figured out, I'm like, aha, he is a higher level controlled opposition. He's going to reveal some truth that you're not going to hear on mainstream media, but they have different layers. They have layer 1, layer 2. It's like an onion. They have all these layers of different controlled opposition. You have the mainstream media. That's the biggest net. And then some of the fish swim through the netting, and then you catch them with the next net or the next net or the next net. I'm just like the one that swam through all the rips and tears, and I found my way out of the net because so few people are going to find your way through all those holes in the net, right? Almost nobody. Less than a 0.5% or 0.1%. Some people get caught on the final net, would be like Alex Jones. He's like the last net to capture the people that went through all the different layers of mainstream media and keep them contained, keep them in his camp.
What's he covering up? What's he lying about?
He's covering up 9/11, which you just talked about. He's covering up space. He's covering up the fake shootings, like the one he recanted on, the one in Connecticut.
Yeah, I mean, I believe he figured out that nobody got shot at Sandy Hook.
Well, yeah,
won't touch the two main truths.
But now he's got to like say, I believe people died, you know, because he's got like 20 lawsuits from these people.
The person that you trust is now feeding you lies. That's what I'm saying. He's like one of the final levels of controlled opposition. So, well, Alex said it, so it must be true.
Well,
because he's right about the Illuminati. He's right about the New World Order. He talks about them in those general terms all the time, but he doesn't talk about Israel.
Well, I mean, it comes up. You know, he said he doesn't.
Have you ever heard him talk about the USS Liberty attack?
Yeah, it's in one of his films.
He did. Okay, when?
I forget which one it is. That's where I learned about that USS Liberty attack.
Well, that's good. But the thing is, talking about 9/11 and airplanes and stuff, that's
well,
just,
this was back in 2002 or 3 when they were, you know, trying to figure out what happened. And, you know, the idea of no planes wasn't even on the radar anywhere yet. You know.
Well, it's like, where is he today? His stance today on this stuff. I'm not saying he's. I mean, that's just, it is what it is. There, even controlled op will give you some truth. They have to give you some amount of truth to make themselves believable, so that the people who are skeptical trust them. Like, no, he talks about the Illuminati and the New World Order and Bohemian Grove. Like, yeah, I did learn a lot of useful stuff and about those things I just mentioned, and the Federal Reserve and all that shit. So he does have some good, but on the big topics, he's always going to revert to the official narrative, like Sandy Hook, like outer space, like all the 9/11 official story.
I just think he actually, you know, thinks that, you know, NASA is real and stuff. I mean, I would say, man, you don't know NASA's fake? I mean, come on.
No one could be that stupid, especially if you know about all the other things, like if you know about Bohemian Grove and the New World Order and the Club of Rome and the Bilderbergs. If you know about that, there's no way you could be that stupid and not know about the NASA fakery.
Yeah, he's like a jump off truther. Like you start out, like I did, like listening to him, and then once you figure out more stuff and you're really looking to truth, he becomes unappealing.
Right.
And you look at the actual truth, like flat Earth.
Yeah, if I ever called up at his show, I would ask him, like, Alex, you don't know that NASA's fake? Come on.
He knows.
He won't touch it.
Or you know, when the plane hits the building and just glides in and doesn't bust off a piece, you know.
He told us about fluoride in the water. He told us about a lot of useful stuff. I'm not saying, but that's what controlled opposition will do. like rat poison is 99% food and 1% poison. So even if Alex gave you 99% truth and 1% lies, he's still feeding you half truths. And the bigger picture is to maintain the official narrative on space, on 9/11, on Sandy Hook. So if you believe all this other stuff, they allow you to know about Bohemian Grove because it's out there. They go to the Bilderbergs. They have the Council on Foreign Relations and the Federal Reserve. People have known about this shit forever, right? They got books, The Creature from Jekyll Island. People know about that shit. Ron Paul would even talk about that shit.
Right.
There's certain things that they don't let you know, and that's one of them's flat Earth, because it ties them all together. It reveals that they're all one big entity. They're all one big hydra. All these governments of the world, they're one hydra. And they're unified on at least that one thing. On at least that alone, space and the globe, they're on the same page. That tells me they're unified. It's a unified one world government. Nobody dares step out of line and tell the truth.
Yeah, I just think Alex shies away. He shies away from aliens and weird. Yeah, he doesn't want to come out flat Earth because he's
aliens is not related to flat Earth. That's some fake shit. It's
into the area of kookiness. You see, he tries to stay with more like something he can really prove. Let
me see. You're a flat earther, so what? I think you need to journey a little bit further down the road, and you'll figure it out. You'll piece this together.
What am I missing?
The big picture.
Alex is like really.
He's not that important to the big picture.
Okay. He's pretty independent,
So you think. He works for Time Warner.
I don't see how that works.
Well, that's who pays him.
I mean, is there any proof on the planet that that's fact?
Now, you just said the Earth is a planet. So that's another suspicion. Like, I don't know any flat earthers that call the Earth a planet.
It's just out of habit, Like you say, this guy's the biggest liar on the planet. I mean, yeah, it's flat Earth.
What
but
planet? I don't know.
It's a phrase. What do you call it? I should refrain from using that terminology.
Don't catch him up on that. Just ask him the 3 questions.
When I found out the Earth is flat, right, I realized it's not a planet. And to me, like, that's one of the things that makes me cringe. It's like fingernails on the chalkboard when I hear people refer to the Earth as a planet and they're flat earthers. It makes me cringe.
Or people say global or all over the globe.
That's a little bit like a global warming is it's actually like a thing that people call it. So it's not as cringy as calling the Earth a planet. They're still both kind of a little bit like the global warming, but what else would you call it so that the common person would know what you're talking about?
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, just drop the T and you got a plane.
Right, it's also another farce. It's one of their farce things to control your fuel. They call it carbon emissions, and it's greenhouse gases causing global warming. It's like, well, wait a minute. It's a trace element. It's like 0.2%. It's essential for plant life, and you're calling it a pollutant. It's not a pollutant. It's a trace gas, and it's absolutely essential. Without it, the world dies.
That's what they want, so.
Right, but.
I know, dude. This global warming is bullshit.
You said this word starts with a G. Global. What's the root word for global? What's that? I've never heard any of these words before because I come from a different time.
A different time.
The globe is fake and gay.
Yeah. I just started following an Instagram channel, Space is Fake and Gay. Does anybody know who that is?
I know him. I know him. That's my boy.
Okay, good. Yeah, because shit's fucking hilarious.
Oh, now space is gay.
Well,
Space has been
It's
gay.
always been gay.
Always gay.
it's been gay. Dude, you guys are on fire.
Fire.
Gosh,
Yeah,
I
Eddie,
can't wait.
Eddie Bravo's busted Alex Jones balls on Joe Rogan about the flat Earth.
I wrote that in one of my songs. Space is fake and gay. It's like
What do you guys think about the moon, though? Like, what do you think about
Hold on,
that?
I want to hear him finish
Moon's
talking
gay
about his
too.
song.
Oh,
He was talking about his music. Hang on.
Yeah.
Oh no, I made some songs. I'm not the best singer. I'm like pretty shitty actually, but I rate the lyrics and I put them to different musical tracks. I do like a parody, and I've been working with.
Can we hear them?
Put it in
Yeah.
the live stream voice text.
Hold on, they're kind of shitty vocals, but
No, it's fine.
Whatever it is, man. Let us
Just a
hear it.
demo.
Share it with the masses. Is there a Glober talking though? Scout, are you a Glober partner?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, why's that?
I don't know. It makes sense. Does it not?
No, that's the thing. It doesn't
does it
make
not?
sense.
No, it
Check this out. Correct.
Harry Potter makes sense.
Oh wait, no, sorry. That's my bad. I'm not a Glober.
Oh,
That's
so
my
you're
bad.
you're a
Yeah,
honest,
obviously.
you're an honest
Well, he
person.
offers some lies.
Yeah, because it makes sense.
Flat makes sense.
Yeah.
Why's that?
Well, I don't know. All the like everything adds up and it just makes sense. Like all
Name
the
one
stuff.
thing.
I haven't gone that in depth into it. I'm not gonna lie.
Just give us one example.
Well, so
A
you're
lot.
already lying.
The moon landing is fake
How does that have to do with Earth measuring flat?
On the sky.
because they're lying about it. They say it's spherical from the outside, but it's not.
Hey, man, people lie to people all the time. So what?
Hey, Scout.
Exactly.
You're a bad actor, bruh. If you're gonna act, at least be good at it.
What do you mean?
We're just calling you out for your bad acting.
Well, how else is he
For
going to
what?
get better if he doesn't hang with us for a little
Hey,
bit?
it's got to practice.
I guess if you want to practice, maybe go take some classes or something.
Okay, that's my bad.
Just be genuine, man. It's fine. You can be a Glober. It's cool. We all used to be Globers, bruh.
It's so much easier to be honest, too, by the way.
I just want to be. I want to be
flows.
accepted. I want to be
We
accepted.
don't want to. No, this isn't a club. We're not trying to get the numbers up. We don't want to recruit you.
Okay,
we
okay.
we just want to have a dialogue and you just to be honest.
That's my bad.
Simple. Yeah. Just be honest, bro. We used to be
Always be
where you
honest.
were. But if you're just gonna like goof off and try to act and stuff like that, we just don't have time for that.
Yeah. Okay.
It's too late in the game for that.
Do you know you sound fat?
I'm like 155.
He
I'll
means
probably
PHAT. That's what he means.
kick your head off as well. So
I don't know if you'll be able to get your foot all the way out there. You know,
I
you
can
sound a
definitely
little
get
bit
my
big.
foot over your head because you're
Won't be the first thing that's been up there anyway, huh?
You're definitely not taller than me, Scout. For sure.
Yeah, but you sound fat. You know that. And I'm guessing you're fat.
How does somebody
and pull up on me then, cuz?
He's
Where do you
155.
live? Yeah, and like 4'10".
That's what a fat person sounds like to you?
Yes.
Are you retarded?
You also sound fat. You know that, right?
Alright,
Everybody
so-
sounds fat.
I'm super fat. PH.
Well, anyway,
Scout, can you
Hey,
focus?
hey, 1 second. How do I sound?
You sound fine. You don't sound fat.
Yay!
How much does fun weigh?
Congratulations.
Anyway, so
This
you
is
think you can
deteriorated
focus maybe
quite.
5 minutes?
Huh?
Do you think you can focus for 5 minutes?
No, I really don't.
All right, well,
hey, I got to tell you
Yeah.
something. You know, the first knee-jerk reaction to not understanding something from a human being is to mock it. So you're there.
Hi guys.
Just letting you know.
If you go take your meds, could you focus for 5 minutes?
Hey guys. So
what's up, blah, blah? How are you, buddy? Hasbullah in the house.
So can you guys tell me why the Earth is flat?
What does that even mean, though? When you say flat Earth, what does that mean?
Flat.
Yeah, what does that mean? We're asking you what that means.
It does have mountains and valleys, but
Right, because we can't sit here and like debate the flat Earth that you made up in your head. We need to be talking about the same thing. Okay. When I say globe,
When I
you know
when
what
I
I
think
mean.
about a flat Earth, I think about Earth on a sheet of paper,
So like a magic carpet.
like a map, like we're on the map,
So like a magic carpet.
like D&D map, you know.
So we're picturing something like a magic carpet in space.
Yes.
All right. So
Knew
that's
it.
why we need to talk about this, because there's not a single person in the server that thinks that. You've come here with your own ideas about some silly flat earth that you made up in your brain that you think flat earthers believe in, and that's why you think flat earth is dumb, and we think that's dumb.
Enlighten me.
Well, I mean, just let's just make sure that's clear. The thing you thought was really dumb when you got here is something that you made up. We don't think that.
Okay. Well,
all right. So it starts with like they're telling us that these bodies of water form into hills. So when you go out and observe bodies of water, whether it be something man-made like a cup or a pool, sink, bathtub, or something natural like a pond or a lake or an ocean, right? So do you ever experience any of these bodies of water forming into mounds or hills?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Come on
You've
now.
never experienced any of these.
When you're in a boat, you look out in the water and it's flat in every direction.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So, but all I'm saying is these bodies of water, they don't form into hills. So if we're on a globe, then everything, lakes, all these ponds, all these oceans, they're all hills of water. Obviously that's not happening in reality. So that's why we don't think the Earth is a ball. If the Earth is 70% water, as they say, then that's a lot of flat water. So
absolutely.
Then what do you think about Picture from Space?
Well, they're showing us curved hills of water, as I just discussed. And we don't see those in reality. So why would we? Oh, let's just go with the pictures because they show hills of water, but we don't see that. No. There's also pictures of Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster. So
That would require curvature.
Should we go with those two?
It's hard. It's hard for me to understand.
All right, so that's step one, right? We've already covered the curvature. There's no hills of water. The step two is, like, do you think you're moving? Do you think these buildings are moving? Do you think your house is moving? Your apartment or whatever?
I guess not.
There you go.
Why would anyone think that? That's kind of my question. What evidence would, like, what? Who's going to come to me and say, yeah, man, your house, why would they even begin to think that?
Yeah, why?
Yeah, nobody would come up with that on their own.
All right, so all right, we're 2 steps in. Check.
Okay.
Step 3. Let me give you an example. I have a can of soda. Right, if I open the soda or a 2 liter of Coke or something, what happens to the gas pressure? If I leave the soda in a coffee cup for a week on the counter, it's probably not going to be as fizzy as it was when I first opened it, right?
Yeah.
So I think we need the containment to contain the gas pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe another example, like maybe you have a car, you got a flat tire. Can't just go to the mechanic. You need a new tire. You got to get a new container to contain the gas pressure inside the tire. Can't keep just pumping it with air or,
I just got 4 of those new babies, and I'll tell you what, there's some quality air pressure in there, but only because of the quality tires acting as containment for the gas pressure.
Well,
yeah, not gravity, the tires.
I was going to say, Glass sort of made the mistake. He should have just got the gravity edition.
Oh, yeah, could save some cash on that. Next time. Thank you.
Exactly. All right. So those are 2 examples, blah, blah, of gas pressure with a container. So we'd like to know if you can think of or demonstrate an example of gas pressure without a container?
Without a container. Here? I don't know.
So,
Here?
well, that's the thing we're trying to prove. So we can't use the thing that we're trying to prove the thing we're trying to prove. So the air is the thing in question here. So we can't just point at the sky and say, see, there's my proof. That's the thing we're trying to prove.
Yeah, we're saying, why doesn't that vacuum of space suck our atmosphere off the ball?
I gave you 2 examples, right? Physical examples. So we're just asking if you have, a physical example that we could demonstrate here on Earth. Gas pressure, no container.
No,
I mean,
I had no idea.
Yeah, that's cool. We can just rip the Band-Aid off because you're not the first person we've asked this to. You're like maybe the 20,000th person we've asked, maybe more.
Well, the thing is, none of us can, right? I have no idea where to find gas pressure without the thing for which the gas presses to. You know what I mean?
It's
Gotta
got to
have
press
both
against
things.
something, huh?
Yeah, right. That's why the word pressure is used. PRESSURE.
Right.
Yeah. So you need the container. So, boom, we've covered gravity. Sorry, not gravity. Curvature, rotation, and gas pressure. Right. So, no water hills. These buildings don't move. You definitely need a container for gas pressure. So we have gas pressure on Earth. I'm guessing it's contained. So I'm guessing. What do you think, fellas? Do you think we can go to space or anything like that? I think if you want to go to space, you're going to have to jump into your screen.
Then what happened if Elon Musk?
Yeah, I was just thinking you might need a Neuralink implant to go to space.
No, what happened if he actually goes to Mars? Then
he's not going to fucking Mars, man.
Well, first of all, Earth would have to be a globe, which it measurably isn't, and it would have to be adjacent to a near perfect vacuum, which has never been demonstrated. So I don't think that's happening.
Say, let's say if it does.
Are you able to see the chat, blah, blah?
Yeah, but let's say that we go to Narnia. Let's say we go to the Emerald City. Then what? Why would we say that? What's the point?
Yeah, I'm feeling what Central's saying. Blah, blah. Can you see the chat?
Yeah.
You you see what I posted at 2 minutes past the hour?
Nope.
Dude with the striped shirt.
I used to watch. I'm a '90s kid. I'm a '90s baby, so I grew up watching Blue's Clues. And if you do a Blues Skidoo dance, you can jump into a picture frame. You can jump into the TV. So I think if you want to go to space with Elon Musk, you're gonna have to do a little Blue Skidoo and jump into your iPhone or your TV.
Wait, so do you guys believe that the Earth is round or flat?
We don't believe.
Yeah, we're trying not to do beliefs here. Maybe that's what you're doing. That's why you're asking us that question.
Have you not realized where you are right now? Blah blah.
No.
Oh, you're in a flat Earth Discord server. So we are pro flat Earth. We are anti lies. Globe.
We're just pro Earth. If the Earth happens to be flat.
Okay, let me be honest.
Sorry.
If it was a globe, that'd be cool too, but there's just no evidence for that.
Yeah, I'll believe whatever.
No one's going to bring any evidence either anytime soon. Otherwise, maybe blah blah. You would have brought some, right?
Yeah.
But you didn't, did you?
On YouTube.
It's not there, bro. We looked already. Don't worry about that.
I'll look on YouTube right now.
Well, yeah, let's talk about the Elon Musk, the red car up in space. I mean, you believe in that thing? I mean,
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
of course. Where's that car now? Is it just orbiting the Earth or something still, or what?
Well, I think it looks impossible.
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible.
Thank you, Elon.
It would look so much more real if they faked it.
We'd have way better CGI if it was fake. Blah blah. Are you like an Elon Musk fan?
No.
Okay, good. That's a good thing. Blah blah. Can you see the live stream voice text? Live stream voice text.
Oh, yeah.
Can you
Okay,
read?
so yeah.
Can you
So
read,
yeah.
Blah?
Go ahead, guys.
Oh, yeah.
All right, just checking. Sorry, go on, Gemsy. Didn't mean to interrupt.
No. I'm just pointing out the text, so for him to be aware that he has prompts
Wait.
to see the text now.
So that picture of the sun rising. What is that?
I don't see a picture of the sun. Try
What are
again.
you? Hey, where are you looking at right now, Blabo? Where are you looking at?
He's talking about Wolfgang's post at 58 minutes after the hour.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Are you lost, Glaflow? Are you kind of lost that you don't see the sun on that one?
no. That was yesterday. So
Yeah.
I'm now.
No, it says
I've moved
today
on
for
to today.
me.
Glats from the
It says
future.
today.
Glats from the future.
That's because you're not in the right time frame. You need to.
Exactly.
Yeah. Glats in a different time zone, Gemsy.
Gemsy just hates everybody. Okay, yes, I see the sun. So blah blah. What do you want to say about the sun gif?
So what was you talking about?
Now, blah blah.
About,
Now we're on the
the
same
water.
page. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Blah blah. You said you see the picture of the sun. Did you want to talk about that?
So is that flat?
The horizon looks pretty flat, straight.
I mean, the GIF is flat. It's like on the screen, sure.
Yeah, which part are you asking about? There's a lot going on.
The GIF, is it flat?
GIF.
If your screen is flat, then yes, the GIF is flat.
What is that GIF trying to show us anyway?
I don't know.
What the hell did you post, Wolfgang? What is this? Well, they usually say that the sun is going down below.
Yeah, it's like
the
coming
horizon
up on
where
this
the
one.
sun sets. We just zoom in. It's
Uh-oh.
clear. Oh, I see. Or anything. Nothing's going down under any horizon.
It's just going away from you.
Yeah, it's
nothing's
like
going into the water. That's weird.
yeah. People would say the sun's disappearing behind the Earth's curve, but then you zoom in, it's like, oh shit, it's actually not even touching the horizon. Shit.
The sun appeared to have set, which means most people would think it went over the curve of the Earth. But when you zoom in, you see the gap between the sun and the water. What's happened is it's just disappearing at the vanishing point. Everything disappears. It converges at the horizon. So it looks like it just blends into the horizon and disappears. So they tell us ships and the sun, they're actually going over the curve of the Earth. But if you zoom in with a like a P900, P1000, you can see that they physically didn't go over the curve of the Earth, because if they did, there's not enough. It wouldn't matter if you had 1,000,000 times zoom. It doesn't look over hills. It just looks straight ahead.
Right.
There's no camera that looks over a hill. So zoom doesn't do you any good.
Yeah, I know they say the sun's going down, but it's not.
Well, what they say is the Earth is turning away from it.
Blah blah. Do you have a dad or just a stepdad?
That's an interesting question.
Do you have a male figure in your life that might be able to teach you how to be an adult? I'm just asking.
We know the answer, but we want you to answer.
Single mom.
No.
Alrighty. So moving right along, what we have to do here is we have to see if we can get him to come back, because he just left after I asked him about his father or lack thereof. Okay. It's all right not to have a dad, but you know what's worse? To think you're living on a spinning water pair. That's worse.
Somebody better pick up that phone, because I think Glatt just called it.
Bro, you just made a man-child cry.
Yeah. You should be ashamed of yourself. Did he just bounce right when you asked him that?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Got too real.
I would have been
You
like,
made him cry.
what's that got to do with it?
Damn, glad.
The reason.
You don't want
Come
him
on,
to start
guys.
pouting on
You
screen.
gotta work yourself into it. You just
Come
went
on.
in
We
raw,
all
man.
know that he was here to waste time. I didn't mean to I didn't know he was
You
gonna
gotta lube him up,
puss
dude.
out like
You
that.
just, like,
I hadn't even started fucking with him yet.
We were being mean to him, really, were we?
No, but just because he was burping into the mic.
Right, I was like, when he did that, I was like, you know what? Fuck this guy.
It doesn't mean he didn't have a dad.
Correct.
Poor guy doesn't have a dad, and then you made him cry.
It was a solid clue that he didn't have a dad, though. Look at how it turned out.
Guess what? Glatt's his dad now.
Yeah.
Draw up the adoption papers.
we got another person, Mia. Anybody talk to Mia?
CB, you're too kind.
All
Go
right.
ahead. You say you got a new person? Go ahead, guys. Take it away.
Send to the next one.
Yeah, there's a Mia here. Hi, Mia.
Love it. Hey, it's Mia, everybody.
Mia, do you respond to your name? Hello. Do you have control of your mic?
She's gonna hang up on you now.
All right, then. You guys were talking about.
Give me the cold shoulder.
You guys were talking about daddy issues, and now some people are gonna be scared about opening their mic.
Don't be scared, folks. We'll be gentle.
Yeah, just don't burp into the mic, and yeah, like don't project your daddy issues onto us.
It's not my fault.
It's not my fault if your dad left you.
This is my step ladder. I never knew my real ladder.
That was good. So does Mia stand for missing in action? A-holes, or was it stand?
Apparently.
Mia, the way it's written, it means missing in action again.
Yep.
That's like my joke, except less funny.
I think Good Boy brought her along. She's shy today.
Oh, dude, Good Boy is here? Is he?
Yeah.
Says she doesn't really speak.
All right, then. Keep your secrets.
If you have a question, you could type it in the text on the live
She
stream.
did. She had
Oh,
she had a question in the lobby. She said, is it a flat sphere?
Whoa.
That's the dumbest question ever. No,
That's definitely daddy issues.
that can't be real. She's
Mia is shy. I know her. She doesn't really speak, according to Good Boy, in the chat.
Yeah, it's just the difference between a sphere and a circle. One's 3D, one's 2D.
That's like a lot of Gen Z. A lot of them like the text, but they're just really they're really shy to speak.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, but because they're so used to texting, they feel awkward speaking around people.
Dude, I'm not even gonna.
They text people they're in the room with. They just can't handle
Right.
it.
Yeah.
I still understand how phone anxiety is like a thing, but it is a thing with younger people, like not being able to speak on the phone.
I mean, the live stream definitely does have its own, vibe. It's not normal, I would say. So I'll admit that, but it is weird that people don't want to speak, like not face to face, but at least like.
If you go on the live stream, there's only like 4 or 5 people watching most of the time. It's like, and they're the same regulars, so it's like whatever. It's not. If there was like a huge audience, like, oh my god, there's like 10,000 people.
There's
watching.
like. You mean the
There's
YouTube
literally dozens of people listening in, but not even
the
that.
number matters to her. It's people.
Well, if it's a lot of people, I could see getting some kind of like, whoa, maybe people being freaked out by it. But it's like it's just like a small room like this. Don't feel shy. Speak up.
Yeah, it's just like there's 4 people listening on YouTube and then 14 Mossad agents. Like, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't care about them. They're always listening, whether you like it or not. Whether your phone is even on. You could turn your shit off and they're still listening passively.
Yeah, so it's mostly just the same people who are always listening to you, so no big deal.
I always tell them to fuck off because I know they're listening, and I like to troll them back.
That's why I eat a lot of gassy foods.
Because like everyone's phone monitors them. Like everywhere you go, it'll tell you where you went. You went to McDonald's or you went to Starbucks or Kroger. It'll track you. It'll see when you were driving, when you were walking, how long you were at each location. You can look in the log and find this stuff on Google.
So they know how long it took me to take a shit.
If you take your phone to the shitter, they would probably know. Yeah.
What are you doing in my swamp?
How do you get those little sound bites?
I just pretend I'm going to the bathroom to throw them off.
Is that why I get like toilet? Is that why that I get like toilet paper advertisement when I eat on the toilet?
Dude, did you see the ad I posted? I got an ad back in the day when I used to listen to Alex Jones. Did you see it? It was a targeted ad. Let me see where it was. It was up a little bit.
Where was it again? What's the time?
Let me see. I'm scrolling through right now. I'm trying to find it.
Yeah,
Okay,
Target.
yeah, 12:37. I'm on Eastern time, so it might be different for yours. It was for Meijer, a store it's like a grocery store.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Save $1 at Meijer. Jimmy Dean breakfast sandwiches. That's exactly where I took the picture. It's got the little infinity symbol on there too. But this was TuneIn Radio. It's like for live streaming and stuff. It was an app that I downloaded, and this is like 10 years old. I haven't listened to them in a long time, but when I saw this pop up, I'm like, I'm deleting this fucking app. Like, what is this shit?
Dude, I think it can see much more than just like it's not just hearing you. I'm pretty sure it maps out like the inside of your house, like because
It's got
I've
the
gotten
cameras, dude. It's got cameras on both sides.
It's not just the cameras. Like I don't know. I was like I do not take my phone running, but I was wearing running clothes and I didn't have like the camera up. I wasn't looking at it. I was just talking, and I pick up my phone, and all of a sudden I get an advertisement for running apparel. And I've never searched that. It's just like it must be like mapping with some kind of like, I don't know, like sonar.
I think
or
it's
some weird
listening, dude. It's listening because if you're like, oh yeah, I really like Starbucks mochaccino or whatever, boom, there goes an ad on your phone. Starbucks mochaccino, save $1. You're like, what? What? It's like
The creepy thing too is like I think that the front camera also looks at your eyes. It also I think there's an algorithm based off of your action. Like if you react like different in post, it'll be like, oh, what did he just look at? And then
it tracks your eyeball movement, dude. It can tell what you're looking at on the screen. It's intelligence.
Dude, there's some ads, and if you don't look at the ad, like sometimes I just don't look at to spite them, it will stop playing until you look at it. Well, you have to press play again, but yeah.
I track it, dude, even on the older phones. Yeah, back several generations they have it.
Damn.
I put tape on mine, dude. I got tape on mine.
On your front camera?
So does Mark Zuckerberg.
I'm like,
Mark
fuck you
Zuckerberg.
guys.
That's based.
Mark Zuckerberg also has tape on his thing.
He puts a jack. He takes a headphone jack and he sticks it in on his in the sound port, so it can't passively listen. But I'm sure they have backup mics. Dude. They got more than just a little pinhole mic, and they probably got workarounds for that shit too. Like if you put the headphone, he has a headphone jack with the cord cut off, and he jams that in there so that it doesn't passively listen, according to him.
I mean, they don't even have headphone jacks anymore, though.
I know. They're like wireless.
Yeah.
No, but on his laptop,
why would they get rid of headphone
probably
jacks?
have them. What's that?
Oh, so they can sell you other stuff, obviously.
Oh, so you have to buy the dongle deal.
Yeah,
that was the older laptop. This was several years ago. He did that.
Yeah.
Where's the feedback?
Somebody does have feedback. Yeah, I noticed that.
Most of them don't even have an optical drive. They don't have like a DVD drive on them. They're just like everything solid state. You can get them. You can get a laptop with it, but they're it's not standard equipment on most of them.
I like having that. You pop a movie in.
Some of them don't read in the Blu-ray. I would have thought they'd already be up in that, but they don't read Blu-ray movies. I'm like, what's going on? Why is this DVD not working? and this is a newer laptop, like a year old. My brother has it, and it doesn't read in the Blu-ray. Do we still have the new people in here? Any noobs?
We have several new people, but they seem a little bit shy. Like, I know Nick the Noble. I remember him from VC.
You guys can explain to them like why the Earth is flat. Just start listing reasons and see if they have more questions as we go.
They're not going to say.
Yeah, my thing lately is like, who cares about the shape? This place just doesn't move. And if it's not moving, then we're not on a globe spinning and flying through space. That whole thing is just broken if this place doesn't move.
Yeah, if you're spinning, their whole model collapses.
Oh, well, it's both of them too. I mean, it's the motionless and it's flat. It's two lies in one, and it's geocentric.
Yeah,
So
I think
all
people
of
just
these-
get so stuck on, well, they come up with their own flat earth, sloppy, floppy disk in their brain, and they're trying to debunk that the whole time. No, dummy. We're not talking about any shape or anything like that. This place doesn't move. And if it
wanna know
doesn't move, it's not a globe. So
Something else that's interesting. We're coming up on the summer solstice on June 21st, and this particular time of year, you can see the sun for more hours if you're in the northern region of the Earth above the equator. If you travel far enough north to, say, Canada or Alaska, you can witness the sun circle you above the horizon for 24 hours. So you go outside at midnight and you'll see the sun and you'll feel the sun on your face. You'll see it and you'll feel it for the entire day and night. It's always up. So you can literally watch it circle you. So if you think we're circling it, you have to be freaking delusional.
You could just time-lapse photography and just track the sun rising, going over your head, and then over to the west.
yeah, I mean, I was thinking back about that today because, like, we all used to be Globers. So, like, when I would look at the sun, obviously we all see the same thing, but I would cast a spell on myself and I would tell myself, no, I'm really actually, falling backwards and stuff like that. So it's just weird. Like, we all see the same thing though. We all see the sun moving, but I don't think they realize the implications of that until you start looking into this topic a little bit more, because most people are just casting a spell on themselves and others. So
yeah, the sun never actually goes over the horizon. It just travels around in a circle. When they say, oh, the sun went over the horizon, that's not true, because someone asked about this gift that I had where the sun appears to have set. And then when someone zoomed in with a P900 or P1000, you could see the gap again. When you increase the angular resolution, you see the gap appear between the water and the sun. So it's all just a matter of your where the vanishing point is at your focal distance. Like if you're just with a naked eye, your focal distance to the horizon is about 3 miles from sea level if you're 6 feet tall. So if you take the sun, let's say the sun was 10 miles away, and then you take an 83 times optical zoom camera, you just increase that angle of your optical resolution, and then you make you increase the distance to the vanishing point. So the sun appears to be rising again just by zooming in on it. It's not literally coming back over the horizon. It's just going over a flat body of water, just like it appears.
For any skeptics or on the fencers or hardcore globers, next time you're out and about and you observe the moon and the sun above a flat horizon in the sky during the day, ask yourself a question. How come the moon isn't on one side of the stupid planet and the sun on the other?
Yeah, it is weird that you do see both in the sky. I mean, but when I try to put myself back in my Glober brain, I'm not sure how I would like take that, you know. But as a flat earther, I look and see that I'm like, oh well, of course, like this can't be a globe, though.
I never thought of it consciously as a glober. I just like there's all these like inconsistencies, and I just remember I would just never think about it. I just take everything for granted.
Well, that's what it means to be a glober. You have to like actively ignore this stuff, even the contradictions.
I got one buddy for years, even before I figured out FE. We'd be out and about doing whatever, and I'd be like, dude, check it out, the moon's out. It's daytime. He'd always get pissed. Why do you always show that to me?
Yeah, they don't understand they don't understand why that's important. Like why, you know, they just don't get it, dude. They're not even thinking deeply about their own, their own worldview, which is kind of sad. You'd think you would explore that a little bit because that's like your core belief. You haven't kind of checked it at all. You're just gonna roll with it. You might want to check that, guys, because we did. Yeah, we checked. And it's not a globe. So, but if it were, I think
it's not a globe.
Right?
Better check yourself before you wreck yourself.
It's like, but if it were a globe, I think we'd be cool with that. We just need some real evidence. But no one's bringing that. So until then, guess we ain't moving. No pun.
Unless you're drinking. Or in a car.
Yeah, so much for that Earth movement.
And we don't feel spinning.
Planes landing on runways running in all different directions, but it's spinning. Okay.
The plane has special technology, Flatman.
Imagine trying to dock a boat and the dock's moving as you're pulling into the harbor.
And your boat is spinning. And the water is also whirlpooling. And the dock, yes, as Flatman Can said, the dock is not, it's not rooted. That bitch is moving too. Good luck docking, fam. Spinning boat in a whirlpool, moving dock. Have fun. And
I mean, shit, the ground winds could be rough and the planes will take another run at the runway. They won't even come in till it calms down.
Oh, no, that's just because the globe would just happen to be spinning just a little bit too fast for their machinery. You know, they had to recalibrate. Let the globe slow down a little bit.
Remember all those other explosions that created stuff?
Oh, you mean like nothing that exploded and made everything?
And then all the explosions afterward, that like that one time something blew up and it made a car out of the explosion?
Oh, well, if you just have if you send a hurricane through a scrapyard, you just make Boeing 747s, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, just random.
You guys remember that time? You remember when the Scrabble factory blew up and all the letters came and landed and made the perfect work of Shakespeare?
Yeah, you don't need an intelligent designer or anything like that. You just randomly let things blow up, and chaotically they form beautiful things.
Yeah, explosions always form stuff.
That's how babies are made.
That's how babies are.
Sorry.
That's what my
Everybody knows
girl
that.
said. Babies are made that way.
That's not wrong.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's just how dumb that scientism is. It's laughable.
Order out of chaos.
Ordo ab chaos. Yep.
Crazy, man.
God damn it, Glatt. You scare all the Globers away. Now we don't even want to yell at.
OG Take Notes is back. Let's see who else we got.
Oh, we got people.
OG Take Notes, Nick the Noble.
Yeah, but they...
Who else we got in here? Jacob Rothschild.
Oh, no, he's just listening. JR is cool. He's my homeboy.
Yeah, I see him in the chat, holding it down. Who else we got? We got Gemsy, some noob. Gemsy, if you want to speak up and say anything, welcome to Flat Earth.
Globe, because globe.
Yeah, that makes sense. Pretty. There's really no rebutting that one. But thanks, Gemsy. We also have Desmond. Welcome, Desmond. And that's about it.
OG and Desmond are server unmuted, so they can speak if they like to.
Yeah. If you guys just want to speak up and tell us if you notice they're starting to move at any point, just let us know. I think otherwise we'll just stick with it's not moving. So. Yeah, all right, cool. Yeah, at this point, fellas, we're just doing victory laps. It's fourth quarter's already passed. Game's over. We already won. put the hands up. Start celebrating. Do a victory lap. Okay. It's too late in the game for these guys. It's 2022. You guys still think you're on a spinning ball? Come on, man. Really?
Come on, man. Come on, man.
Oh my gosh! Are you guys seeing what's going on in the in the lobby? Guess somebody's saying they're trying to dismantle the modus tollens. So that's fun. He's saying the modus tollens is mathematically faulty logic.
So you're saying we gotta
Sorry, go ahead.
We got a crazy homeless guy screaming in our lobby. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you should get a few of those around this time.
I'll send security.
Yeah, that's. I mean, just you don't even need to send the security. Just send the janitor in there. Get him out of here.
I'm the security and the janitor.
That's great.
This brings me back to the good old days of the YouTube chat, the lobby chat.
Is anyone on here?
Yeah, we were just waiting on somebody to roll in. What's up?
What's up, man? What's going on?
Will. What's up, Will?
Who am I talking to? My bad.
Third down from the top is CB.
Ah.
Just in the chat, clowning on some goofballs is all. The usual.
What, some Glober?
Yeah, what's this guy saying? How do you know rockets come back down? And I hit him with... I said gravity, so now he's trapped.
You put him in a conundrum.
Oh crap, he's arguing my argument.
Oh yeah, man. Nah, I just came on here to ask if anyone knows or if they can point me to citations or some explaining like about light characteristics, you know, like photon and electron. Well, that's different, but I know they kind of act the same when they're passing through a certain contraption, like a double slit experiment or quantum eraser.
Quantum eraser.
Quantum eraser experiment.
Love. No, man. Not my area of expertise, but I feel like there's a couple people like Get Be Get might be someone you might want to speak to, or
for sure.
Who else? I don't know. There's a couple guys who like to nerd out on that type of stuff in here. Not me.
All right, for sure.
I'm definitely not an expert in that field, in those types of fields.
All right, for sure. No, it's because I've been kind of like hitting myself over the head like for the past few months, trying to figure out if we could see this light particle, you know. And
what's your like main objective though? What are you trying to?
Nah, I'm just trying to see if we've ever seen this photon particle, you know. Anyone's taking a picture of it, but they say it's too small.
Also, you could maybe talk to Indio.
Indio,
one of the admins. If you ever see him around, you could ask him. Maybe he'll be in the chat sometimes, in the lobby. If you
cool.
But yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, what do you? Is somebody like got somebody bringing you some fire arguments and you trying to like debunk them, or like what's going on?
It's me. It's me. Like I'm saying like since we haven't seen it, you know, like how can it be? Like how can we be like oh, for certain it's this or not that, you know?
Have you ever asked yourself like, what if it's neither?
Exactly.
Exactly. Like, what if would you accept that there's a possibility you'll never know?
Yeah, I'll accept that. But right now things are kind of looking more like that, you know, more like I don't know. No.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, man. Honestly, man, like I'm cool with a little bit of mystery, you know, and I also don't want my boys, you know, my squad, my homies, like going on wild goose chases for things that might be a waste of time. Maybe it's not. Maybe you'll learn something you can come back and teach us. But it's like, I do think there are bigger things to focus on. And if there's nobody in your life that's like, man, trying to like dunk on you with light and particles and stuff like that, then like, I don't know, man. I bet you could apply your time and learn some other things that might be helpful to you as well.
Yeah, I get you.
Don't let me rain on your parade, because maybe you'll learn something and then you can come back here and then teach us, and then we can, you know, teach others. So maybe there's that chance as well. So I leave that door open.
Yeah, of course. I'm always questioning and researching on different topics. But this one just kind of stuck with me, kind of like almost for a year now. And I mean, I've been researching other things, studying other things, doing some other stuff too. But I mean, this one's just been on my mind. Like, what if it's not that, or what if it's not anything? What if we don't know? You know, like.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well said.
Like exactly like what you said right now. I'm like, yeah, I'm totally open to that conclusion. You know?
Yeah. That's good. I think that Flat Earth does bring an element of mystery. Like, what is the sun? What's the moon?
A hell of a lot of mystery.
And I actually enjoy that. I think that a lot of new people to this topic don't realize that that's not really even a problem. A lot of them seem to think that, well, if you don't have an answer, then you're wrong. It's like, well, that's not even true on the globe side.
Yeah.
They'll admit that they don't know much about the oceans. They'll say they know more about space. So It's like, well, there's an element of mystery there. So what, is the globe wrong because they don't know about the oceans? Like, no, that's not how that works. So no, we have an element of mystery here as well. Eclipses, sun, moon, all this stuff. So just because we don't have a story attached to it doesn't mean it's not, you know, a reality.
Yeah, I feel you, man. Yeah, I'm always questioning things like I mean, like even ever since this topic got brought up and I stepped into it, like started researching, I'm like, whoa, like wait a minute, then this changes everything, you know? Like this changes like there's so much more that we don't know than what we do know, especially given from the narrative, you know? Like they tell us, like you said, like we don't know much about our oceans, you know? So well, not a lot about our oceans, like, so, and the narrative tells us like we know more about our moon, but I know that's not real, you know. So it just leaves like more to the imagination, you know, and I think that's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's just weird how they try to give you explanations and stories for everything on the other side, and you're just supposed to roll with that. Like, no, I'm not gonna roll with that. No.
Yeah, and whenever I'm in like debates with like these globers and like morons, like they think that just because, like you said, you know, like I don't have an answer like to like what the sun is, you know, or the moon or the stars or whatever is in the sky, like they say, oh well, you're wrong, like my ball my ball Earth is right. Like what? Like
yeah.
Like that's not a win, dude. Like you don't win like that, you know.
They're basically all they're saying is like, but I have a story. It's like, okay, so when did you verify anything about that story? Well, everyone else says it, and like people, it's just weird. It's this weird confidence that it's like they opened up the textbook from 5th grade and they just start reading out of the book like that's like gospel. It's like, okay, so when did you go and check to see if that's true? Oh, well, I didn't. It's just in this book. Okay, so no, we're not just going to roll with what the book says. We'll go out and check for ourselves just to make sure. And if it's not true, then we'll dismiss the book. So stop reading it to me, you weirdo.
For real.
It's just funny, man. It's just too late. Like, it's too late in the game, right? I first heard about Flat Earth in 2017, so it's been like 5 years now.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, we're supposed to be, if we were, I love to think of it this way, right? When you're 5 years old, that's when you start kindergarten, right? That is, like, so how many, 5 years isn't a long time for people. When did you first hear about Flat Earth, Will?
2017. Same
17, so
year.
5 years there. Yeah. So it's like we're all pretty young in this thing, you know.
Yeah.
We're all pretty quote unquote young in this this understanding. So that's important to keep in mind as well. We're not like 30-year-olds. I mean, I'm sure there's some people who've been flat earthers their whole life, but I think majority of people spent the majority of their lives on the other side.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I remember when I was like small, right? Like elementary school, like when they told the whole class, and the teacher told the whole class, like, oh, before, you know, we found out that the Earth was a ball, well, everyone thought it was flat, you know? This was like around the time when they started telling us like Christopher Columbus proved the Earth was round, stuff like that, you know? Well, they're not wrong, but sure, it's not a sphere. But anyways, they were telling us that, right? So like I kept, like, as a little kid, I kept saying like why would they say that, you know? Like why why would they think it's flat? Like I just didn't have like I remember like thinking about it, like why would they say that? Like, wow, I'm looking at this like map that they gave us, right? Like it had an edge and the boat was going over, and I was like, why would they think that? Like, I remember that day. Like, it's kind of freaks me out how it's like kind of clear to me, like how I remember it, and or probably I might be making shit up too, along the way. But anyways, like I remember thinking about it like a lot. Like I'm like, why? And then like like probably like a couple of months pass by. I start seeing cartoon shows, like more like Pokemon, Dragon Ball Z, shit like that, And I totally forgot.
You
about
already know, cuz.
like I totally forgot about that shit. Like I'm like, whatever. I'm going with this shit right here. This looks badass,
I know, right?
What's your
Well, they had to give you a little bit of a lie to go with it, right? So they show you globe and then they show you propaganda. Well, this is what the flat Earth would be like. They're obviously not telling you the truth. So they're giving you two lies. One that's really ridiculous and one that's like maybe a little bit more plausible. I remember that too. Like the weird, I don't even know what it was. They were just saying like, here's a weird. They're basically showing like a cubed Earth. I don't even know. Like it was weird with a boat just fall like.
Yeah.
Obviously part of the gravel, but the thing I wanted to touch on with like the 5-year-old flat earther is like we're graduating to the next level now. We spent the last 5 years debating these goofballs and like having kind of honestly a tough time. I don't know how new you are to this server, but like we had the arena open, we had a lot more people coming in, different levels of people, science, PhDs, all this stuff. They don't come anymore. We're in the last quarter. If not, the game's over. So we've already graduated. Like I know people, I was in here the other day and somebody's like, man, you guys got to be nicer to the new people. It's like, well, we did that, okay, for 5 years straight. Okay, it's too late. It's so late in the game, guys. Come on, get with the program.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the next level now. So
it's that tough love, It's like, come on, like,
it really is.
Like we're not.
Really is.
We're not up to that like lovey-dovey like, oh my god, look, the sky is like something new and like I could show you a new world type Aladdin shit. Nah, fuck that, like
I can show you.
Nah, it's like we don't know what it is and we need you to get on it or not, whatever, but stay the hell out of our way,
Right.
It's like, what the fuck? Tired of that shit.
I don't know, man. It's just my new attitude lately. It's just I'm tired. I'm tired of holding hands.
Me too, bro. Yeah, it's been like that for a few months now.
Yeah, same here. And I was like trying to spread the message, like, all right, everybody, be nice. Like that was like a year ago. I'm like, everybody, be nice. But no, for real though. I mean, like, you get a genuine person in here, you treat them really well. But but if you're gonna be like a goofball or LARPing or anything like that, acting, like you're just gonna get called out. I'm sorry.
Yep. And then they act like the victim, and it's like,
I know.
Like,
you're
dude,
mean. Why are you being mean? It's like, dude, you're acting poorly. Like, stop it, dude.
For real. You know what though? Like, I kind of like in a way I kind of like hated, I guess, like coming to this topic, because now like when I ask my friends stuff and they're totally oblivious to the topic, but some say like, oh yeah, I've studied a little bit of physics, chemistry, stuff like that. But once you hit them with the questions, like it's impossible to have a vacuum next to gas pressure without the gas going into the vacuum,
right?
And then they start telling you like all these things, like, no, because of gravity and all this stuff, and then I'm like, I'm just like, damn, man, like, no way, like, damn, I'm gonna, like, he might become a anti-flat earther, or just like, or
right.
or should I just leave him, like, just be a glober, You know, like,
Right.
because I don't want him to become an asshole. You know,
Right. I know
so
what you
like,
mean. I know what you
yeah,
mean.
man. So like, I'm stuck. Like, I'm like, damn, I can't talk to to him anymore. Like, you know,
Dude.
although I sometimes I bring it up, but it just sucks.
I'm over here like picturing you trying to defuse a bomb. Like, do I cut the yellow wire or do I cut the green wire? Like, shit, dude. That is how it is, though, man. I feel you. Like, I do worry that some people would. I can see how you would worry that some people would like, you know,
just
you
go
push
haywire.
the wrong button. Now they're like anti-flat Earth. I definitely feel you. I've seen that before.
Agent Smith comes out, you know, like it's those that are like asleep, you know, or they just turn into Agent Smith. Like, that's about it.
The NPC thing is really interesting, man. Like, I wonder, there's not that many original thinking, you know, genuine people. We see it in here all the time with the programmed NPCs. That's why they come in here just regurgitating the same lines over and over and over again, thousands of times. It's not original. I can't do it.
Yeah, like I find that kind of scary, you know.
Oh my god!
Because it's like,
yeah, I know.
It's like, you know, these people exist now. You know, like, these are like, I guess you can say, like, the Walking Dead. You know.
Yeah.
Just going around, regurgitating, not thinking for themselves, just living life, you know, like, just going through the motions.
Think of the vicious cycle here. They say that, well, everyone believes or everyone knows, right? The masses of people believe so and so. Well, the masses of people are dummies. It's like,
yeah, that's why they're called dumb masses.
So
dumb
funny.
masses. You know?
Yeah. Oh
exactly.
my gosh! Like, I watched this video the other day on Instagram. It was like some dude going around. Obviously, the editing, they picked the dumbest people, but like, they were going around to some beach and just asking random people, like, "Hey, what do you think about what was this war? Who was between the Revolutionary War? Who fought in this war?" You know, just asking them really pretty obvious questions, and people were like, they were literally asking people like, "What's the country above and below America?" They were like, So it's like, these are the people that the Globers come in and be like, well, everyone believes it's a globe. Well, everyone are these dummies that don't know what country's above North America.
Exactly.
Like,
they don't know where they're at.
Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, they don't know where they're at. Like, I remember, like, back when I was like, what, like, I don't know, teenage years. Like I was like, wait, I'm in the United States, and I'm trying to like locate, like, you know, on like different types of maps, and I couldn't really find it. But then, like, I had to orientate myself. I'm like, oh, there you are, okay, you know. But I couldn't go straight to it. Like, I kind of had a problem back then. But like, now these people that like you said, come in here, you know, NPCs, people out there being asked what are the, I mean, they're grown adults, bro, you know.
That's the saddest part,
you know,
bro.
That's crazy, bro. That's what scares me too. Like, damn, like, these people just don't think, you know.
I know. It's like Santa Claus for big kids that never grew up, really.
Yeah.
Outer space, gravity, black holes, dark matter. It's just the same thing as like the Tooth Fairy and like reindeers and elves and all that stuff. Literally.
Oh, bro. Oh my God. Like, one of my friends, like, he has 2 daughters, right? And like, he told me the other day, he's like, dude, like, my oldest daughter thought the Tooth Fairy was real, and I had to break it down to her, and she's like, what, 16, you know?
Whoa.
And yeah, and he's like, and even my youngest daughter, she's like 12, like, she had to tell her, like, yeah, Tooth Fairy's not real. You know?
Wow.
Yeah, bro, like that. I'm like, whoa, it's so crazy nowadays, like how kids or people, you know, can be really deceived. And especially us, we're told, like, you know, as little kids, elementary school, you know, it's like, or even before that, like on TV, like, the earth is a ball. It's like, Literally that easy, you know? It's so crazy.
But it's just weird. I love pressing on new people when they get here. I'll be like, okay, sorry, 1 second. Hold on. One second.
It's all good.
Okay, sorry about that. I just got a quick. I got a call. But yeah, you just ask like random Glober that just joined. Hey, why do they lie about Santa Claus? And they'll be like, oh, it's just for the kids. It's just for the kids. There's no problem, right? It's just innocent. But that logic doesn't check
Yeah.
out. You ask them like, well, okay, so how come they lied about like the globe? Oh, well, there's no way they could possibly lie about that. It's like, well, but they lied about the Santa Claus thing. Oh, but it was for kids. Okay, what kind of mental gymnastics are you doing now at this point? Okay, like clearly they can lie about things to a lot of people. They've done it before and they'll do it again and they'll continue doing it. Obviously, they didn't
Continue.
stop doing the Santa Claus thing. They're going to do it this year, or they did it last year, whatever.
Yeah.
It's not like it's not like they're going to be like, all right, everybody. We know you all know Santa's not real. They're not going to do that. So they're not going to do that with the globe either. They're not going to just stop shooting rockets up in the sky. And the way I think about all of that is the same way I think about Christmas. Like when Christmas time rolls around, what do? They start playing the freaking music at all the corporations, all the businesses, all the trees go up and all this stuff. So when they shoot rockets, all this stuff, they're just dusting off the old Christmas tree. They're just playing the Christmas carols and all that. They're just trying to bring the spirit. It's just the same old tradition, and they're not going to stop. they're not going to stop. They say, okay, by the way, just so you know, we never left. They're never going to tell you that. Are you kidding me? So I don't know, man. It's just
Yeah.
fun. It's so funny at this point. We know too much.
Yeah, basically, and all thanks to the internet, it's information is just out there to grab, and
I would go even beyond that, because I think it's like when you become a flat earther, you have to ask, well, okay, well, we're told that on the globe that basically a big bang happened and this all sort of just formed and no one really made this place. So if it's flat earth and none of that happened, then someone probably made this place. So it's like you probably have to start asking questions like that. So I would say, Will, that it wasn't just that you found yourself here and stumbled your way here, that I would say that you were given or provided, you were blessed with this information. So you should consider yourself, I wouldn't even say lucky. I wouldn't even say lucky. I would say, you're an elite. You know things that most people, they're not given this information. So that's why a lot of times we try to we don't convince people. If they find themselves here, the people that find themselves here are here for the right reasons.
I think everybody finds themselves in a place because either they're curious or they ask, they want to know, basically, like exactly, because there's like holes or gaps missing, so they go around asking, just like I did. I feel like I guess like you said, like blessed, because like I'm not stuck like how I see my friends stuck. Like getting away from this topic, flat Earth, right? Like just to see how my friends are like doing compared to me. It's like, whoa, there's something very different, like that I see myself in. Like, I'm not saying I'm better. I'm just saying like I'm just different, like from them. So so like just by that comparison, it's like I'm trying to look for, like, I don't know, anything that intrigues me, like, or that gets my attention, or that I want to learn. And as soon as this information hit, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. We're seeing further than what the calculations of the Earth is giving us. Wait a minute. Let me. Like my friends would be like, yeah, that's fake, whatever, and just turn around,
Yeah. I used to listen to this guy named Alan Watts like many years ago. And
oh yeah, that guy's.
Yeah. He had a lot of cool things to say, a lot of good things to say. And one thing he said was, it's like, how people will say like, oh man, that's far out, or man, that guy's really far out. So he's saying like some people, like your friends, are so far out, like in a bad way, that they're lost. They don't know where they started. And I love this analogy. I can't take credit for this, but it's like, and nowadays we have Uber and stuff. But go back a little bit further. Imagine you have to call a cab and you have no clue where you are. How are you gonna get picked up? Like, you got to know where you are. Here's another one. You wake up out of a coma.
Yeah.
What's one of the first questions you're gonna ask? Like, where the hell am I? Okay.
Exactly.
So if you don't know where you are, first of all, that you're on a flat stationary plane, you're gonna be really, really lost in life. Okay, generally, I can see how you'd be super clueless about other things that isn't flatter, like your friends. How are they doing in life and stuff like that. So I understand how you could definitely be super, super lost if you don't know where you started.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's actually a good example. I don't know, man. So sometimes I feel like sometimes, you know what though? I feel like I'm being watched. And it's not like a paranoid of like, oh my god, I know flatter, or I know too much, I'm scared. No, it's not that. Like, I've been having this shit since like 2014, 2013, like around that time. Like I feel like my phone is like, doing some weird ass shit. And then, like later on, or around that time, that's when people started getting that, or I believe people started getting that on Facebook or on YouTube or something like that. They kept getting advertisements, like just by speaking or thinking about things or something like that.
Yeah, we were just talking about this. So it's crazy.
Yeah, like it was around that time, and I was like, what the fuck is this feeling? Like, I don't know where it came from, honestly. And then, I'm going around, and like my sister, she trips out too because she notices that, and I'm like, I'm starting to trip out because I noticed that. I didn't tell her. She told me, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, nah, they are spying on us. All right, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I know they've been spying on us somehow, like one way or another. So I just kept going on, like until like 3-4 years later, Flat Earth came out. I'm like, whoa, this is crazy. Let me look into this, And then after that, I was like, oh yeah, they're they're checking up on us. They know what they want to know exactly what we're doing, like what we know, what we're speaking of, all this crap. Yeah. But before that, like I had no question about like whether they were scoping us out or I didn't really care honestly until like around that time. I don't know.
Well, you sound pretty young, but I
It was a
mean,
weird transition.
honestly, before then, they didn't really have that much stuff. I mean, like I said before, I'm a '90s kid, so they only started having like freaking. I had a CD player and stuff like that, so they couldn't track me on my freaking CD player. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, so they could only start doing that stuff like once iPod Touch. I mean, what? I mean, like, when did they start doing that? I don't know. They definitely weren't doing that on a iPod Nano or whatever. That thing doesn't even have a microphone. But I don't know. Maybe they were. Who knows?
That's actually a good point. That's weird.
No, but they were probably doing it just in other ways. Computer and your bills. I don't know. I have no idea, dude. But you're not wrong.
Computer
Can you guys hear me okay?
Hank in the house.
Hey, I just wanted to say, hey, good to see you. Every time you sign a contract, those contracts, they're not written by like CEOs and businessmen. They're written by lawyers, and they're usually made to put all liability upon you. So when you sign it, they're like taking all liability off of themselves and putting it on you. So yeah, every time you're signing a contract and not reading it, it's like, wow, what was in that sucker? Like, what did I just donate? And the good book says, let your yes be yes and your no be no, and don't have any secret oaths or anything like that. I think that's really good advice. We should avoid contracting with these people as much as possible. So every time you sign up for a new, social media account or something, you're just like really unaware of what you just signed your life away. I'll say sign your life away kind of soft-heartedly, but you get what I mean.
Good point. Yeah, it is true because, I mean, I've tried to like read through just one like sign up contract or whatever, and bro, the wording on there is like it'll take you like probably like another year to go through all that stuff to know exactly what they're talking about.
Exactly, bro. So you're raised in school, right? Like proper grammar, uppercase at the beginning of the sentence or for a proper noun, and everything else is like lowercase letters. Like you'll notice that they write it in Dog Latin, which is all caps, which is like a debased language. Debased meaning like, like a naughty language, right? So Dog Latin, all caps. Be aware of that stuff.
Okay. Thanks.
Especially with the legal society, because they'll hand you a charge and it's in all caps and it's not really there, right? And then they trick you to read it onto the record when it's supposed to be them who reads it onto the record. So anytime, you go to court and they're like, will you read this charge onto the record? Just look at the page front and back and say, I don't see anything. Or, that's not legal advice, but that's what some people do. And then the DA, he'll read it onto the record, and then a few weeks later, he'll recuse himself from the case because he doesn't want to be held liable for putting that charge into the public record.
Interesting. Yeah. I think I've seen a couple of cases like that. I mean, I really got to catch up on stuff like that, because if someone were to throw me into like a case like that, I'd be totally lost. They'll probably end up screwing me over.
Exactly, bro. They railroad you. But anyway, you guys were talking about, conspiracies, but I always like to go back to the biggest conspiracies, like these word magicians who are like 1984 and the fuck out of us with double speak and double think and changing the definition of words to make it fit their narrative and
For real.
limiting our vocabulary so we can't even like think in abstract or think outside of the box because of our limited vocabulary limits our thinking, and it's like these motherfuckers.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I was noticing. Like, well, I mean, I noticed that a while back, and now it's just kind of glaringly obvious that they do word contracts their way. Like you said, they change the definitions just to fit their agenda or whatever, and we're left out in the dark. With no one really to like guide us through that. But yeah, I try to read through a contract. Last time I remember, I was just going through one, and I was just like, God dang, this is just gonna take too long to like for me to decipher, and it's literally not worth my time. So didn't even sign it. I didn't even sign that shit. Well, yeah, guys, it was good talking to y'all. I gotta go.
Yeah, I was
Y'all
just
have a
gonna say
good
the
night.
same thing. It was nice chatting with you, Will. You have a good night, brother.
Thanks.
Take care. Yeah, getting late here too. I'll see you guys later.
Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0 here on YouTube. So sorry for you suckers because you guys can't talk on chat. All you guys can do is just listen on live stream. Haha. Anyways, is there anybody out there that can prove their curvature of the globe? So, if you have the cojones to step right up here on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord here on live stream on a Wednesday night at 11:41. Yes. Anybody out there want to talk about their claim of the globe? Hello? This is your host speaking, Metatron. Alrighty then. Well spoken for all you Globers out there supporting the globe. Whew. I guess it was just a moment of silence. Do 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 Okay. Alrighty then. Anyone else want to speak? Hello? 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 Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. You're all I ever wanted. My arms are open wide. You know just what to say, and you know just what to do. I wanna start by saying I love you. A boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Yow. Uh-oh. 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 Look up ow. Haha. Yo. You to the bunny na mania wala wa. Mania niya chiawa kalaawa. Who are you? You. Oh, mania niya siya kaung niya kaawa. Uh-oh, young. Uh-oh, you. Uti na maom. Ahaha. Ini nang. Ayo, uh-oh, this is what? Oh, bugaboo managani lawa. Utsudu diminiani. Ha-ha. Bugaboo mani mala ala. Uh-oh, ingi hitni Uh-oh, mabayawa. Lowa. Iya, ni amaw. Uh-oh, zidindigi mumu. Amoni moop, ani moop. Tia, Muni a boo boo. Oh, the boo Muni a one. And you need a moo. Is this shit a kill? Low. I would tip him. Annie Hapuma, Nia. Boo 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 boo. Poo poo money. Who good? Woo, shit. Oh, Annie, oh, and here, oh, give him. Mama, I'll go shout a lower. And the other boo boo boo. Oh, how? Yeah, hala, ow. Yeah, to all Eleni. Inga hangimu, amaninu, animu. Oh, Inga hama. Oh, ne hamonivo. So pum. Never go to boo boo. Boo 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 digga. Here, one dickala. Eondo la seka la. And the hen diggy boom boom. Oh, boo boo. Tika over. Boo boo boo. I'm out. Ileli la hala. Aun dingin ding ala Allah. Asungo mania mumu. Handen digela mana mamumo. And so bidden me. Oh, and so with the dinky ilala. Ayoka with the mbo with the a sow chin nini namuna la. Hokapum. In Amu, Pudu di la. It's a takanani. I want umuma, hamakapoopum. Ow, atia ja. Showa, the yanny ala. On ya, when the boom. Ha, mama. On ya. On your mom and your mommy, mama. Oh, boom. It's on Takola. Uba, halum. Boom. A boom. Oh, mama, mumu. Oh, boo boo, bala Allah. Oh, chini akami amam. Ahani anamamu. Ha, kio kula Allah. Amatsa chini atiki pupum. Etsa tubulo. Ha us. Oni mani asa akau. Yo. Allah. Inga awish aw anini. Aniha amamum. Io kuwa. No, she got a good money. Ala. Honey, I think it's a mama. Oh, neda. Ha. Okay. Ania, so, oh, ma, Ania, la. Oh, bobo, ni haki, and din. Oh, tia, cool. Tika nini. Anya, what a kinella. It's a boom. Anya, boom. Anya, boom. Anya, bate, kaki, and you know, and it's got a poo. Ha, a poo. Oh, Anya, tamba, papa, putewa, la. Anya, tia, chiki, nini. And jamba, baduba, ataki. Ania mamua Allah. Oh, Alimania. Chia. Mama monema. Doziki takala. Aniala. Oh, Janala. Allah. Amamu, Yantikanani hata, Wikipala. Oh, it's she etina mama. Abuni, wakaadani, anyota ala, hite, tika anio wati ala, boma money. Mama, now Pokemon, Adia la Alikiati, Amiaka, Katana, Nina, I'll get hour. I'm over this Yamiani and Dignini. I'm gonna on Alia Chachi. I'm a boom. Near the Gala, Nika Amani Alala. Who's the Nika Ua Tsakiala? About Gunia Pancha. Alias, Ikawata, ala. Unia Mama Amani Amoni and Chamnia Kana. Oh, wow. Ika Moni Haka Ow. Aya hanini mani wow. Awa. Ika ani awa. Aweri ala. si Animum. Sashi. Toko pupo wow. Ala. Na anika uman. Alim ka babaw. Alim na laim na niya sa. Awa ka ali alat yang. Sure ni mau ka araw tiga utotan ni ka awar ni mo. Azawiya or ka ini wala au kawa. Ane au chiandarangala ala kalia pama wow. Au nakaaw. Iya na alaw yutaki iyo siya. Au talende kilaw. Ane eki ene amama ni mo hopung ena sa uyalaw. Awam baba kao eki akandi ki ini ni hawa. Asya wala awa ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ang teki ini ni amani ala kaani akao ala ha 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 ha. And then he anahana and then he meets Allah and then he's gonna be ha 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 Allah. Ini ni mama. Oh, teko. Oh. Huh. Ane alala yao. The other kid is the tower, Timmy. Oh, yeah, meow. Hindi kaya
Oh my god, this is the smallest live stream I've seen.
Who spoke up?
That would be me.
Octane Weasel. Oh my god. What are you doing here?
Playing games, being bored. And what you doing?
Waiting for somebody like you to come along so I can rub their nose in this dog shit, I guess. I don't know.
Fair enough.
You know me. I'm not. I'm not me. How you been anyway? You been doing all right?
Yeah, I've been doing pretty okay. Life is the same, which is good.
Right on. I'd like to see everybody do a whole lot better because I really got this bad feeling about our future and what's going on, and I think that it's going to hit a lot of people by surprise, and they're going to be unprepared, and I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a whole lot to think about. I think, and I guess you really, I don't know that there's really rise for concern. I mean, really major concern, but I think there is. I think there might be some really bad times coming upon us, purposely put on us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's possible.
I hope not, but I don't know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I guess we'll see.
Not looking too good. Really. Unless I'm underestimating their ability to supply food to the masses in the midst of a, let's say, maybe some sort of a natural disaster, like a natural cyclical event of where you can't grow your crops because of the weather or something.
Mm. Yeah, that would suck. Not having food. that wouldn't be too good. I mean, it depends how the weather goes. Isn't it the
Can you
weather?
imagine what it would be like to be in like downtown New York City?
It'd be pretty shitty.
I don't think you'd make it. I don't think you'd make it out alive if all of a sudden the shelves ran out of food.
Yeah.
Seriously, because a lot of people don't even own cars in New York.
Yeah, that's true. They'll take taxis or the subway.
Right, but that doesn't take them anywhere but inner city. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so kind of stuck there.
Yeah. They'd end up having to walk. They'd end up having to walk, and who knows how far before they'd be able to find. And maybe where they walk to, they're going to be just as short on food as they are in the city, too. I mean, it's not. I don't know. It kind of scares me a little bit. I mean, I don't live in a big city, but and I just happen to live in a state where I'd say at least 15 or 20% of the people here probably have a fairly large food storage. Because the LDS Church recommends that every member has 2 years of food supply. They try to talk all the members into getting a 2-year food supply and maintaining it at all times. And I don't know how many of them have it, but I'm close. I have close to that much myself, but it's just staples, just stuff like beans and rice and flour.
Yeah, just really basic things. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, stuff you can live on, but probably not the best stuff for you, but
That's fine. I mean, it'll keep you alive. That's the important part.
I don't know if that's important or not. I don't know if that's a blessing or not.
If it's not worth living, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that bad.
Exactly. I think it was, about a week ago, India told us that I guess we get a lot of wheat and rice from India, mainly wheat, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They told us no more. They cut us off completely a week ago. No more exports to the United States at all, period, zero, not getting any. And I think China has done kind of the same thing. It's really weird because we used to be completely self-sustainable nation, All the big farms and that, they've slowly diminished over the years. And I mean, there's still some, but the government's paying them not to grow their crops. Why would they do such a thing?
I have no clue. I have no clue about their politics.
They're actually paying farmers to not plant. No, that's weird.
Yeah, it's pretty strange.
Yeah. And then just another week and a half ago, there was some ransomware attack, like some computer software type attack in this place that supplies a very large portion of the farming equipment and repair equipment and spare parts and farming equipment all around. They say they can't deliver anything because their computers went down, their elevators won't work. They can't ship right now. They had some sort of a ransomware attack.
Yeah.
And that's weird.
Yeah, because why is ransomware going after
what
stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, well, that would put a major crimp in being able to supply, long term anyway. Supply, if it's something they can't get fixed, or I don't know. It doesn't seem like it should be though. I mean, ransomware, they could just completely redo their whole computer system and whatever else to run their equipment, run their elevators, and run their business. But they acted like it was not going to be an easy thing to do.
Hey, I have a question. I need some help with something.
What's the question?
Well, I went in my backyard last night. And I brought out my telescope that I've had for quite a while. I don't really use it, but and since I'm new to this whole thing, I'm just confused. I looked at what was purported to be Jupiter, and I actually saw it. And I saw a bunch of dots moving around it, which I presume to be its moons. I'm not sure what the explanation is for that.
Yeah, because I see those too.
Everybody's seen them.
Yeah. Easy.
I've seen them myself as well.
Yeah, so I'm not fully understanding the reasoning behind
What do you mean? Nobody knows what they are. Nobody knows. You can't prove that it's a solid object or a glow or a planet or moons or whatever. Nobody's been there. Nobody's, there's no no definitive explanation as to exactly what those things are. It's all just guesswork.
Okay.
So
that's fair enough.
Your guess is as good as mine, bro.
Well, could it be another flat disk possibly?
I don't. Well, we don't live on a flat disk.
Well,
that's not what flat Earth is.
No.
Flat Earth. It's not the whole heliocentric model. The thing about planets going around the sun and all that kind of stuff. We don't think that's where we live. That's not what we observe.
Well, what do we observe?
We observe a flat plane that is immovable, and the edge of it has never been found. I don't know that there is an edge. Some people, and now this is not all flat earthers, but some flat earthers believe that the plane that we live on could be infinite. It could be just the floor of the universe. Some people have described it as such.
I heard someone say something about armed guards around Antarctica to defend the edge. Is that true or not?
Well, I don't know that there's armed guards, but there's definitely if you want to know exactly what's going on in Antarctica, there's what's called the Antarctic Treaty.
Mm-hmm.
You can read it online. You can pull it up and read it and explain what's going on down there. There's, I think, 50 countries that are involved in it.
Okay.
And what they do is they don't allow any private like exploration.
Okay.
In fact, you can't go below the 60th parallel, which is about 1,000 miles from Antarctica.
60th parallel.
Yeah. And that's what it states in the Antarctic Treaty. And so there's been...
Why?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, they don't want you to find what's there.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So, there's been reports. There's been more than one. There's been several reports of people in private sailboats and different things, and just went ahead, just tried to sail there without permission, and they've all been either stopped or came up missing. Or there's there's a couple of people that said they were even fired at by gunships.
Is there footage of this I can watch anywhere online?
I don't know. Okay. I've heard that maybe there is, but there's not anything that we have on the server.
Okay.
This is just stuff that there. I think there's stuff you can find on YouTube and maybe BitChute, different things about
BitChute isn't okay. What's the deal with BitChute? Because I've heard about it before, but
it's just another platform like YouTube.
Right. Well, what's prime? Is there more good sort of resources on BitChute to find stuff?
Well, it's less censored.
I see. Less censored. How so? Like less censored in a more like.
Well, you can find a lot more stuff about uncensored stuff about flat Earth. You can find more uncensored stuff about like the shootings that have been happening. There's like guys that pick apart these like school shootings and stuff, and bring up some really interesting points about. In fact, I watched two of them about a week ago. This guy put on he has a BitChute channel, and he shows where there's some major discrepancies in what the news said. The news said
the shootings. So what's the deal with these shootings?
Well, a lot of people think that they're just crisis actors. That they're crisis not even.
Actors.
Yeah.
Well, why would people think that they're not? Like, what reason would they have to be staged?
I don't know. You tell me.
Is it? I mean, my theory.
I think it's probably fear porn. You keep people scared, keep people distracted.
Well, I mean, the reason. I guess the only reason that they would stage something like that is to make certain groups of people look bad. I suppose.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean,
there was a. I mean, on that topic, because there was a hoax about the late. You're definitely aware of what you've heard about the Uvalde shooting.
The what shooting?
Uvalde, Texas.
No, I haven't. Which
That you don't know what that was?
Well, I don't know. Elaborate. Maybe I do. I just don't.
So there was a shooting. There was a shooting recently in Texas, Uvalde, Texas, and
At the school.
At the school, yeah, 19 children.
Yeah, that's the one I watched. That's the one I watched on BitChute.
So the perpetrator of that was like that someone lied and falsely accused a trans woman of being the shooter.
Oh yeah, that was kind of fucked. Yeah.
I remember seeing that.
Yeah, there's a lot of discrepancies when they showed the shooters. He had a truck that he was in a chase before he got to the school, and he crashed it into this irrigation ditch, and his tires were all turned sideways, and I mean almost broken right off the truck. But if you look at the dirt, there's no skid marks. It's almost like they dropped the truck in there with a helicopter. There's no way that truck ended up where it was. It drove in there because inside that irrigation ditch, there's not even any tire tracks. Let alone that. Not only that, the tires were damaged so bad they were like sideways, like they'd hit and they almost broke off the truck.
So you think that that shooting could have been staged possibly to make certain groups of people look bad?
I don't know. I don't know what kind of people.
If that is the case, then it would seemingly be. I mean, I personally don't believe that it was staged, but I haven't seen the evidence you have, obviously. But if it was perhaps staged, then definitely it could have been a media ploy to make trans women look worse.
Maybe so. I don't know. There's when you get into this kind of stuff, and you find that there's been stuff altered, and there was no major news. There was only just some like secondhand news lady that covered it. She was like just happened to be in the area, and she's like walking around the school interviewing people. And
the main takeaway from this whole thing is mostly just that the U.S. police are completely incompetent about it.
Yeah, and they were completely incompetent. You're right.
So
that's the way it appears.
Well, I mean, I haven't seen the evidence you have, but I don't see how. I'm not sure why the media would try to make the police look worse.
I don't either. I really don't either. I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? All I know is that there's a lot of really weird stuff that's gone on with these shootings, and there's been quite a bit of evidence to show that some of them really didn't even happen. They're crisis actors, and there's this and that's going on. Why they do this stuff, I don't know. I wish I did know. I wish I knew more about it, but I don't really know. All I'm doing is passing on what the rumors are about it, basically. And I've seen a little bit of stuff on BitChute, and this guy really picked that shooting apart bad. I mean, it was bad. He made it look like, and he didn't have any answers either. But what he showed was a lot of stuff that was just very inconsistent with what the news reported. Apparently, the kid had a shooting with Border Patrol before he got to the school. He already had a shootout with Border Patrol. Yeah. And when he got there, there was 3 police in the building before he went in. Well, and they didn't do anything to stop it.
Well, I know that.
And it was Border Patrol that came in and stopped, and more or less, I guess they're the ones that claimed to have stopped him or whatever. And these were Border Patrol. Now, this is what this guy's saying. I don't know if it's true.
I mean, it is pretty much an established fact at this point, regardless of what you believe or what side you lie on, politically or with the police in general. That the police did a very poor job of defending.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I'm not. I don't disagree with that at all.
So I think.
Shape of the Earth, guys.
What?
Could we talk about the shape of the Earth?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Sleeping More. You're started off.
Yeah, start us off.
So the guy that was just talking, I didn't see your name flashing. The guy that was just talking, what was your name?
Me?
Yeah, Lexi, that's it, Lexi.
Hi.
Do you think that you're stood on the surface of the Earth because gravity's pulling you down?
Well, I think again, I don't know. I'm not I'm not in a position of knowledge, but what I was told earlier, again, I'm very new to all this. What I was told earlier by one of the fellows in this server was apparently the the reason that I'm falling or being pulled down is because I am my body and its composite elements are more dense than the air around me.
Sure. So in high school, you're taught that you're pulled to the Earth by a force. You're pulled towards the
Yes.
center of the Earth's mass because gravitational forces pull on you, making you stick to the surface of the Earth. But that's only up to high school. If you go beyond high school, you get taught that there is no such thing as a gravitational force pulling you, because Einstein changed all that in his theory of general relativity, published in 1915. And he said that gravity is not actually a force. We live within a gravitational medium or a gravitational field, and the effect of the gravitation is seen by us on Earth as an acceleration. But he doesn't ascribe it to a force of attraction towards the center of Earth. He ascribes it to the field itself that we are within, and we are pushing against the field by virtue of our mass, because that's what he says. He says that mass, like the uneven distribution of mass, warps space-time, and the warping of space-time is what we perceive to be gravity.
So,
now,
is this by this field per se? Is this a fallacy told by globe propaganda, or is this?
Well, there's no evidence that it exists in the first place, but the point I was going to make was that if you were only taught up to high school level, then you believe, because that's what you were taught, that gravity is a force. But if you go beyond that and you were not taught that it was something else, then you're not even aware that that position is no longer the current position in science. And that's what 99% of us are. Not many of us actually went beyond high school science, and not many of us actually went into the world of like Einstein's theory of general relativity.
Well,
but my point is that the vast majority of us believe, because we were taught it in school, that gravity is a force. But the vast majority of us weren't taught beyond that, and the vast majority of us were taught a false statement of fact based in science that's not actually true. Most of us believe that gravity is a force when it isn't. That's me. That's you.
I personally believe that the school system is not great. This is just my personal. I think the school system tells us a lot of false information regarding to science, and it I mean, my main gripe with it, my main problem with it is overall the retention of information is going to be lower than people who seek out that information themselves. So, for instance, people who self-educate and find their own resources on things, and look for their own path, or are naturally just curious about stuff.
That's interesting. So you disagree with Aristotle then? Aristotle says if you give me a child to the age of 7, I'll give you the adult. So if you give a child to a teacher to the age of 7, that teacher can shape the outcome of that child based on what they implant into their mind up to the age of 7.
I don't disagree with that entirely, and I think teaching, having a valuable mentor is an amazing resource when it's actually a good teacher. But most teachers in, especially the American school system, very underpaid, they're doing it not because they love teaching, and they're doing it not because they wish to further the amount of knowledge in the world. They're doing it to make money to live, obviously, because of the capitalist system we live in, and they're doing it because they're doing it because, again, it's paid work. It's not something they enjoy doing, and I don't think that should be the case. What
if all the teachers are teaching falsehoods that they know are false because they were taught at undergrad level that Einstein is the current position in science and it's not a force, but they're told to teach children that it is a force for a paycheck, whether that's capitalism or not is irrelevant. If they're getting a paycheck to teach children that it's a force when they know that it isn't a force, that is a problem, because it makes 99% of the world's population believe that go through state education, they believe that you're stuck to the surface of the earth because of a force called gravity that they know is not a force, but teach it anyway.
I mean, regardless of your views on the shape of the earth, I think that that's correct. Like, I think that teachers would rather just like a majority of teachers, because this was a lot of teachers while I was still in school. I'm way out of school now, but I think that definitely it was the case that a lot of teachers were provided with just a set of rules or a set of curriculum that they were told to teach, and that pretty much what the truth on that matter was completely irrelevant. All that mattered was that they were getting paid.
Right. So regardless of whether it's a capitalist nature or not, the fact that children are not taught the current position in science, and whether you call or justify that as a stepping stone or as we can't teach children the theory of general relativity, to teach them that it's a force when it's not a force, regardless of the justification, makes it a lie, because they know that it's not. They teach it anyway for a paycheck, capitalism or not. They teach it as a lie anyway.
Technically, yes, that is the case, but I'm not sure what
99%. That makes 99% of high school leavers that don't go on to teach to learn physics at undergrad level, which is virtually all of us. That makes us all believe that we're stuck to the surface of the earth because of an imaginary force that's not a force anymore, called gravity. That's you, me, everybody that's in this room now. We were all taught the same shit in school, and it's not actually true. So my question is, like, if the teachers are teaching this stuff and they know that it's not true, why are they actually teaching it?
Money.
Well, capitalism or not, there's a curriculum in place, isn't there? And they've got to teach it.
Yeah.
They're forced to lie to children for a paycheck.
Yeah, because of money. I mean, I don't get what you're saying here, because if there was no money involved, and then they would have no reason to teach a specific curriculum. I mean, it's completely legal.
Not for a paycheck, so is it? It's the fear of being prosecuted for failing to push the national curriculum.
It's the fear of being prosecuted to push the national curriculum, because you would lose your job and lose that paycheck and lose your source of income. Like I agree with what you're saying here, but I don't get how this is whether the national curriculum is correct or not. And I agree with you, in a lot of cases it isn't. It doesn't actually matter in this, for the sake of this argument, because what you're saying
it does, because we are stuck on the surface of the earth and we can't fly. So if we apply it, what is the explanation for why we're stuck on the surface? Is it because we're being pulled down to the earth by a gravitational force that we know is not a force? Or is there some other explanation that doesn't get taught to us as an equivalence that makes you think that there's only one explanation, when actually there's at least two?
Well, again, I mean, I'm no physicist. I'm just
You don't need to be a physicist, though. What you can say is, like, okay, so what's the alternative? And the alternative you posed, and I agree with you, that is perhaps we're more dense than the medium that we're in. So,
hello? Oh shit! Is my internet gone out?
No, I think he stopped talking, or maybe his went out.
Okay. Well, I mean, what I'm saying here is that I don't think it's a national conspiracy. I agree that there is some shady stuff going on, but I don't think it's a national conspiracy because the teachers are lying. It's just because of money. I mean, if the teachers weren't at any threat of losing their source of income, and i.e. that means their source of food, water, shelter, etc., because of capitalism, the size society we live in. Without that impetus, they would be free to teach whatever they want, essentially. And as I've said, this is why I don't think money should be directly linked to teaching. I think that society's best, society needs to very much restructure how we treat education. Today's best educators are ones that do it not because they are getting money from it. They're doing it because they love it. And, you can find so much incredible educational content on YouTube that's made completely without any thought of money in mind. And it's just done because of the love of the creation of it and the love of educating others. And I think that it's a very valuable resource, just the altruism of others. But again, I think we should be capitalizing on the fact that nowadays you don't need someone to be in a room to hear what they're saying. You can listen to someone's words from across anywhere anywhere essentially with the right communication tools. So I think that instead of forcing children to partake in school, go to school, see each other, we should have secondary social support groups. So similar to school, but you basically just go there and meet a bunch of other people your age, and education resources which you can access from your own devices on the internet or books. I don't actually think that education should be state mandated, because I feel like the curiosity for the world of children is something that comes a lot better when it's not forced, if you get what I mean.
Sorry, I got disconnected then. My computer decided to restart itself for an unknown reason. But I was saying that regardless of your views on education and the value of it and the problems with it or the good points of it, relative to the topic that we're trying to talk about, we can test alternative theories in real world. There is an alternative theory that you identified, and I tend to agree with it, that you're just more dense than the medium that you're in. So are there things that we could do that might be able to test that real world to see does it have any supporting evidence? And the answer is, well, yes, there's swimming pools that exist. There's the Dead Sea that exists. The difference between them is swimming pool is generally fresh water, so it's quite it's similar to our density as a human, but it's less dense than us, so you're likely to sink in it because it's fresh water. But the Dead Sea is very salty, so it's like it's more dense than swimming water. But you can vary your medium with two good examples there to see whether or not you still stick to the surface. And what you find is, if you go to a swimming pool, is that although you can get to the surface of the basement of the swimming pool, it's difficult to stay there because you tend to want to rise. Obviously, you don't want to drown. But if you exert a force on the surface of that basement of the swimming pool, you tend to rise quickly. And therefore, you're not stuck to the surface of that, and you've changed the medium. And then if you do it in the Dead Sea, you can't even get to the surface of the basement of the Dead Sea because you float in it. So you can demonstrate real world that changing the medium of the thing that you're in does alter your, quote, weight. And I use the word weight loosely in that context. I don't mean mass times the acceleration due to gravity. I mean relative to the medium, your weight changes. Now, if you look at the current science, that what we get taught, weight is mass times the acceleration due to gravity. Well, mass is conceptual. It's not actually an arbitrary... It's an arbitrary scale that is conceptual. It's not real world. However you want to define it, it's arbitrary. And there is no acceleration.
There's an argument that almost every scale is arbitrary. I mean, there's no... We created these scale, these terms just not because... I guess we didn't create these terms because... they have any root in any kind of I guess fact. They're just things they're just arbitrary terms we created. I mean, that no one decides what a meter is just because of any fact. They just decided what it was. And it's the same for almost every unit of measurement. It's just because they have some basic application in reality that we can use. Like so I don't get why I don't get why you're saying that mass isn't real. Like, what is this? What are you trying to imply here?
Well, however you define mass, be it the quanta of matter within an object, or whether it's the amount of the concentration of the liquid, whichever definition or however you want to define mass, isn't relevant for my point. My point is that the term weight is defined in physics, and it is the mass times the acceleration due to gravity. Well, however you define mass, I don't care. Whatever however you accept mass it is still conceptual, and we know that there is no acceleration due to gravity because it's not a force. So we have to use the word weight in this context loosely, because we don't want to influence people that believe that it's the center of Earth and there's a force pulling on you. Because we demonstrate that the distance to the center of the Earth doesn't change; it's the medium that changes, and all of a sudden you become weightless. So that then all of a sudden makes an alternative argument that you weren't told about in the first instance in school, that now you get told about and you don't know which one's true. But if you were told in school that there was One argument that there's a force of attraction called gravity, but it's been replaced by a guy called Einstein, but we're not going to teach you about him until university. But there's also an alternative explanation, which is scientifically demonstrable, that doesn't require mathematics. It doesn't require.
I have a small, I know that I agree with what you're saying here, but I just have a small. What you're told in school is that the reason, the real reason that for weightlessness is because you're essentially you don't have any weight because you are moving incredibly fast in comparison to let me explain, like in that model of the universe, you're moving weightlessly because you're not essentially bound because of your hitting escape velocity is what they say. Like that's the principle of orbit. Right, I thought I would just mention that.
If we remember what the scientific method is that you get taught in school, that they do teach in school and it is accurate, but then they forget about it for the rest of life. But what it says in scientific method is that the cause in an experiment is the thing that's manipulated, right? And if we vary and manipulate the medium, and we use fresh water for one medium and salty water for another medium and air for a third medium, the definition of the independent variable, the presumed cause, is the thing that you vary and manipulate within an experiment. And if you then go and manipulate that, you will either prove that your cause of your effect is established, or you will fail to prove that your cause of your effect is established. So the cause would be the varying and manipulation of the medium. If you're going to say to me that you're taught that it's to do with the velocities, relative velocities of the intergalactic and all that nonsense, I would say, well, we didn't vary them. And if you say, well, we did, because here's the explanation for how, then I would say, well, that's not consistent with scientific method that states that the thing that we change is the cause. That's the way that children should be getting taught in school, because it gives them the alternative equivalent argument. It allows them to think about it. It allows them to come up with their own reasons for why they agree or disagree and accept or reject. And it allows them a conversation that currently doesn't even exist. You're told in school that you stick to the earth because an imaginary force called gravity sticks you to the ground because it pulls to the center of earth. That's what you get taught, and it's not true. They know that that's not true, but they teach it anyway. And that makes me and you that come out of school at the other end, in 20, 30, 40 years, when we start to question it, we start to ask, well, why were we told that? And you always give the benefit of the doubt to the teacher, and you say that the teacher probably didn't do it intentionally. But when you look into it, the teachers are taught to teach something specific. So they did do it intentionally because they know they were taught that it's not a force. They were taught by Einstein at undergrad that it's not. It's to do with the medium itself that he calls a field, a gravitational field, if you will. But they knew that it wasn't a force, but they taught it you anyway. And their explanation for that, when you challenge them, is because it's in the curriculum. So it's not because it's true. It's not because they accept that it's true. It's because it's in the curriculum that they teach what they teach.
Yes, but we already went over this, and I already stated my reason that they are accepting this lie is firstly because they.
Yeah, but you did say how is that relevant to the topic? And I've pushed it from that, and I've said when we apply it to the topic,
I'll give you a reason why it's relevant to the topic. So in the global model of the universe, if you aren't actually pursuing a, I guess, scientific path, for all purposes, you don't really need to know that much about gravity. And I understand that it's good to have all the facts, and be more informed like us. But if you aren't pursuing, let's say, you're looking for a career in, I guess, cooking or for a career in music, you're not going to need a, I guess, advanced understanding of gravity. All you're going to need to know for that case is the reason that we fall down onto Earth is because there is a force which pulls you down onto Earth. And the same thing applies a lot of the time for, I guess, things that they teach you in school. Like, because personally, I find a lot of interest in maths. They tell you a lot of technical lies in maths. Like for instance, in primary school, when you're just first learning about stuff, they don't tell you what negative numbers are. They're not going to tell you, if little Timmy says, like, what's 5 minus 8, they're not going to say that's -3 because little Timmy's not going to understand it. He's just saying that if you have 5 apples, you can't get rid of 8 apples. That's not how it works. And
that is how it works. That is how it works, though. If you have 5 apples, I can't take 8 apples from you, leaving you with -3 apples, can I?
No, but in the model of mathematics, then in theoretical mathematics, you can. But little Timmy doesn't need.
Just
little
because you
Timmy
can do it in
doesn't need to
theoretical
know.
mathematics, just because you can do it in theoretical mathematics, doesn't mean you can do it in real world.
All right. I'll give a better example for a real world application of negative numbers. For instance, if you a good example would be distance. So if you're moving, I don't know, 100 kilometers in one direction, like let's say you're moving 100 kilometers north, then technically moving 100 kilometers south would be moving negative 100 meters in your current direction. But
No.
again,
No, not technically. Mathematically, and only mathematically. Technically, in real world, you're still doing 100 kilometers an hour. Your direction is changed, but you're still moving with a positive number.
That's true, but again, as I'm saying here,
so what you're doing is you're conflating the mathematics with the real world, and I'm contrasting the mathematics from the real world and saying that they're not the same and they should not be conflated.
Well, can I just pose my argument as to why? Well, fine, I'll keep mathematics out of it, but I'll just pose my argument as to why I believe that they, lie about this in curriculum, because I agree it's not good, but the reason that they do it is because if you are pursuing certain careers, you're not going to need, I guess, that view of the world. Like, for instance, if I'm, if I'm a chef, or if I'm a musician, or if I'm, I don't know, a career choice or educational choice which is completely unrelated to physics or gravity or anything like that, I'm not going to need to know that, in fact, gravity is not a force. It's in fact something else. I'm not going to need to know that. I'm not going to need to know that it's either the fact that you're more dense than the medium, or the fact that you are being in a gravitational field. You're not going to need to know that fact, or you're not going to need to know that alternate model if you are pursuing that other career choice. A chef's not going to use that for any particular application.
But why would you need to know it in the first place?
That's the main reason why 99% of us don't know why we're stuck to the surface of the Earth, because we didn't need to know whether or not gravity was a force or not at the age of 6, 10, 12. But when it comes to adult life, when you believe that all through your childhood, and you believe that everybody, and we all shared the same view, if we all have the same view that we're stuck on the Earth because of a gravitational force to the centre of mass, and it's never been jeopardised, you've never found any reason to question it until somebody says to you, hey, have you looked at the shape of the Earth? Where you then can't avoid it? Only at that point do you start to question whether or not there is an alternative explanation, and is there any sort of support in science for it? So it does matter. The only reason why it didn't matter was because it was never challenged. But it's because you were never taught that it was challengeable in the first place. You were presented it as though it was a unilateral proof, a unilateral scientific fact, but actually it's at least bilateral.
I will agree with you on this. I think that school does a great job of presenting us, of essentially closing our minds, I guess I would say. It does a great job of telling us. Hold on one second. It does a great job of telling us that anything that they teach you is just objectively correct, and anything else is false. And that's by giving you the right and wrong answers. And I struggle with that a lot in school. Them telling me that I'm objectively wrong for any particular reason. Or something like that. And I do believe that, all science should be challengeable. You shouldn't be allowed to just call something objective fact and say someone's objectively wrong. It's just that, because, again, nobody except for, purportedly astronauts has seen the world with their own eyes, as an orb or whatever. But I guess it's just that the reason that it's more accepted is because there's more empirical evidence of it. And again, it's the same with and I know that
there is no empirical evidence. You believe that, but when you actually challenge it and you look critically at the empirical evidence that's available, you realize that the empirical evidence isn't actually empirical evidence at all. It's almost always based on either logical fallacy affirming the consequence, or it's intrinsically entwined within mathematics. And by definition, mathematics is conceptual and abstract. It isn't relative to the world in which we live, and it shouldn't be correlated or conflated. It should be contrasted. But often people will correlate and compare erroneously, and then come up with mathematical models to explain why we're stuck to the surface of Earth.
Well,
not only that, it goes much deeper than just that. Once they've closed your mind off to think that you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum, then it cuts you off from so many more truths that are out there to be discovered. I mean, if you think you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum, that alone is just the most strange, just unacceptable thing for me anyway. It's not reasonable at all. I mean, it violates the second law of thermodynamics. It violates gas laws. Many other things are violated. And so, there's a reason, obviously, for why they're not teaching this stuff. And it goes deeper than just because it's easier or they don't need to know or whatever. There's, you're being lied to, period, for some very grandiose reasons.
I'm still a bit caught up on the reasoning. Like I'm still a bit caught up on why
It doesn't matter if you're caught up on that. That's called when you're questioning the intentions of another person's motives. Like when you're questioning why, that is logical fallacy, and it's called I can't remember what the name of it is. Appealing to motives fallacy. If you appeal to their motives, you lose sight of the problem in the first instance because you're going off on a tangent. Let's focus on the actual topic. And the guy's just brought up a point. The night sky is supposed to be a vacuum, 10 to the minus 17 torr. We're at 14.7 psi. If gas pressure behaves the way that we observe it in real world, although vacuums don't suck, gas pressure does press. Why is the sky that we breathe in not pressing into that void?
I don't know. I'm not an expert, again, as I said.
See, now, if we were told in school that you're not even told this is an argument, and it's never brought up because kids don't critically think about it because they trust the teachers. But if you were told in school that the sky's said to be a vacuum and gravity pulls the sky down to allow us a gradient in which we can breathe, then at least there's an explanation for why we've got a gradient. But if you're not told that, and the children don't pick up on it as a conflict, then they're just going to believe that the sky can be a vacuum and live in harmony with gas pressure. Yet every scientific demonstration shows that doesn't happen, and it can't happen because the gas pressure presses out in all directions omnidirectionally and isn't influenced by anything. It does what it wants. Yet they expect us to believe that the sky is a vacuum. It's not. It can't be.
Well, I guess you'd be right then.
But the kids are not taught this, though, are they? Kids just believe that when they see the blue marble,
kids will believe almost anything you say.
Pardon?
Kids will believe almost anything you say if they trust you as a person.
Exactly, and teaching is considered to be one of the most trustworthy professions. In a recent poll, it showed that teachers were top 3. Politicians obviously were not in the top 10 anywhere near the top at all. But if you trust your teacher, Mr. Smith, and you think that he's great, because he is great, he's a nice guy, you're going to believe what he says. And even if he's wrong, you're not going to ascribe that to malice. But if you get told that Mr. Smith's teaching you the national curriculum and he knows that gravity's not a force, but he's going to teach it you anyway, that casts a different light on Mr. Smith. But that light never gets cast with children because it becomes 20, 30, 40 years later when they start to question stuff because they've paid the mortgage off or the kids have grown up or whatever life's not got in the way anymore. And then all of a sudden they start to question it. Well, if they were questioning it as a child because they were taught that there's an equal and alternative explanation for this, and we're only going to teach you one side of it and we're going to hide the other side so that you don't even know it exists, but it does exist. We're just going to lie to you by omission. For me, there's no worse a crime than teaching children lies than doing that, because that is exactly why we're all at 30, 40, 50 years old and questioning how the sky can be a vacuum if gas pressure pushes.
Again, I'm not opposing you here. I also would question though if this standard applies to everything in, if you could find an equally as reasonable explanation for gravity than the two that you've provided, i.e., the Einstein's fields or the density of the medium. If you could find an equal, I guess, explanation for. I mean, okay. Here's my question: if the density, if the material has a, what reason does the material have to sink if the density is higher?
It's more dense than its medium.
But what reason does it have to rise?
The thing is, there's a problem here with this, and I'll just give it real short here. The explanation that Stephen Moyer is giving you is testable and repeatable, and you can observe it. These other two ones have got no observable evidence. You can't test for it. You can't do anything to validate Einstein's gravity or Newton's mass attracting mass. These are things that you cannot demonstrate in using science, if you will. When in density and buoyancy, you can demonstrate that all day long. Now, if you've got, like you said, you've got these 2 or 3 different explanations, but 2 of them are completely unverifiable. You cannot show any tests or observations that will show you that, yeah, that's what's happening. But you've got one that does, and you're going to go with the other 2?
Well, I guess when I was when I was that age, I just never really cared that much about,
Exactly.
just took what I was told was fact.
But here's the thing, though: if you were taught at that age, instead of being taught the dichotomy, instead of being taught the singularity, if you were taught that there's a dichotomy here, there's 2 arguments, there's 2 explanations, or even there's 3, or potentially 4 or 5. If you're taught that there are equal and opposite alternative arguments, and you can agree or disagree with them, but just be aware that they're there, and they're there for you to consider at your own time or whatever, then it's not lying then, because it puts the onus on the children to go away to think about the possibility of other things that might exist. But if you only teach them the singularity and you don't give them the factors that are, like contradictory, and you let them think that that's the only explanation because it's already been discovered.
To be fair, I see it. I mean, I'm not sure if this is just me, but I am aware. See, okay, here's the thing, because I've naturally always been into the ideas of until I started questioning very recently, I've always been very into the ideas of space, and the planets, and just because and I think
we all know.
So what I'm asking you here is in the theory of space, there's no real explanation for dark matter, but there are several which you are allowed to believe. Like you can you can be provided with several other explanations for dark matter, or several other explanations.
Let's define space. Let's define space before we go any further. What do you mean when you say space?
Well, the traditional model that we're all being taught in school, that model of it, I was always quite fascinated with the ideas of planets and stars.
Okay, so if we're going to have a conversation about space, we need to have a definition of it, right? And you're saying in the standard model. Well, in the standard model, the space is an absence of matter.
Well, I mean, I more meant extraterrestrial bodies and anything outside of our solar system, and other bodies in our solar system.
Do you consider space, the term space? Do you consider that to be a concrete noun of something in physical world, physicality, actuality that really exists? Or
space is not. It's not a real. Space is more as in the space time. Well, I don't think it's conceptual, because we do have a physical application of space. Without it, there would just be time, which is
So you don't think it's conceptual? Okay, so what makes you think that it's physicality, it's real world, tangible?
Well, I mean, again, defining space, I'm thinking of the relative positions between things. What are you talking about here?
Right. Well, he's talking about like outer space.
Outer space.
Well,
okay.
About distances, the relative distances between things, but that's not space, is it? You're talking. Let me change the word space to the word Narnia. You tell me how space and Narnia are different.
I can't, but I'm. They're both cool.
Is Narnia? Can you go to the back of your wardrobe and get into Narnia?
Yeah, I did the other day.
Really? I don't believe that. I believe that's a falsehood. I think that you're lying. Can you demonstrate real world that you can do that?
No, you just have to believe I did.
There you go. So I say that Narnia and space are comparable in the same way that you said before about mathematics, and I said that you.
In that case, in that case, with my same argument, you could say a very similar thing about Narnia or religion, or Narnia or music, or Narnia or mathematics, or pretty much anything which has
or
zero.
Space with music, space with religion. Yeah, space and Narnia are comparable. Mathematics and real world are not comparable. Before you were comparing mathematics with real world, and I said you shouldn't do that. Now you're comparing space with the real world, and I'm saying you shouldn't do that either.
Mathematics,
but Narnia are comparable, but space and real world are not.
On the topic of mathematics, I don't really understand. Mathematics was created because it has real world applications. Like, for instance, building a, let's say you're building a brick house, and you need a good idea of how much cement that you'll need to make a foundation, or something similar to that. Just a problem with applications rooted in the real world, right? I'll ask you, why exactly would you how exactly would you plan on finding an exact amount of cement you would need without using any kind of mathematics?
You would use
you're measuring physical things. You're measuring a table or clay. That's what they use for cement. You're measuring and weighing a physical thing. You need to show us how you can do that. Measure and weigh something physical in space.
Hang on. Let's just answer that more directly. You would quantitatively survey the area that you want to build your cement around or whatever. You would make your calculations, and then you would order the volumes that you believe represents how much you need. Are you saying that every quantitative surveyor ever never makes a single mistake mathematically and never orders too much or too less because they got the maths wrong?
No, I mean, obviously,
right. So real world and the mathematics didn't represent the actual volume of cement that was needed to complete the task, because he can make a mistake and he can order far too much, or he can order not nearly enough, and he'll say, I did my maths wrong. But was it the maths that was wrong, or was it the applied maths that was wrong? It was obviously the applied maths, because the maths itself always works out. But the applied mathematics didn't work out because he ordered too much or not enough. So it's not good for him, does it? It makes him look like a bit of a dick. But we see examples where people get things wrong mathematically all the time, and they say, I've done something wrong. We see it in the design of fairground rides. There's too much G-force and it knocks people out, or there's not enough G-force and it's not nearly as exciting as what they thought it was. But they applied mathematics to calculate these things. And we see the examples of real-world application of mathematics where it doesn't give the desired outcome. But it's never blamed on the mathematics, is it? It's blamed on the person, because the maths is always correct. Yet in this topic, there's a lot of people, yourself included, that think that the maths gives you some kind of valuable commodity that you call a model, or at best it's a correlation. Realistically, it's fuck all. It doesn't mean anything. It's abstract, it's conceptual, and just because you might be able to come up with some kind of sum that kind of thereabouts reflects what you might see, doesn't mean that that's the explanation and the cause of the effect that you see.
I mean, I think a lot of what you're describing here is the nature of existence. Is it like I would pose you a question.
No, that's not true. I'm not describing the nature of existence. I'm showing the weaknesses of using mathematics to explain phenomena, because it doesn't mean that just because the maths might work out and it might seem to correlate, doesn't mean that you're calculating the correct factors to get the answer that you believe that you've got correct.
I see. How? Okay. So in this case,
to answer your question about space and black holes. And my question was, we need a definition for space, and then I said we need to compare space with Narnia, not contrast them. We need to compare them, because if we contrast them, that means either Narnia is real world, and it's demonstrably you can get into it through your wardrobe, or it means that space is a reality that we can get to. But either way, we need to decide what space is. But we know what space can't be. We know that space can't be an absence of matter, because if it was an absence of matter, the atmosphere that we're breathing would push into it. So we know space cannot be an absence of matter.
Yes. So then, I guess
So then, how can your question be? How can we answer your question at all if we don't really know what space is? Because
no.
you can talk within the paradigm of the current model, and we can argue all day how black holes work within your model, but it doesn't
Well,
mean
I'm not talking about black holes. I was more talking, going back to what my original point was. We got very caught up on this idea of space. I mean, my what I was talking about was mostly dark matter and the idea that, I mean, we don't really know what that is, and I don't think, no one is claiming to know what that is at all in any model.
When you describe how we, quote, got caught up in what space is, that's an intrinsic part of the answering your question, because whatever topic within that narrative that you want to talk about, be it black holes, dark matter, woo-woo this, woo-woo that, no matter what the topic is, if we're talking about Narnia as a concept and space as a concept, it doesn't matter what these arguments are for dark matter or black holes. It doesn't matter what they are because they're within an abstract concept.
Right.
If you don't realise that it's an abstract concept and you believe that it's somewhere that you can physically go to in a rocket, then in your head you've got a picture painted of a journey that you could make to these black holes or the dark matter, or stick your arm out the window with a test tube and take a sample of dark matter and bring it back for analysis. You can't do that. It's conceptual.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure they had to invent dark matter because their math didn't work. So they had to invent some, plug in some new.
I mean, that's correct.
But it doesn't matter because none of it exists, though. That's the whole point.
Well,
this is all just fake nonsense.
I see. Well, I don't understand. I mean, I don't understand. That's not what I was talking about. I was trying to, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with this. I'm just arguing the point that there is no scientifically agreed on, within the round Earth model, there's no scientifically agreed on point within saying that there is any explanation for dark matter, and it is actually a point of contest, and it is a point where you can question this, and I don't think most educators would, scientific educators in question, I don't think most of them have any other.
The reason why that is because they're arguing about the construct of Narnia, but they call it space.
Right.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's not science at all. It literally can't be science. So it's just it's a fiction. So you're basically talking about lore. You might as well be talking about Star Wars lore. It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
I mean, they come up with these mathematical calculations to make up for the missing gravity they say that's missing in the universe, which every one of them are all concepts, not just gravity, but dark matter. They're all just conceptual ideas in someone's mind that they came up with, and then they tried to fit them together with mathematics, and it's wrong from the get-go, because you're talking about a conceptual idea, and then you're going to use mathematics, and then somehow, because the mathematics work out, because you've been patient enough to work out, okay, we need this much dark matter to do this and that and whatever, in a place that has never been proven to exist, in a matter that a substance that's never been proven to exist, in a reality where gravity has never been proven to exist. You've got all of these conceptual ideas, and then you throw a bunch of math at it and say, oh, look, the math works out. And then now it becomes reality? How?
Well, I have another question for you. I'm wondering if we could, meet in the middle here.
No, I don't. We're going to meet where the truth takes us.
Well, okay. Let's say if there are two equal. Okay, if we're talking about an equal dichotomy here, right? Because that's what the other guy mentioned. He said proposing.
Right.
Just give me 1 second.
Yeah. The whole dark matter, dark energy thing is basically an attempt to stitch together this belief system. It's almost like there was a plot hole in a fictional story, and then the dark energy, dark matter was something the author came up with to cover up a plot hole. and it's all just fiction. It's a religion.
What if Earth is a dodecahedron?
Do you have evidence for that?
No.
Okay.
I'm just thinking because it's not quite round, not quite flat.
It's irrelevant, really, what the shape is. It's just we know it's not a sphere.
Oh. Okay.
Right, I'm back.
What happened?
I just got
so,
an incoming phone call.
What happens if you go? What happens if you go right onto a mountain and you see a curve? Like if you were to do that right now, if you went onto a mountain and see a curve, what would you do?
I would want to know how would you know it's a curve? Is it a real world curve or is it an effect of the atmosphere?
If you went,
well, you wouldn't though. That's the problem. You don't see a curve on a mountain.
I'm just
no,
asking,
but
you
wouldn't though.
You climbed up onto Mount Everest right now.
Yeah, but that's like saying if you were able to jetpack, if you were able to fly like a bird.
Yeah, right. If you were Superman.
If Felix Bongard, whatever his name is, went 140 feet up, whatever, 1,000 feet up, and he couldn't. Neil deGrasse Tyson said he couldn't see curvature from there. Like, how high is Mount Everest?
I think it's like 20,000.
I want to add this to it. I've been to a top of a mountain. I didn't see any curvature. I've been in an airplane, and there's been thousands and thousands, if not millions, of people that have been on top of these mountains, and they're not coming home saying, "Oh, I seen the curve of the Earth." So what you're talking about is like, what? This has already been done by millions of people, and none of them are coming home and saying with a camera, saying, "Look, here's the curve." It's not happened. Not yet.
Yeah.
What?
It's flat.
Is
so you can go onto YouTube and you can type in like top of Mount Everest, and it's obviously Everest is the highest mountain that we have. It's about 34,000 feet high. It's as high as the jumbo jets fly when they're at cruise altitude. Nobody comes down from Mount Everest saying, "Fucking hell, I could see the curvature of Earth."
Oh, well, that's a shame. So
wait, so did you understand what Sleeping Warrior meant when he was saying like space can't exist? Like,
well, yeah,
like,
yeah,
you know?
I'm understanding, but I went on Google. If you look in I don't know what it posts, live stream voice text. If I went on Google, I looked up top of Mount Everest, and the first thing I saw, I don't know, I gotta say, that looks pretty curvy, but I don't know what I don't know what to say there, like.
Well, we know what to say. That you see. Everybody uses a GoPro, and GoPros have got convex lenses on purpose. Like they're literally shaped like a ball, and that's to give you a wider field of view, so that you've got more proximity to your environment.
So it's because of the GoPros.
Yeah,
it's because of the shape of the lens. Yeah, it's not a rectilinear lens; it's curved lens. Now, whether you accept that or not, it doesn't really matter. The point is that you said if you went up to the top of a mountain and you saw curvature, what would you do? Well, people have been up to the top of Mount Everest, and not one of them's come down and said we can see the curvature of Earth. They've all come down. It's astonishing natural beauty.
Didn't some flat earther build a rocket and then die because he was trying to build a rocket and go up?
No, false. He wasn't a flat earther. He was a stunt man. You need to get your facts straight.
I need to build a rocket, dude.
He was
can't
not,
really ask him what he saw.
not a flat earther.
Oh man, bad.
Get your Ouija board and ask him what he saw.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna look that up on Google.
So there's a 4-minute video on YouTube. Everest, the summit to
online
climb.
Ouija board.
And when you look at that video, the horizon is straight as an arrow.
Okay. Man. Ask your question. Is the Earth round? Ask. Oh shit! It's going to yes. It's going to yes.
Pizza's a round, dude.
Dude, no. Okay, I'm actually fairly convinced now. If you look in, I don't know where to post this picture, because
Voice
if you
text?
look in, I can't put it in live stream voice text. But you just have to believe this. You got no. You gotta believe this. I went on the Ouija board. I looked up, is the Earth round? And the answer was it immediately just went up up to the top left where there's like a little thing that says yes. It went up there and says yes. So
shut the server.
Yeah, but I mean, who cares? Come on.
I don't think it's irrelevant.
Cracked it.
That's the best evidence I've heard so far.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, keep it serious. Keep it serious, man. You don't need. It's starting to troll. I guess it's the start of a spiral, so you need to keep it together, man.
A spiral.
Yeah.
How do you know spirals
when
are real?
Reality hits you. It's reality hits you, and your cognitive dissonance won't allow it, and you start to freak out.
Oh right. My bad, bro. No, I do this as well. No, because when I've been trying to get Shuketsu rated for the last month or so, and when I talk to the mods about it, they just they just call me crazy for saying that unrated demons have a higher, I guess, a lower chance of get I don't know. They think that everything's equal and everything's normal, but the pure fact of this is that extreme demons have a lower chance of getting rated than non-demons, but it's do you get what I mean?
Huh?
Do you get what I mean?
missed all that. I don't know what you said.
What do you?
Mods think that I'm insane for saying what I say.
Like what?
Well, I've been saying for the past few months that extreme demons have a lot of hard time getting rated than non-demons.
Wait. Say that again.
Extreme demons have a harder time getting rated than non-demons.
I still don't get that.
I don't know.
I've heard. Extreme demons.
Can you type that in the voice text?
In 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm a bit of a slow typo.
Okay.
Okay. What's what I was saying?
So you're spiraling.
Yeah.
What?
10 minutes ago, you're having a decent conversation.
Okay. My friend wanted me to ask you something, right?
Don't troll.
I'm not trolling.
Better not.
Why do you care so much if it's brown or not? And what is the point of lying to the people?
Well, basically, they're lying about where we live and what this is. Right. And the real reason is to hide the fact that we live in a created environment. This was all intelligent. Yeah.
It's still it's a motive fallacy, isn't it? We don't need to know about the motive.
I don't know why. Because the thing is, I mean, just like you're telling me that we have no empirical evidence of the Earth being round, I'm telling you that, I mean, from my experience, we have no empirical evidence of God. So why would you?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, it's super obvious. That's why they lie to you.
So, do you know what cellular meiosis and cellular mitosis is?
Yeah.
It's where you have one cell, and then after a period of time, you get another cell from that cell, and then after another period of time, you get more cells, and I would call that cell multiplication. But biologically, They can't have that because it's a violation of like the first law of thermodynamics, which is basically energy and matter can neither be created nor destroyed. So they can't call it cellular multiplication. They've got to call it cellular division, and they describe it from the perspective of the cell, and they say the cell divides. But I would say, actually, if you look at the equal and opposite alternative argument, you are literally watching creation before your very eyes, but they call it division. But it doesn't change the fact that whatever you call that, you are literally watching things multiply and get bigger and more of them from nothing. So when you say there's no evidence of God, I'm saying
you're telling me your evidence of your evidence of God is that there's that cells.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay, this is taking a minute to process. So
what do you think when you say God, though? Do you think the Christian God, or do you just think
I think
creator?
any God. I think any kind of creator. I don't see any kind of empirical because I'm open to all kinds of religion. I've done I can't say I'm too well versed, but I've done a fair bit of study. But I'm just confused as to because as far as I know in science that as far as I know, again, I'm not claiming to be all knowing or anything, but it's just that a cell over its lifespan gets larger, and eventually, when it's ready to divide, it divides into two smaller cells. Which
no, it doesn't do that. It doesn't divide into two smaller cells.
I mean, it's like, where did the cell even come from? Also,
well, regardless, the point was that you said that there's no evidence of God, but now I'm giving you direct evidence of God and saying that it's changed. The way they describe it is changed from multiplication to division because they changed the perspective. But it doesn't change the actual event that we're observing. The actual event we observe is that one cell becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, and so on. And that is a direct proof of creation. They just don't like that. Call it division.
I don't get it. I'm actually confused as to because I need to again. I haven't seen with my own eyes that the Earth is round, right? But you haven't seen with your own eyes. You haven't seen with your own eyes two cells dividing. So I don't know what you're trying to.
I've seen with my own eyes two cells multiplying, and they re-describe it as division, but it doesn't change the fact of what I'm seeing.
When did you see this? I don't get it. When did you see it?
So go on to this is called education that we got taught in school. Go on to cellular meiosis and cellular mitosis, and you can see cell division or multiplication, creation, if I call it. You can see that before your very eyes. You literally watch one thing morph into two. Now, they say that's division, but I say that's multiplication.
But I mean, have you seen it with your own naked eyes?
You mean, have I? Well, you realise that cells are too...
Yes,
you realise that cells are too small to see with the naked eye, right?
Okay. Yes, exactly.
So you need to have magnification. So by looking through a magnifying glass or a lens of some kind of microscope, do you accept that that's real world, or do you accept that because you're looking through a device that makes it not real world?
So then you have not seen with your own eyes that these cells are not in fact dividing and they are being created by some unknown, completely unknown force or entity.
A microscope represents the real world through the eye. It's just amplified.
Okay, so have you seen through a microscope cells multiplying or dividing, as whatever you want to call it? Have you seen
there's empirical evidence of cellular division or multiplication, yes.
Okay, well,
empirical
of course.
Evidence.
But have you seen... again, I still don't get... have you seen the matter being created with your own eyes? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
It's not the requirement of science, it's empiricalness, not subjectiveness. I don't need my own eyes to see it. It's empirical by nature, science. It doesn't require me to personally do it.
I'm just really confused as to where your logical proof is coming from.
It's not a logical proof. It's not a logical proof, it's an empirical proof. It is demonstrable scientifically that cells divide or multiply, whichever word you want to use. It is demonstrable empirically. No subjectivity is required.
Well, yes, of course. And I'm agreeing that they do that. I'm agreeing that one cell turns into two cell, turns into four. But
so why dwell on whether my eyes have seen that or not?
Because what I'm saying, no, I'm not arguing whether that's a fact, because I know that is the case. I know that happens. what I'm arguing about is where this notion that they just are created out of thin air is coming from.
Well, you can see that empirically. You see
I'm
that
pretty
you
sure
start at 1, and after
yeah.
a period of time, you suddenly got 25,000.
Yeah.
That
and
comes from you. That comes from.
Aren't you the one saying that cells come out of thin air? Like no creator?
No. He was saying there's no evidence of God, and I'm saying that is evidence of God because we are seeing creation before your very eyes, and they call it some other than creation to hide the fact that it's creation. But when we're looking at it,
I don't think it's creation. I call it biological development because
but how do you have that without a creator?
How is it different to creation?
Right.
How is it different to creation? Because all of these have a food source. Like, for instance,
they don't exist. They don't have a food source. They don't exist.
What do you mean? The cells?
Yeah. So we start off at time 0, and we have 1 cell, and then after a period of time, we end up with 25,000 cells. But along that journey, there is no food source. They don't exist to have a food source. You see them come from 1 cell, and then you see them multiply or divide, whichever. But you see it multiply, and until they become into existence, there is no food source.
All right. Well, all I'll say here is that you had a slight point with the stuff about the curvature. Like, of course, because you are correct that I have never seen any of that with my own eyes, and I probably never will. However, I just don't get how the fact that you have never seen new atoms be created, new atoms, new molecules. You've never seen that be created with your own eyes, and I have never seen the curvature of the.
Nobody has seen the curvature.
And my point was that this is evidence of creation, be it God or with a big G or little g. It's still evidence of creation that science masks and calls it division to hide the fact that you're looking at creation smacking you in the face.
I'm just lost at this point. Like, I don't get how we went from some kind of logical.
We went from it because you said there's no evidence of God. But when I showed you evidence of God with a big G or little g, however you define God, I showed you evidence of creation before your very eyes, and I told you that they call it division to hide the fact that it's creation. And then you said, then you flipped the I don't understand card, the I'm confused card.
Well,
no, I've directly responded to your point that there is evidence of creation, but science calls it something else. They call it division to hide the fact that it's creation. You can see it empirically.
I've got a video for you to watch. Here. Yeah, look in live stream voice text. You can see that what's going on here is it actually started as a single cell, and you can see it dividing into multiple smaller ones. So I'm not entirely sure, like where
smaller ones, not smaller ones. You see a cell divide. I call that created. You see a cell get bigger, not smaller, get bigger. Then you see it like divide. I'll use their words. But after a period of time, you see many more of those cells. You don't just see one. You see several thousand. So if you take in isolation 1 period of time, you could twist the interpretation and say division. But if you look at the picture overall, you don't get continual division and get multiplication. You are literally watching creation, be it God over the big G or little g, don't care which. You're watching creation before your very eyes.
Not only that, if these things were dividing that many times, they would be getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And suppose you're dividing and cutting them in half, then you cut it in half again, then you cut it in half again. Pretty soon you wouldn't be able to see them, and that's not what's happening.
I mean, I would argue that it's not half.
It doesn't matter.
It's any reduction. There's no reduction there.
The point I'm making here is not whether or not we're going to argue about the minutiae of the argument. Your point was that there is no evidence of God. I think this is empirical evidence of God, because whatever is going on here is irrelevant. The point is that you end up with far more than what you had at the beginning. You're watching creation before your very eyes. Now, you can dismiss that if you wish, but the point is that there is evidence of creation.
Regardless of the shape of the earth, there is. I do dismiss that. I really don't see it.
Yeah, you were asking why they would lie, and the evidence of God is so blatant and in your face all the time, and you are like asking for evidence. Like you don't see the evidence of, like, you don't believe in God. And it's like, it's so obvious, and then you're like wondering why they're lying to you.
Is
Like,
that perhaps why I'm, I guess,
you can't-
mistaken according to, like...
What?
Well, I mean... okay, so we've established the reason that they would lie is because of the existence of God, right?
Because they end up with people like you. That's what they
Exactly.
want.
Exactly.
So,
God.
The reason, so I'm just asking. So, the reason that they lie is to end up with people who don't believe in any kind of God, right?
No. I pointed out that appealing to people's motives is irrelevant in the topic.
Well,
because
I don't actually think it is, considering
it is. It is.
There is a lot of
science, like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, science doesn't care whether you agree or disagree or not.
Are you supporters of Neil deGrasse Tyson? Because I'm fairly sure I distinctly remember when I was younger watching a documentary about, planets, stars, Earth. I mean, all sorts of stuff as orbs. So
I'm not a supporter of or an opponent of. I'm just citing him to contrast your point. Your point is, let's focus on the motive for why they're lying. My point is, it's illogical because it's an appeal to their motives fallacy. We don't need it to know whether or not what they're telling us is factually incorrect or not. We don't want to know about their motives. You can fantasize all day about that. That's like arguing about dark matter and black holes in Narnia.
Exactly. It's like arguing about dark matter. You dismiss that. You dismiss that basis because according to you it doesn't matter, whereas according to someone else it may matter. And I don't get what your point is here, because any of these arguments can also be applied to
The point is that you can't have gas pressure without a container. We live in a contained environment. It was intelligently designed. Like the stars, sun, and moon, they move like a clock. We're in a contained system.
When you say you want to appeal to logical fallacy, you want to appeal to motives, and you also want to deny the evidence of creation. Now, I've shown you why logically it's irrelevant for appealing to people's motives, and I've shown you evidence for creation. Now, the point here is, these are two side points that are irrelevant to the topic. The main topic is there a force of attraction towards the human and the earth? And the answer is no, but we're taught that there is. Is there an ability to have gas pressure that we breathe in a vacuum of space? And the answer is no, but we're breathing something, so how is it space? It can't be space, can it? But these are the core principles that we need to talk about, because they're fundamentally wrong, regardless of the motive, regardless of who said, she said, all that nonsense is irrelevant. The point is, they're not true. They're not factually correct. They're not scientific. They're not validatable. They're incorrect. Even if you can calculate them, they're still incorrect. We can't breathe in a vacuum. We're not stuck to the ground by imaginary force. So these are the core principles that we need to establish. But you don't seem to want to talk about them. You want to talk about all the other stuff instead.
Okay, so here's what you're arguing the point for, okay? Let me see if I'm getting this right or wrong, okay? So we live in a completely contained system, whether that be a bubble or an infinite flat plane of some kind. And from what we can observe, matter spontaneously appears out of nowhere, which obviously, proves the fact that there's a creator, because what else would it mean? Even though there is scientific explanation for the, I guess, cell multiplication, as you would call it, or cell creation, as you would call it, there's scientific explanation for that, yet you reject it. So I'm just confused.
That's not scientific explanation. That's called arguing an equivalence and labeling it scientific when it's just an equivalence.
Yeah. Do you know what abiogenesis is?
Nope.
Yeah, they say that life happened by itself, like in nature.
Yeah, life created.
Right. They made up a story that is against everything that we experience, and people believe in it, and then call it science. when it's not.
Yeah.
Just because there might be a scientific explanation doesn't make it science. Just because there might be a scientific explanation for it that you accept and believe and think makes it sound probable doesn't mean that it's true. And it doesn't add any more credibility to it either.
Oh. That's a shame.
I mean, it's pretty simple. It's basically like your car exists because somebody made it. It can't just appear on its own in nature. So like your body and like plants and animals and stuff, that can't just appear on its own in nature without a creator. It's like self-evident.
That's cool. I like that picture you sent with the prism and the optical fiber. That would make sense for why unicorns would fart rainbows.
So back to the original point. What is the reason we're stood on the surface of the Earth? Is it because a gravitational force pulls us? Or
I don't know.
Well, we know that it's not a gravitational force that pulls us according to current science, because current science tells us that gravity is not a force. We also know that the air that we're breathing whilst we're stood on this surface cannot be in a vacuum.
Well, no, it's not. It's not. The air is pulled down to the Earth by gravity in their model.
But it rises.
But
like
that's
at
only
sea
what
level.
you get taught. That's only what you get taught up to high school.
Yeah.
When you go beyond high school, you're taught that it's not gravity that's pulling; it's the medium itself that's interacting, not a force.
You mean the gravitational field?
Well, whatever you want to call it, the medium field. Essentially, they're conflated within current science. They're conflated.
So explain. So gravity is just not real because air is what? Because air is not flying into space? I don't get it.
No, gravity just isn't real. Right? Like
Gravity is just a mathematical sum that is applied to the observation that makes sense. That you correlate and think that it exists because the math seems to work out. Nothing more.
They observe an effect and then presume the cause that is accurate based on what we observe. Like they mathematically describe the effect and then presume a cause.
Well, I would say that is a fairly accurate way to do it, but
No, it's an accurate way to calculate. It's an accurate way to calculate.
Right, and
Well,
you
can
can
you
just
make something accelerate on Earth without using a force?
What do you mean by that?
Well, can you calculate the acceleration of, I don't know, a car? Can you calculate a car's acceleration into existence?
Yes.
No, you can't. You need the car to accelerate in real world to have the acceleration. You can't
To
calculate
observe it, you mean?
No. Can you calculate into existence the acceleration of a car?
Well, I'm not understanding your wording here. It's not making much sense to
You
me.
need an engine and a car, and you need fuel and a variety of other things to get the car to accelerate in real world. You can't just use maths and expect the car. Otherwise, you would never break down. You could just apply a bit of maths and you could get yourself home.
Great. Well, yeah, we agree on that. I mean, obviously you can't.
So apply what we've just agreed on to gravity. Can you stick a human to Earth with maths?
No.
Right. So
you can stick a human to Earth with gravity.
How?
It's gravity. It's just an assumption.
Defined as an effect. It's described by Einstein's theory of general relativity, which we didn't get taught in school.
It's an effect, but it's a powerful one. I mean,
it's not a powerful effect.
Yeah, it's weak.
Oh yeah, actually, it is the weakest. It's the weakest force, isn't it?
It's not a force. Listen, it's not a powerful effect, right? It's not an actual acceleration of matter. It's the perception of an acceleration when there's no actual acceleration in place. Eddington 1919 demonstrates that there was no actual acceleration between the planets when the eclipse was occurring, but we perceived an acceleration. Doesn't mean that there actually was any acceleration. There was no acceleration.
Right.
LIGO demonstrates the same effect.
Okay.
So, in the real world, we cannot calculate into existence forces to accelerate cars.
No.
But in the real world, cars do exist and they do accelerate.
How do you know that?
Because we can empirically demonstrate it.
No, you can't.
Yes, we can. Why do you
Well, no,
not?
'cause-
So do you deny
because
that
the
cars
government-
exist?
Yeah, because the government's lying to you about it.
But we can empirically demonstrate that cars do accelerate because they do
Well,
exist.
we can empirically demonstrate that the Earth is round, but you just
Oh, you
reject that
can't.
evidence.
How? Where's the empirical demonstration that the Earth is round?
They put a rocket in with a camera.
Yeah, it's not empirical. When the rockets go up and there's always a cut, and it goes into CGI at some point. You've got to spot where the cut is, and then you got to when you spot the cut.
Can you send me? Okay, I'm actually curious what you think the cut is. Like, can you send me can you send me a video and where there's a cut to CGI where I can find it? Because I'm interested. Like, I'm actually interested to see.
Every
Yeah, but can
single
you
one
just
of
send?
them.
How about just proof that it's flat? How about that?
Oh, proof that it's a curve. Show me. Where's the evidence that water curves?
What do you mean water curves?
Because that's what you believe. You believe that standing water, like a lake, show us the measured curvature to any standing water or body of water.
Well, that's not what I'm asking. I'm not like trying to dispute you right now. I'm just actually like curious.
Yeah, you're trying to use unverifiable information from
No, I'm not. I'm
proven
literally
liars.
just asking you whether
You're trying to
cut
use
is a record.
NASA as evidence.
Well, I'm not. I just want to find the
Okay,
cut.
so
Like, I'm
no,
not trying to
we
dispute
don't.
you
No,
right now. I just want to
no,
find
no,
the cut.
no. We don't need to show you where they're cutting stuff. You can't use NASA in the first place.
Why not?
You can't use because they're criminal liars. Everything they do is a lie. So you can't bring up NASA.
But the evidence is not empirical. When NASA gives
And
you
it's a lie, and their motive is to stop us from believing in God, for whatever reason.
We don't need to talk about their motive to know they're lying.
Okay. So
if you look at the voice text, I just showed you a clip from a video where a guy zooms in on a rock formation 30 miles away from 1.5 feet observer height. There should be 600 feet of drop over that distance, and that rock formation is 40 feet high. There should be like a 600-foot wall of water in the way. And you can just see that, but there's none.
Oh, well, I mean, okay.
Yeah, that's all you can show.
How do I know
There's
that's
no
not
curvature.
CGI?
Because you can go and test this yourself. This is just a
Okay,
guy
well,
at the beach.
Fine,
with
then
a camera.
and then in that case, someday maybe I will. But
Okay.
again,
I
have
think you
no
should.
empirical evidence because that could easily be doctored footage. So it means nothing to me. But just like NASA's
Okay,
footage
so
means nothing to you.
But you were saying before that we need to like see cellular division with our own eye.
No,
so
I never said
whatever
that.
evidence that you're going to
That
rely
was
on from NASA, I could flip that against you and say, well, have you seen this with your own eye? That's
No,
your standard of evidence.
I haven't, but I don't.
Yeah,
I don't.
so like the argument you're presenting, it's just going to end up coming down to you don't actually experience the Earth as a globe, but you only see it on a screen. So why do you believe that? If you don't believe this, then why do you believe NASA? Oh, but you can't believe that if you don't believe this. But you
Let
don't
me go
experience the
back.
globe.
You can verify flat Earth proofs. You can do that yourself. The problem with NASA is you can't
Well,
verify
all right.
anything
Well, then,
you do.
okay. Let's
You
say
have
I
to
do
have
verify it
trust in
myself.
NASA
I'll trust that. But
tell us what the Earth looks like from space because we can't go there
I'm just confused. Well, no, I'm just confused. Is because you sent me a video by someone with a camera, or like, for instance, to prove your own point. Whereas I can send you, a million. I can send you a million proofs from NASA, but you don't believe them. So
No,
why
because
should I
you
believe-
can't. No, you can't verify that. You
Like we
just
said,
just
you
said
can't
that.
verify
Yeah,
this
You
guy's
can't
video either.
verify NASA. You can
Yes, you
verify
can.
the flat Earth proofs.
This guy's literally just at the beach. Like you could go do this yourself.
You
But
have to
can't
have-
go to space. Yeah.
You have to have faith in NASA to tell us what the Earth looks like from space because we cannot go there ourselves. That's the problem. But these things we can verify ourselves. We're showing you stuff you can do yourself. That's the difference.
Right. And this is what all like observations show. None of them are conforming to the globe geometry. Like this is all you see. Is people seeing too far.
Okay. So it's people seeing too far.
Right.
Okay, I get more sense. So, I mean, again, I know that you're going to say to me, it's because it's where we live, but I don't get why it matters if the world is round or flat.
Okay, the difference would be with flat Earth, we live in a contained, flat, stationary, intelligently designed system with the stars, sun, and moon that move over top the Earth like a clock, versus a ball Earth, a speck of dust in an infinite vacuum that formed by luck and chance by itself. So
Well-
you don't see the difference between those two?
Mathematically, literally everything possible in the current laws of physics would occur in a
No.
universe.
I asked you, do you see the
In infinite
difference between
universe.
those two
Yeah.
cosmologies?
Yes, I do. And one has zero explanation for reasoning, and the other does not.
Wait, what?
One is a creation, right?
Exactly. That's what
And
I'm
one
saying.
is a expanding Big Bang theory, right?
Yes.
What's the difference?
The difference with the creation is we don't have anything to prove that there is creation.
I mean, don't about proving it. If it is flat, if there's a dome over us, if we're contained on a flat and movable plane, you lose the Big Bang theory, you lose your science, you lose your evolution.
Well,
it's all these other things. There's no spinning space balls. You lose gravity. Nothing works. That's the problem.
Exactly. Yes. I mean,
science does not work anymore.
Why does it not work anymore? Because I guess that because there's no laws of physics which will allow us.
Yeah. Like the foundation for all that stuff.
Debunked.
Yeah.
Science is debunked thoroughly if it's flat.
I see.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. So, hold on. I'm just a bit confused now because you said, okay, so, I mean, the reason why I think that a globe Earth would be more convincing, I guess, is because, let me think. So, I can give you a scientific reasoning for every single occurrence, over the last, and again, you may say it's all lies, but I can give you a reason for it, right? I can give you a scientific random reason, and
scientific random.
Okay. What if you were just parodying? Okay. What if you just parodying indoctrination since the first grade, which is what they taught me?
Yeah.
They said in first grade, look, you live on this globe, and they spun it like a toy, and I believed it, but with no proof.
Yeah. Like, what makes something science?
What makes something science? It has to have some kind of, I guess it has to have some kind of explanation for the entire model that surrounds it.
No.
Well, I mean,
you need observation and experiment.
I wouldn't exactly call religion science here, but
me either. But the religion is the globe.
How?
Because you believe it, but you don't experience it. It's a belief.
Okay. And you believe in a creator, but you don't experience it. So where's the
difference? I do experience it because everything that I use in my daily life is intelligently designed, and it comes from a person made it.
A person made it. Okay.
Right. The same way, yeah.
Wow, what did our world come to when we have all these people that believe there's no God? It is just amazing to me. Wow. How did that? I feel so bad for them. I mean, if you're not going to recognize God and it's right in your face, I mean, dude, I guess you have no interest in eternal placement. You got no interest in living forever, or being part of an eternal placement, or anything like that. You don't believe that exists, and you're willing to chance it, throw it all away because you've been taught and lied to your whole life about science, and they've made you believe there's no God because they've told you that you live on a spinning ball that started from nothing. None of it makes any sense, and now all of a sudden you don't believe in God. Wow.
Yes. Yes.
You better. I'm going to just give you a little bit of advice. You better rethink your whole concept because there is a God, and
which one? Okay, which religion got it right?
Doesn't matter which one. There's a creator. Period. I don't choose and pick. I don't pick and choose and say, "Oh, this is." I don't know his name. I know there's a creator, though. I know for a fact, and so I speak directly to him. Whoever he is, it doesn't matter. I'm not.
Okay,
picking, I don't have his name.
I'm a bit confused now because you said something about eternal placement, right? So I'm
Yeah.
guessing you mean. Do you mean by that an afterlife?
Of course.
Do you have any empirical evidence of an afterlife?
No, I do not. But
holy shit, dude!
But I know it exists because you know what? Believe it or not, you can know God exists too. And if God exists, if you think this is all for naught, all for nothing, you've been raised and brainwashed in a very confusing way, my friend. And I feel really bad. I feel really bad for you.
All right.
I really
so
do.
you're trying to explain to. So you're trying to tell me.
No, I'm not trying to explain anything to you. I'm trying to tell you there's a God, and there is, and I feel really bad for you because you've got no future, my son, my friend. You got nothing coming.
Okay. But does God also give you free will to believe that? Because
This topic
God,
I think so.
This topic
yeah,
doesn't need
this topic is crazy. I mean, you've been going on all day for the last hour about empirical evidence, and then this guy comes along and he says, "No, I don't have any empirical evidence for an afterlife, but I still believe that you're going to hell if you don't believe in God or whatever."
Did I say you were going to hell? Did those fall out of my mouth?
No, but you said that there was nothing coming for me. So
that's right. Yeah.
I think Slicker Warrior gave a good example of creation with cells, right?
Not really, but because they divide.
I said how science describes cellular meiosis and mitosis. They describe it as cellular division to hide the fact that you are literally observing creation before your very eyes, and so they change the perspective and call it division. But that still changes the perspective.
And that's 100% correct. That is a very correct statement. Thank you, Sleeping Warrior, because I never really thought of that when cell division on that level. But you're exactly right, because there's no way that is creation right before your very eyes. That is very, very.
So they need to change the perspective and say, well, from the perspective of the cell, it's division. Yeah, but if you look at the bigger picture overall, you are literally watching one become 25,000 over a period of time. I
guess I'll listen to you on that, but I'm still really confused on this thing of the afterlife, because I've just been told there is a creator, and
this is one person's opinion, and if you don't want to listen to it, then don't. And you're not going to get other people to comment on what I believe in.
I would prefer if you.
And I'm done talking to your stupid ass.
Okay.
And to be fair, in the same way that we don't accept NASA's evidence because we consider it to be lies, I personally don't accept evidence of any of the religions, be it Hindu, Sikh, whatever, because ultimately a lot of it is lacking in empiricalness. I'm more for the empirical arguments, and I'm happy to dispense with NASA in the same way that I'm happy to dispense with the religion arguments, because I want to focus on what we can prove and what we can demonstrate empirically.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I would rather focus on as well. But I mean, I was just told that because I don't believe in a creator, that apparently that there's also an afterlife, and I have bad things headed my way, and that I've got bad things coming, and I don't have a future, because and
to be fair, he said you have nothing coming, which
okay. Well, I don't believe that. I don't believe that you have anything coming, regardless of an afterlife. But
so then, why would that bother you? Why would that bother you then, if that's what you believe anyway?
Because you said yourself you have no empirical evidence for such a thing as an afterlife.
I have empirical evidence of God, and I have belief. I have a belief.
So if you have empirical evidence of God, that's fine.
I'm done talking to you, stupid ass. You're too stupid for me to talk to.
Okay, so when I make a good point, you say that I'm stupid, and you call me a stupid ass, which is that's just sad. I mean, that's not an argument. That's ad hominem, which is
I know what it was. It's an ad hominem, but I'm done with you, bro. Don't talk to me.
Well,
don't address me ever again, okay?
It looks like someone's gotten a little heated.
No, I just don't want to talk to you.
Okay, well then then don't talk to me. Then stop shouting at me, please. I would prefer if you were more polite to me. All right. So, I mean, as I was saying, I don't get how I should be told that there is, apparent. Okay, so if you're allowed to believe in an afterlife with no empirical evidence, why should it not be completely as valid for me to believe from what I've seen in a spherical Earth? It doesn't make sense.
Wait, like
Remember the other day? Remember the other day where we looked at the horizon that was behind the oil rigs?
Yes, we did look at the horizon behind the oil rigs.
So why was the horizon behind the oil rigs?
I don't know why the horizon was behind the oil rigs.
But remember, the spherical Earth said that it should be at 1.2 miles, remember?
Yes, it did.
So it can't be a spherical Earth then, right?
I mean, I suppose if that's how you want to see it, but you know,
well, that's just how we see it. The horizon's in the wrong place. Well, you do, because you agree that the horizon's not at 1.2 miles.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So whatever it is,
I mean, you know, I'm willing to be
Earth. Right?
I'm willing to be open-minded on anything here, but I'm not willing to be told to my face that I'm stupid for not believing in an afterlife which has no.
No, that's not what I'm talking to you about. I'm talking to you about the horizon.
You weren't here about 5 minutes ago when this fine gentleman said that I'm.
No, I don't care. That doesn't matter.
Because
we're talking about the horizon and why the horizon is not where the globe model says it should be.
I don't think you've been here for the past few minutes, and
no, I don't have to be here. You know, it's on YouTube, so I can listen.
You know, all right. Well, I would appreciate if you heard me out here in that. If you heard me out here,
if you're going to say, "Oh, I don't want to be told that there's,"
what do you want him to do? Punish me? What do you want him to do? Punish me?
No, I'm not looking for anyone.
No, we're not going to go into that, Lexi.
I don't know. I'm not asking to go into that. I'm just saying, because you know, I'm not sure if this is what you are also believing, but I've been told pretty much this.
No. What I'm telling you is the horizon's in the wrong place. Lexi.
Okay, well,
the horizon is in the wrong place, right?
I'm willing to listen to that, but I'm also not willing to listen to the fact that there is, that all this is somehow proof of a god, which just doesn't. And that's what I've been being told.
I'm not talking about that. It's proof.
Well, they are. So I mean, I don't get it.
Hey, Lexi, I just put a Helio complaint form in the chat.
A what?
Don't distract him, guys. Listen, he's one of these people.